Hey, hey. Let me go to my. Now, if anybody wants to come up, hi, everybody. Hey, Ann, hey, Brun, Nicole, XX Country, Tammy. Can y'all hear me okay? Hey, boys. Hey, boys, have you paid a lot of attention to this case? Oh, I just saw my name. I'm like, how am I in there? Hey, little minx. Hey, Ninny. I heard your name today from, somebody. She didn't expound on anything, but I thought it was funny. Thanks for being here. Hey, Separate, Shay, Death Grips, Tammy. Hey, Nana, I hope you're here. Muffin Mouse, number one fan. The reason I'm asking is Cassie P. I didn't see her. Where is she? Uh-oh, I don't see her. Because here's the thing. I'm really good at research. I'm good at thinking things out, putting things together. My problem when I had my blog was writing the blog. Like, thanks on the sound. Hey, Kathy. My problem is putting it. I hated writing for one. So, I hated it. But I love doing this. It's just different than a blog because I can write it, go back, insert things, take things out, edit, whatever. Apparently, should have edited way more. But those two last posts that were on the end of the introduction, what that told me, and I found those a couple of days ago, I was looking for something else. And what it tells me is the people that went on about it, about the blog, didn't read it. Well, they didn't go on about the blog, just me and true crime and how horrible, whatever. Well, they couldn't have read it to say that because the blog is really good, and that's why I won't take it down because so much work went into it. So doing this live, I didn't want to just do a video. I could do that and go back, but not real fond of editing either. So we're going to try it this way. Hey, Audacity. So if anyone wants to come up, Cassie P, you might. Hey, Pecan Pie. Pecan Pie is a good one. I love Pecan Pie. She always, correcting people, but in a nice way. But Pecan Pie keeps up with a lot. I read the whole. Oh, no. I'm talking about what we're going to talk about tonight, Karen Reed. I know you did, Kathy. And I'm going to put the blog back up. Nobody believes me, but there's so much, I guess, malware on it. Okay, well, I don't want to just throw the. Okay, so let me put out the link. And I'm going to really try to go by what I have up here to go over. But let me find it on my phone real quick so I can pin it. So I have it kind of in order, but I'm going to tell you my theory. Well, I don't really have a theory, but I'm trying to find my thing real quick. Why can I never find my live? Should be there. Nope. Videos? Nope. Okay. Well, I don't want a bunch in front of this. Just try to click the link now. I would love for you to come up too. Okay. I'm going to try to find my video and then I just don't know why it won't come up. Your videos live. Well, at some point it should because I am live. So there's that. So I was watching Glare, I think yesterday. My mouth is super dry. And he said something like, hey, Voices. He said something like, anybody that wants the facts can have the facts by going to Sleuthie Goosie, I think that's her name, to her spreadsheet. All the facts are there. All you have to do is go in and read the documents. That's not necessarily true because, hey, Zen, hey, Breadstick, because you can read the documents, but you have to also be able to analyze the documents. And you have to always remember the defense is only trying to raise reasonable doubt. That's it. They're not.
And they're only trying to answer to the charges that are in the document. They're not trying to make more charges or, you know what I mean?
Well, this one seems to be wanting to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's being told over and over he can't do discovery by your made up fantasy, of what happened. Because he does keep trying to, there's no proof of what they're saying, but they're looking for it. It's like, do you have it? So, but when you're reading the documents, and especially her sheet, when I was reading it, most people, I would say 90%, they're going to read the notes. They're going to read all the notes to the left of the documents and then form an opinion. That's my opinion. What do you think?
I agree with that. I agree. There's a greater propensity that they're going to go off of the document notes rather than what the document says while researching what the parameters of the law also state. It's not an easy job to break those things down.
No. And if you have a bias, that's what you're looking for. You're not looking for, you're going to pay more attention to the defense and the documents they submit or to the hearings. The hearings are kind of bizarre to me, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Remy, personally, they're talking about pie.
If you go in to read this stuff already in your mind, like you said, biased and already made up, you're not going to look for the things that you're going to pinpoint certain things. You're going to overlook a lot.
Right. So I'm going to ask y'all, does anybody else want to come up before we start? No, they're talking about pie and I'm hungry.
Oh, me too. Don't.
Tammy, is this case in trial now? You know what's weird? So I heard people talking about Dolly going over the case, and I was like, oh my God, here we go. He's going to jump right on that train, and he did not. Have either one of you seen his, I think it was this morning that he did it. He did a video on Turtle Boy. Did y'all see it?
No, but I've stayed up on, like, only this morning I had to get a few things done around here today. So no, I haven't seen that.
Well, I was shocked. It was really good. I mean, he's good at he was pretty well informed on the case. And so he did a reaction video to Glairer. I think he did he just do one interview with Turtle Boy or two?
Yeah, because that's the one that Laura wanted you and Turtle Boy and the Glairer to sit down and talk. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't either one of them, but I mean, I might with Turtle Boy. But the thing is I'm not. Hey, BTim. BTim knows a lot about the case too.
Oh, there is no way. There is absolutely no way I would have zero communications with Turtle Boy.
Yeah, he's got his mind made up. But let me tell you, how was I going to start? Let me start with this because this is something that I found in the documents. So this is an article from Boston Magazine, and BTim turned me on to it. Okay, I'm going to stop reading chat. Anything important, y'all can tell me. Okay, so they arrested her. We're going to just start from here and then go back. So they arrested her and charged her with a couple of things, manslaughter and leaving the scene of a crime.
Right.
So Reed and her attorney read the evidence, and I'm reading from that magazine, being marshaled against her Then a bailiff, I should say a bailiff came for Reed. He led her, wide-eyed and terrified, she says, into Stoughton District Court, where O'Keefe's family and dozens of his friends and fellow Boston cops, including uniformed Boston police. Let me keep going down here on the other side of the aisle. Reed's mother prayed. Okay, so here's the important part that's not in the documents. I didn't see. I have to stop reading chat. Okay. Afterward, Jenni, that's one of her attorneys, told reporters outside the courthouse that and I think he came, I'll just keep going. Outside the courthouse, that his client was in shock and that O'Keefe's death had been an innocent accident. Reed had no criminal intent, he said. She loved this man. She is devastated. Okay.
Ooh, that.
Wow.
Right. Have you heard that before?
Oh,
I
no.
didn't see that in any of the stuff I was looking at that I emailed you. I didn't see that in any of that.
Yeah. So then it goes on. It wasn't long before a far more sinister theory, and it doesn't say the date of this. It's a really long article, but it had to be like right off when she was arraigned. That's when this was. So it wasn't long before a far more sinister theory of what happened began to emerge. Get this. On his drive home after the arraignment, Jenni says he returned a call to a tipster who had previously called his office. A man with a gravelly voice who initially offered up a fake name picked up the phone and he returned the call, picked up the phone and told Jenni, he recalls, something to the effect of, your client is innocent. John was beaten up by Brian Albert and his nephew. They broke his nose, and when O'Keefe didn't come to, Brian and a federal agent dumped his body on the front lawn. An attorney for the man Jenni identified as the tipster denies Jenni's version. Okay. Wild, right?
That's peculiar. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Peculiarly. That's out there. Yeah.
Okay, so the only attorney she has at this point after the arraignment is Jenni. He kind of seems shaded to me, but I don't know. And he gets a call that started the conspiracy. Right before this, at the arraignment, he said she did it, right? She did it. It's an accident. She's sorry. So Jenni didn't know what to think. Was this even plausible, he thought? He thought about the people at the after party that night. Brian Albert, the homeowner, was also a federal law enforcement officer. At 34 Fairview that night, Brian Higgins. Now that guy, he just left like at 12:30 or something like that. And you don't hear anything about him, right? He just went back,
right.
He went to his office and nobody really mentions him. He's a special agent with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms and explosives, with whom both O'Keefe and Reed were friendly. I read somewhere, so this is total rumor, I couldn't find it again, that there are messages between Karen and that person, that Higgins. But he seems really young. Oh shit, what happened? God, I thought I lost it. Okay, so given the new information, Jenni and Reed say they began to believe that Reed was being framed. So she believed that she hit him at the arraignment, but now she's like, maybe not. This sounds good. So they hired a private investigator to knock on doors in Canton. Most people turned the gumshoe away, but Canton resident Tom Beatty, a friend of both O'Keefe and Reed. Now, Tom Beatty is the person that lives near, okay, don't get me to saying names, lived next door to the house. Okay, we'll just say that.
The house where the party was.
Yeah. Most people turned the detective away. So Canton resident Tom Beatty, a friend of both O'Keefe and Reed, offered up a new tidbit. Brian Albert's nephew, this is the neighbor offering up this tidbit. Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert, said that Colin had been at 34 Fairview Road the night O'Keefe died, and he was, but he left before all the guests got there. Okay. One of the theories of Turtle Boy is that Colin, beat up John, and John never, tried to defend himself. So far they've got this tip, and then they have the Beatty, the guy down the street, saying Albert's nephew Colin beat up John. So this is so funny to read this. When Reed heard
Okay, but for what motive?
No, there's no motive. There's never been a motive.
Okay, so there's no motive as to why. So there's nothing that says maybe he was a dirty cop.
No.
You know what I mean? Or a cop that wouldn't go on the take.
Okay, so for Colin, the theory, the motive is that Colin and some friends were throwing beer cans one time in the yard of John O'Keefe. John yelled at them to get the fuck away from his driveway and stop throwing cans. Okay, so later on, John gets in a fight with Colin over like they have beef, and that's it. But someone, I don't remember who, said that it wasn't Colin that was there that night, even if it was, because he was throwing beer cans like months before.
Right, months ago. That's gonna result in somebody going and eating another person to death.
Yeah, no. And are 8 people going to cover? No. So when Reed heard this, she says, the news transported her back to the night. Oh, I should have just read this. During the spring of 2020, that actually 2 years prior, when O'Keefe's home security alarm went off and he bolted out of bed. She followed him down the stairs and said she remembered seeing Colin Albert and several teens in the front yard. Go fuck yourself, Reed remembered. Colin yelling at O'Keefe, get the fuck out of here. Why would Colin be yelling at? Okay. She recalled her boyfriend replied. So this is Reed telling this version of the story. Gina Marie, I have no fucking clue about any of this, so I'm watching and hope to understand. Okay. So John O'Keefe was found dead in the front yard, kind of in the front yard, but not really in the front yard, of a Boston cop. The Boston cop had guests, his wife and other guests. I think there were 8 people altogether. And they partied until like 1 a.m. God, I tell stories bad. So John O'Keefe, that's laying in the snow, dying, arrived at that party with his girlfriend of 2 years, Karen Reed. Well, Karen, okay, how do I start? Well,
you're okay. You're doing fine, Heels. I'll hop in if you need help.
Yeah, you're doing good.
You're doing fine.
It kind of tells the story. Anyway, they all left the bar to go to someone's house, and Albert, Brian, there's 2 of them. There's Chris and Brian. So they were going to Brian and his wife's house, like an after party.
Right. You've closed the bar down with your friends. You're not ready to go home.
Right.
So you're going to go over to your buddy's house, and everybody's going to drink whatever's in his fridge and act like teenagers, recycled teenagers all over again.
Right. So
but the one thing they don't realize is that aren't all of these people law enforcement officers?
There's an FBI agent, a Boston cop, who was on a popular show about the mob or something. There were a couple of kids, like 18 years old. There was Jennifer McCabe and her husband, Matt McCabe. I have the list. I'm going to try to go in order. The reason I'm reading this first is because you'll remember it when we go over the documents. It was winter TLC eventually. And they were having a blizzard. Like, I think the next day is when it got really bad. So
Right. Because of, yeah. Okay.
So if you don't know a lot about this story, because it's a lot, hey, Laugh at Life, it is a lot, but you'll get it as we go along. But they went to the house, never got out. No one saw John get out. They leave. It appears they leave, and 5 hours later, at 5 a.m, maybe 4 hours later, she comes back to the house because she said she thought she let him out. And she and another party goer found him in the snow, dead. Well, he was almost dead. So, but this is what unfolded. So she talks about Colin. Get down to this. The police were never called, but from then on, she says there was bad blood over beer. Okay. After hearing Colin Albert had been present at 34 Fairview, Reed says another apparent clue in the case soon appeared when Reed and her father, William, met with Jenni in his office. For the first time, Reed saw police photos. Now, get this. For the first time, she saw photos of his wife. What am I saying? Of his body. She was laying on top of his body when she found him. Okay. And so
that could be extreme shock.
Yeah.
That she doesn't remember that in the moment.
Okay.
I could give her that because
Okay.
that could indicate extreme shock that you don't remember part of what just transpired. So seeing those memories or seeing those photos could jog the memory that you put out of your mind. I mean, we'll give her that one for now.
Okay.
Yeah, for now.
She recalls waiting until taking on an elevator. Okay. He looked as though, this is her, it looked as though someone beat the shit out of him, she said. As she and her father, this is in front of her father, who she already told, I think she said he hit something. I've got that lined up to play. It looks as though someone beat the shit out of him. As she and her father drove home on Route 93, Reed recalled her mother and described the bizarre injury. Oh, she called her mother and described the injuries on O'Keefe's arm. Here we go. Mom's going to get in it now. Her mom suggested that they could have been from an animal. Reed called Beatty, that's the neighbor. Do the Alberts have a dog? She asked. Yes, he replied, a German Shepherd. Building it up. 3 months later, Reed says, a couple that Reed and O'Keefe had been close to came. Why is he? Go away. Can you see that? Okay.
You're not sharing your screen. It's just the three of us on the screen right now.
Okay. Yeah, because my emails keep coming in. They had just testified before the grand jury. Okay. How do you go testify in front of the grand jury? It's your case, and people that had just testified to the grand jury are coming to your house for dinner. Is it just me?
I mean, unless after you've testified, then you're now going to, I mean, at that point, if you've given your testimony, you shouldn't have to not have any contact with one another, so to speak, you know.
But, it's weird to me. They had just testified before the grand jury in the case.
Are they all related?
Oh, everybody. Well, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think she's related to these people. No, she said a couple that Reed and O'Keefe had been close to came over and they had dinner. And they had Italian takeout. He describes the room, blah, blah, blah. They told Reed that State Trooper Michael Proctor, a Canton resident and the lead detective on the case, had mentioned that he had known members of the Albert family for years. Here goes another piece from these people that had testified for the grand jury. To Reed, that sounded like a conflict of interest. Not like you have people that, I don't know. When her guest left, she went upstairs to her bedroom, pulled out her laptop, propped herself against the pillows on her enormous white, this guy likes to describe everything.
Wow, he's a great writer when it comes to great descriptor.
Propped herself. I mean, like, how did he know? Did she tell him this? I propped myself up against my big white bed and started reading through Proctor's publicly shared Facebook. Okay, Jonathan. That led her to Proctor's sister, Proctor's sister's account. Proctor is with the state police, Massachusetts State Police, and he's the lead detective. And as she is finding, he knows the owner of the house. And they're looking at pictures from a wedding where Colin Albert was. Then read another photo of Proctor's parents and sister alongside members of Chris Albert's family. Okay. Canton has a total population of 24,000 people. It's like if someone sleeps over at your house, they're going to ask you about it at the Walgreens the next day. Like,
right. So you fart and everybody else knows about it.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. So, so she says the dots in her mind began to connect, forming a theory of who had really killed O'Keefe. Correct me if I'm wrong. When you're telling your lawyer what happened, you're going to give him a theory.
Right. We're going to come up with one hell of a good theory, plausible deniability.
Yeah. So a theory that would prove her innocence. The way she saw it, the bad blood with Colin provided the motive for a fight inside the house that night. The Alberts' German Shepherd also jumped in, which might explain those mysterious arm injuries. Then the partiers tossed O'Keefe outside to die in the snow. She's got it all worked out. The tipster's information had already helped convince Reed that she was being framed, but she'd wonder who was pulling the strings. Now Reed says she believed she had the answer, Proctor. Okay. So there's that. Far from coming to the conclusion, prosecutors doubled down on their belief that Reed was the killer. I don't think killer is a good word, but after the grand jury reviewed here's what I think, okay? I was thinking about this. They charged her with murder too. I meant to look this up. So I wonder if they don't have vehicular homicide, because some places don't. They just put it into a murder charge. You know what I'm talking about, Voices?
Right. So their statutes don't cover vehicular homicide. It's still considered murder too, because it's not, right.
Intent, I think.
Right. That's, we would have to look under probably for that. Wouldn't we have to look under like Massachusetts statutes?
Oh, yeah. See, when they first charged her, and I said that a while ago, it wasn't murder too. It was like leaving the scene of it, like a hit and run, driving drunk, and it was careless. But it wasn't anything like murder too. But I think when he first did the charges, he had died. He died not long after they took him to the hospital. So now, on June 9th, Proctor himself, along with several other police officers, walked up to Reed's home and once again arrested her.
So they upgraded the charges to murder too.
Because they did the grand jury. The grand jury recommended murder too. So Reed was now facing a potential life sentence in prison. After posting bail set at $100,000, she went home to take a long hot shower. Oh my God, who cares? This is getting real, she thought to herself. She's telling this reporter all this. Then Reed said it's 2 months later. This would be January, February. This would be around April,
May, yeah.
So she wanted an eye-grabbing subject line for an email she was about to send Alan Jackson, a famous criminal defense lawyer in LA who'd once defended Harvey Weinstein and Kevin Spacey. Murder, here's what she entitled the email: Murder of a Boston Cop. It worked. Soon after, Reed, her father, and Yannetti all dialed into a conference call with Jackson. He had already received O'Keefe's autopsy over email. Yannetti summarized the case, blah, blah, blah. How the fuck are they saying he got these injuries? Between O'Keefe's swollen black eyes and the gashes on his arms, Reed's boyfriend appeared as though he'd been beaten up before being attacked by a dog. Okay. So he had the autopsy. He had the autopsy report. I'm having a hard time swallowing. I'm sorry.
Okay, so think about this one.
So
what if during the fight, because obviously he'd been beaten up.
No,
what if
he wasn't.
He wasn't?
No. I mean, if that's your belief.
Well, okay, and that's the thing. I could see both sides, so I'm still waiting for more information to try to decide which path I'm on. I'm kind of at a fork in my road.
Oh, okay.
One of my thoughts was, okay, so these are several people together. It would be at a home. Maybe somebody has a dog. Maybe if there's a fight. I know, like, if in different times, if I've raised my voice at somebody, Mason's come right up, and him even being a little dog, he will be right there if something's going on.
Absolutely.
So what if during the fight, that's how he got the marks on his arm? Because I really feel like the marks, from what I know about between bear attacks, different, like how a wolf will kill, dog bites, things like that. I really think they're dog bites.
Okay.
I want to see the pictures of the actual, because I've been a first responder for years. I cleaned up many accident scenes. I have many patients, so I that have been run over. I gotta see some of the photos of the injuries, not the autopsy
Yeah,
itself.
we have them.
Okay.
I'm just reading this as a preliminary thing. Reed's boyfriend appeared. Okay, so here's my thing with this. This high profile attorney who's defended murderers before, he has the autopsy that says, it details why the guy's eyes are black and that these are surface abrasions on his arm. It's not surface, they're abrasions. Abrasions are not the same as like cuts or slices.
Okay, listen, an abrasion, easiest way to describe an abrasion is road rash. Those were
right,
not
calling it
road rash on his arm.
Yeah, but they're not calling it. They made a point in court to say
there's a big difference between animal attack, bites or scratches, than brush burn or an abrasion.
I don't know what's wrong. I think it might be some shit I took. Not anything good. Because my mouth is so dry.
Well, okay. Pause for the cause and everybody take a drink.
Yeah. I've almost drank my whole drink. So the Reed's lawyers realized that according to Proctor's original affidavit, in February, that's a good word to say, 6 months earlier, February, March, April, May, the lead detective said he'd arrived at Reed's parents' house in Dighton at 4:30 p.m. Okay, this is Proctor going to Reed's parents' house.
Karen's parents' home.
Right, but I was listening to something earlier and that kind of goes against it. Anyway, but the Reed security footage, as well as the Dighton police report, showed those times were wrong and that Karen's SUV was actually towed closer to 412. All that'll come later.
Okay.
What they're trying to say is somehow Proctor had 72 minutes to take part of the taillight because her taillight was broken. Take part of the taillight, run back to the crime scene where there are still, CERT, SCRT is there. There are it's crawling with people, okay? Because I think this was like 8 hours later, maybe 11.
So 11 hours post finding him in his state alongside the road.
Right. And so
they're
this
still doing crime
lead
scene
detective,
investigation.
oh yeah. Well, so the lead detective gets the piece off her car somehow because they impounded it and goes to the crime scene, plants the red tail light, pieces of it. I guess he somehow took care of his footprints in the snow, you know, so nobody see it, and counting the people around him. And so they're saying that that's what framed Karen, is not Karen. That's what framed them. They were framing Karen, is what I meant to say.
So that indicates that they are dirty cops, so to speak, because they were trying to frame the wife rather than the other law enforcement deputies or law enforcement officials that.
Yeah, they're saying I don't know how to say it. They're saying she did it, but they really are just covering up.
Right.
By putting the tail light there. Right.
So she's their patsy, so to speak.
Yeah, their scapegoat.
Yeah, Proctor's helping them cover. Proctor's friends with the owner of the house. And I think he might have been friends with John. I'm not sure. So anyway, this will make sense. What did you say, BTim? Come up here if you want. Because the reason they said the dog fought with another dog, but first rule of being an attorney, never ask it. I'm sure he's going to say, you don't know the answer to. Better not to test the dog for defense. Well, they're saying the dog attacked 2 people, and I've never read that the dog attacked people. I thought it was other dogs. Okay. Jackson officially joined the defense team. Boom. He began looking for evidence that would back up the alternative theory and exonerate Reed. So
to back up an alternative theory. So they have what? They have the truth and they have a primary theory and a backup theory.
Yeah. And because I'm pretty sure as much as she had to drink, you know, the blackout drunks that they really don't know, I think that's what happened. And
and that's the other thing, the searches that they talk about, the web searches, the Google searches, and then her deleting of everything.
Yeah.
Wait. They're amazing attorneys, and they are really pushing to test the dog. Why do you think? Well, they don't have the dog. I mean, there are suspicious things in this, but you have to think, one, it's just, they're so hard to know which order to do this in, but.
No, you're doing okay, Heels, because I'm getting what you're saying. There's lots of extenuating circumstances that should make you go, and not just what Karen has done, but the other people that surround this. Like the law enforcement official that you said went and got a piece off of her car and put it back at the scene.
That's what they're saying.
Like that.
That's a theory that's part of the theory that the defense has.
But the magnitude of cover up that would have to go on to make this work. I mean, the coroner wasn't even from that town or county, was she?
The medical examiner, no, he wasn't from that town.
Right. I mean, the magnitude would have been. That's a lot.
I'm gonna grab some water. Hold on.
So. Exactly, Selena. That's one of the things I was thinking about is if this dog might be part of law enforcement, there might be. Oh, it's not. It's just a private citizen dog. Okay.
Yeah,
that answers my question.
Yeah, keep asking questions. That's good.
So it was not a canine. It was just somebody's pet.
Yeah, it was a pet. I think they said it was trained, but it wasn't one of the canines for the law enforcement. Hold on.
I think that there was a lot of drinking going on, and I think she did black
A lot.
out.
She had 9 drinks in like
That would put
couple
me under
hours.
the table.
Oh God, that was just getting started. Like,
Yeah,
where's
that
the
was-
after party? Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm. That's why I thought heels, because of how much she had drank. That was one of my reasons for thinking maybe she didn't remember that she
Right,
threw her
blackout.
body on top of herself on top of the body. Yeah.
Yeah, she did that to, she didn't say keep him warm. I forget what she said. But yeah, one instance says she took her shirt off and got it, but I don't believe that. I only saw it once. Okay, so the attorney is hired on, Jackson. He has a theory. Then they go over the Google search on McCabe's phone. Is that what BTim was talking about?
Yeah. Yep. About how long it takes food to digest and how long somebody can survive.
Right. And that wasn't really spelled out. It's like she started writing it. It was all fucked up. And then it's like,
and there was a tab. She was using another tab.
Right.
And it was a resumed Google search from something prior.
Yeah. It showed up at 2:20. That they're going to have to explain that one. But what they're saying is once you open a tab, that the timestamp is when you open it, not when you keep typing, to show your searches.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't buy that, but not the
and
way
Laura Lee brings up a point that I was going to head to with the snow. That could reduce the cold, could reduce some of the bruising and the swelling and that type of a thing.
Oh, yeah. The lividity, I think, as usual, you see this all the time, but they said he had bruises on the back of his hands, but he was laying on his back, and I'm sure his hands were like down.
Oh,
so that's where the lividity would have gone.
I mean, or even if he were splayed out and like hands above, I can't do it, the hands above the shoulders. And they were facing the ground, like at the top of the hand were facing the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That would cause it. And because the blood is going to pool to the lowest point. So if he were flat on his back, everything that we're facing.
It would look bruised. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. That's like Kendrick Johnson's face because he was upside down so long.
Yeah.
His face did look like, and the top of his chest looked like somebody beat him. And that's lividity,
Yeah. I've had patients that I had to pronounce, and they had been laying in that position for hours and hours and hours. And
but
right.
he wasn't dead, so I take all that back. I take every bit of that back.
Oh, you're right. He wasn't dead. That's right.
He died at the
alive in the snow.
He died too shortly after arriving at the hospital.
Yeah. So that theory, if you're going to throw somebody in your front yard and you're a cop and I don't know what you're thinking when you do that, but I would think if he wasn't dead, what if he gets up and walks to the neighbor and tells him what you did? You know what I mean? Like,
what if they're successful at warming him? That's generally what happens in hypothermic cases, especially when they've had other sorts of injury. They don't make it through the rewarming process.
Right, but I'm saying when they in theory put him out in the yard.
Right. What made him stay down?
No. Why wouldn't you make sure he was dead? Like, what if the guy's not a medical, he's a cop. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to throw somebody out there, you'd want to make sure they didn't get up and go tell someone that you just beat the shit out of them.
Right.
And threw him in the yard, so he wasn't Like they didn't make sure he was dead. They didn't go, oh, he's dead. Let's take him out, drag him like they're saying, drag him out here and leave him in the,
We'll leave him in Joe Schmo's yard because
he was kind of between. Yeah.
He got pissed off. His kid pissed me off a few months back last summer. So I threw beer cans in his yard. So now I'm gonna throw a dead body there next.
Yeah. Well, now I'm not saying this happened. I'm just saying it's another option. If he got in this fight, like they're claiming, and he was hit and knocked out, they could have just put him out thinking he was just, that he would come to. I don't know.
What if they thought the cold would finish him off?
That could be too. And nobody else was around. He's going to lay there. They didn't know how hurt he was.
Hey, BTim's
you can break someone's nose and have it go up into the forehead, and it could kill somebody. I mean, it has happened.
Heels, BTim's in back chat.
Oh, God. Okay, don't tell the whole story, though, because I got it all planned out.
Oh, I'm not.
We'll do it together. But you turned me on to this, and I was like, why is nobody talking about it? Let me put our names.
Well, also, like, I think Turtle Boy did a test with, I think it was 64 feet, and he did, and it said that it went 26 miles per hour, and he did a test on a clear, sunny day with the roads dry, and, like, he didn't do the test when it was snowing. So when he did his test, he could only do a maximum speed of 14 miles per hour. But I'm thinking that maybe the reason why it went faster is because there was snow on the ground, and maybe you needed to do it at more accelerated speed to get through all the snow because it was a pretty bad day.
But if there's that much snow on the ground, that's also going to cause tire spinach.
Yeah.
You're
and
like,
you say she made a 3-point turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Being that drunk.
Well, I don't she has tickets. Yeah, that's what it said in a news report like a year ago. It was talking about how she had some issues with driving.
Yeah, I just didn't get the 3-point turn thing. I think it might even be in a report.
Yeah.
So on April 12th of this year, Jackson submitted, that's the attorney, a 92-page affidavit to the court, laying out the defense team's theory in detail. Reed's attorneys knew it would help their effort if someone in the media started paying attention. Reed that to me, an affidavit to the court, laying out the defense team's theory in detail. This is what we think happened. That there was more than meets the eye with this case. 5 days later, okay, let me tell you something. 5 days later is when Turtle Boy came on. This article says 5 days later, their wish came true. After multiple news tipsters told him to investigate the O'Keefe murder, Aidan Kearney, a blogger who goes by the name of Turtle Boy, sat down in his Holden home, surrounded by his young kids. He's got to describe everything. Both Kearney and Reed's defense team say they have never been in contact with one another. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's been an allegation by Tro Mafia that they've been this is their allegation. This is not my allegation. There's an allegation that Turtle Boy and someone from Reed's camp has been in secret communications. And
I don't doubt it.
And that they've been.
I wouldn't doubt that either.
Yeah, they've been using a special app. I forgot the name of the app. That's just like is a lot of other people like so you can keep secret messages type of deal.
Yeah, I forget. But listen, this is what it says.
WhatsApp or whatever it is.
What's that?
Not WhatsApp. No, something else.
Okay, stop, everybody. So what it says, listen, both Kearney and Reed's defense team. It doesn't say.
So is that one attorney representing both
of them?
Because
both
it says
Kearney
both
and Reed's.
Kearney and Reed's defense team.
That's what it says. Both Kearney and Reed's defense team say they have never been in contact. And this article was written in September of this year. Been in contact with one another. Kearney, the controversial figure behind TV Daily News, says he knew immediately that this was the kind of story. So he puts the story out at midnight, whatever. Let me tell you something, and this is me talking. I had that blog for almost 4 years. And I had a couple of them blow up. Like, I got a bunch of hits. I never went viral on any other, like, I think it was Twitter where it blew up. And so he's saying the next day after he wrote his article, when no one was talking about the story, nobody, that it just blew up. Everybody in the town started talking. The media picked it up. Yeah, no, that's why I think he was hired. And then that attorney, their email lists are incredible. And so, you know, I mean, the stories went out and people started covering it, which that's, you know, that's what they do. Kearney's story laid out the theory that Reed's lawyers had presented to the court, alleging that McCabe had planned the idea in Reed's head that, so they're saying Jennifer McCabe, I assume, right, Tim? She's the one that planted the idea in Karen's head that she might have accidentally run over O'Keefe.
Yeah, that's a new. Yeah, but and it's different in the statement though. It's like
Right.
she was like asking a question, could I hit him? I think also she stated something about a snowplow. Could a snowplow hit him?
Right. That's
Yeah.
yeah. But
Well,
this
and
is for
absolutely.
that right now.
Listen, if he were left, depending on where he were left, and there were a snowplow that were to come through that area, absolutely that could come into play.
Yeah,
It happens out here more times than people want to realize.
Mm-hmm.
What, they find bodies on the
Sometimes somebody will have maybe broken down and gone walking, and then maybe like succumb to hypothermia, and they stay. That's why you're supposed to stay with your car in the wintertime out here.
Okay.
You're not supposed to get out and walk.
So this 92-page thing is what started everything. Karen Reed is a completely innocent woman wrongly charged by corrupt cops.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone found the 92-page document? Because I was been looking for this 92-page document, and
I haven't found it. I was hoping
I haven't found it
And
either.
a lot of people have been looking for this 92-page document, and no one has found this 92-page document. So I like to make that clear to everyone.
Okay, so right here, I'm going to do this. Let me make sure.
Yeah, because I looked for it
Okay.
today and yesterday too.
So do this. It is that one. Share. Okay, so let's listen to some of this.
Okay.
Get to,
Mm.
Can
get
y'all
to
see
this,
it before I
to this
start playing it?
Yep, it's good.
point where you were like, "This is what I'm doing. I'm 100% in this. I'm doing this."
Well, the story happened about a year and a half ago. I remember I saw it on the news, and a lot of people saw it on the news up here. Death of a police officer usually makes news like that. His girlfriend's arrested. You look at her bio on LinkedIn, and she's got, it all together. She's like a college professor, works at Fidelity. It was 15 months later on April 12th. And this made small headlines around here on local TV stations. Not much, just a blurb about a filing in which the defense was apparently accusing somebody inside the house named Jennifer McCabe, the sister-in-law of the homeowner, of Googling how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. She would have no reason to do if she believed that John was at home in bed. And so,
Okay, on this, real quick, so I don't forget while I'm doing it. Jenn called John's phone incessantly until like 3 a.m, I think. So why was she, if she thought they left, why was she looking for him? You know what I mean? Like she said, she just thought they left, but you're still looking for him. I would love.
How would you know that anything happened?
Yeah.
Lead to him not making it home. Like, it's like somebody saying, "Yeah, call me back. My battery's fully charged." You don't say that. You say, "Hey, just FYI, if you're going to call me back, my battery's almost dead. You might not get me."
Yeah. No, well, he never answered. I mean, and then she deleted all the calls. So anyway, he mentions that 92.
that caught my attention immediately. And I said, if that's legitimate, then we have a murder cover up with like suburban cop family, a wild story. So I went online and I read the entire 92-page affidavit about
Where? online did he read? 92 page. Does he say affidavit?
Yes, he says affidavit, 92-page affidavit.
Wow. No.
I mean, if I would love anyone, please give me that 92-page affidavit. I'll take it from the glare. I'll take it from anyone. Give me the 92-page affidavit. I would love to read it. I'll take some time to read it. Send that to me. Anyone.
Has anybody checked Pacer?
Right. I think Sleuthie Goosie has downloaded every single damn document to this case.
Yeah.
I looked at that thing. She has like every motion. She has a timeline of events, the calls, the deletion of calls, emails, everything.
Yeah.
She has
I didn't see
everything.
emails.
No, not emails. I mean, like text message, like
Yeah.
timelines of text messages
Right,
and stuff like that. Documents, everything. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Right. And I didn't see, and he's saying it was on the news.
Yeah.
See, listen again.
With like suburban cop there, a wild story. So I read, I went online and I read the entire 92-page affidavit about this case, and it had all the police reports. It's got all of the Celebrate data extraction of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone and John McCabe's cell phone. It showed that John was inside the house, ascending and descending stairs. At the time, he was allegedly killed by Karen.
Okay, so what he's talking about. It's
Where
not
is
a 92-page affidavit. He's just talking about this, what we have. Like, I don't know how many pages it is on these documents, but I think that's what he's talking about, you know? It's not just one.
Oh, you mean the whole thing is 92
Mhm.
pages in total, not a 92-page affidavit.
Right.
That's all
It's more than that. Here, did you ever see Sleuthie Goosie's?
Yeah, I have it up here. I'm going to show it in a minute.
Yeah, like look at how many documents the defense has
Yeah,
filed.
but
It's
he's
more than-
talking
read.
about.
So it was
But he's talking about in April. A
Oh,
lot
okay.
has happened. Yeah, there's been a lot since April. So I think he just saw, I don't know what he saw in the first documents that told him this was a murder cover-up, but okay.
and I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. They had evidence to back up everything they said, and I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder.
These are really well-connected people in town who had a lot of influence and a lot of power, and just didn't want to see their family members go to jail. So they, threw the body out on the front lawn after beating him up in the house, placed him directly where they last saw Karen Reed waiting for him to text her back.
Whoa.
And just said, well, we'll play it off like it was an accident. Maybe she didn't know.
What?
He's making a lot of factually
Get used to that.
statements.
Yeah.
Like,
Get used to that,
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
he's
used to
saying-
that.
He's saying all this went through his mind in April.
I
But-
watched this interview happen, and all I could think was, "Oh God, he's going to get hit with a lawsuit next," and then bada boom.
He's
bada
gonna go to jail. He's going to
prison,
jail.
not jail.
And guess what?
Prison.
When
Yeah.
he does, what
Maybe
they
she won't
did
go
to him is, well, they took all his electronics, all of them.
Right.
And see, Jackson is not his attorney. So there's no privilege if he had message. Everybody knows this, but if he had messages back and forth with him. But if there's any shady shit, they're going to find it. And I think they wouldn't have gone that far if they didn't already know, I think they know that it's like all a big show.
Yeah.
And he went from, I think he had his Facebook shut down when he had like thousands of followers. I don't remember why. But he's very controversial, and he was getting like 1,000 hits on his YouTube. Maybe his blog is popular, but blogs are hard.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to get a blog going. So
he's across.
He's making things as facts that this is what actually happened. He's not making it as like, well, this is he needs to chill out. Wow.
Oh, this is
In
nothing.
trouble for it.
Oh,
It's just a whole.
What he's saying here is nothing next to what he actually does to people, calling them murderers, going to their school games, calling them murderers.
Yeah, I played that today, and I was like, wait, why would you go to a school's sporting event? They are students. What are you doing?
Well, because he took a
How's
little
that
bit.
not crossing the line?
Yeah, Well, he took a little bit more. He was able to do it. Chasing, who did he chase in the bathroom? It was at the urinal.
I think that was either, I thought it was the DA, or something like that.
With
Yeah,
his head out, talking to the guy, asking him if he knew what went on.
Yeah, and that's the actual one of the videos they requested when they did the warrant for all his electronics.
Oh,
That
he'll
video.
get, yeah, but they'll get everything.
You know,
No,
they took all the pieces of paper in his house. They took all his cell phones. They took everything, and they are looking through a lot, and they're going to find something, and it's not good. And he said like the warrant was for the last 6 months. So anyone that's been talking to him for the last 6 months,
Since he read the 92 page.
yeah,
Yeah. See, I think they suspect because all those cases I did before, this is part of like what happens. Like they find, and I'm going to just, nothing personal to him, but they're useful idiots. I mean, you make money. Money may not have exchanged, but look at his popularity.
Mm-hmm.
His views went up. He's making money now.
Oh yeah, he's jumped even since his arrest. His views, his sub count has jumped.
Well, people love to watch tragedy. They're not going to help him out, but they love watching tragedy. How many felonies?
Shit show sells.
How many felonies is it? Like,
I think he's facing 8 conspiracy charges and 8 intimidation of a witness and 1 conspiracy charge. The conspiracy charge is when he had a person look up someone's register, like license registry, for him, who was like a fan of his.
Dispatcher.
Yes, dispatcher. Yeah, and then also the 8 conspiracy ones each have, I think, for a murder trial, each have from 2.5 years to 20 years. If it's not murder, I think it's 10 years in jail for each one. So he could face up to 10 years. Let's say, let's give him 90 years in jail. If it's 20 years, he's probably facing some say 110, some say 160 years in jail. Depends on I think he's probably going to do a couple of months in jail or a year.
Oh, I think, I don't know. I mean, when
I think he'll do some time. They're going to make an example out of him.
I wish they would. And I'm sorry.
They're going to.
That's what I think.
He did the Molly thing. He kept going and going, thought he was getting by with it, and then he went too far.
He was calling the police officers' family and calling them and leaving threatening voicemails. And I was like, are you kidding me?
These are witnesses in front of a federal grand jury. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I don't know. Do you, Tim, or anybody? What are they looking for? Because it's not about this case. This case has already gone to the grand jury.
What'd you say? Sorry?
But people are testifying to a grand jury, a federal grand jury right now, or they were, and that's what they're saying. He's intimidating them. And I don't know what that jury's trying. I mean, what case is it? Corruption?
I didn't get your whole question. Sorry, I didn't know what the premise. I was distracted for a moment. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, that would end up being like witness in interference.
Right, it's intimidation. But see, right now there's a grand jury going on, a federal grand jury.
No, he broke intimidation because he literally was advertising on his channel about how he was getting rid of witnesses and how witnesses weren't showing up and his pressure campaign was working. He actually said that. He was actually celebrating that on his channel. So he definitely did witness intimidation, and he is going to jail. The Glare doesn't believe that. He thinks a jury's not going to convict him. I like to differ. He's going to jail.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He'll probably plea. But what my question is there's a grand jury right now, going on right now, and all those people are testifying in front of this grand jury. It's not about Karen. Now, Turtle Boy says they're investigating corruption. I don't know. I don't know what. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, has he proved any of his statements?
No,
I mean, he stated Proctor grabbed glass and put it all over the place, but he hasn't proved it. I mean, that's the problem with him. He's just making statements that are just his theories is stating them as facts. He hasn't proved it.
Right.
The only thing
Well,
that
that's
came,
not hard. Well, that's not hard to prove, but
yeah,
okay. So nobody knows what I'm talking about. There's a grand jury right now. They're investigating something. And I don't know. He keeps saying corruption, but these same people that were in the house are the people that are testifying in front of that grand jury.
oh, okay,
And I would like to know, what are they investigating?
And
yeah.
how does he know this information?
What is it?
How
How
does he
does-
know this information?
I don't know. It's something that they keep saying. So I don't know if he's intimidating them for that purpose or for Karen Reed, because they're witnesses, I guess, in her case. You know, I don't know.
Hmm.
Like, why I have to, I think it was over with that night when she pretty much said she did it. Her tail light was broken. Turtle Boy and Jackson are upset because they didn't go into the house, you know, get a warrant and go in and search the house.
Yeah, but
I'm
you're gonna
not-
have to have a warrant to search a house. You can't just walk into someone's house because
Right. No, even getting
Right.
the warrant, the search warrant, they didn't do that. They didn't even
Yeah.
try. So I guess my guess is because it was over with. I mean, she had already said,
I mean, yeah, I mean, basically,
Yeah.
you have a situation with a broken tail light. You have argument. You have basically a woman who claimed, "Oh, could I have hit her? Could I have hit her? Could I have hit him? Could I have hit him?" You have
well,
like
she
him
did
being-
say, I hit him.
I hit him. Yeah, well, she was stating it was more of a question, just like
No,
you
there
know.
was, yeah.
I know. Her defense is that. I mean, it's like, you know, my cousin Vinny. You know that's
Right.
I
it's
love
just
my
like that. It's like
Yeah.
it's the
I
same
hit
thing.
him.
I hit him. I hit him.
Is
That's-
that from My Cousin Vinny?
No, like remember they were like doing like the interrogation of the two guys, and it says, "Did you shoot the?" I shot the shop owner or something like that. And it was like more of a question, but they
Oh,
wrote
yeah,
it down
yeah.
like it was like a statement in like a
Yeah.
confession.
That
And it's
show
like-
was so good.
Yeah. So, yeah, she did the My Cousin Vinny defense where it was
Yeah.
just a question. It wasn't a statement.
Well, see, even at the arraignment, she's like, her attorney says, well, you know, it was an accident, unfortunate,
Hmm.
over with. When that's what they thought. Why would they go in somebody's house?
Yeah, and there's no blood trail leading to the house to to the spot.
Yeah.
You got all this, so there's no and like what judge would ever grant a warrant to go into the house?
Yeah, it
I
was the
mean-
guy getting out of his car. She ran over him because they had an accident, or not, they had an argument.
Yeah.
That's all it was, which,
This is as bad as Mooley going after Dre McRae and, calling police departments and wanting investigations reopened
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
we all know. I mean, this is just another version of it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I
Well-
mean, I get them. I understand why some like people are like, well, he could have been beat up in the house and whatnot because
yeah, there's no evidence of it. None.
Like, but I can understand why people would just because there's a lot of information.
That's a whole made up story, though. It's
Yeah.
like,
Right, but Heels, a shit show sells. Everybody loves a conspiracy. And that's all this is on a bigger scale.
right. But
Yeah.
I mean, like realistically, let's say you sat. Let's
For
say
him.
we were gonna. Let's say we were gonna take the people in the house to a grand jury, and we had to present evidence to convince a grand jury that these people are guilty of murdering John O'Keefe. Okay, all they have is a search of 227, suspicious. Let's just say that. Let's give them that, and an
That's
Apple
pretty
Walk, that is inconsistent with the GPS on the phone location. They have no other physical and a supposed altercation with Cullen. Meanwhile, there's another witness statement that it wasn't even like a fight with him and O'Keefe. It was a fight with like a friend of his or something. Another friend of his had the confrontation with them. But what say you give them like the altercation, the phone, and like the phone data and the search from that other lady? That's not enough to convince anyone in a grand jury that these people are guilty of murdering John O'Keefe.
But
So-
I think they have more.
I mean,
They
do they
always
have
do.
one? No, I'm saying, no, I'm telling you, like, people who are on Turtle Boy who think that the 10 people in the house covered
Oh,
up
yeah.
a murder. This is the only thing they really have of like substance of evidence they have. Unless there's like something else, like some sort of other
Well,
statements
they're
or something.
trying to make it up. Like when they want the dog, they want the
dog bites, yeah.
yeah, the other people that's a dog. I didn't read other people. They're saying this. I heard it was other dogs, but and so the prosecution is saying it's bullshit. Nobody said a dog was there. Nobody said those were dog bites. You're fishing.
Also, O'Keefe is like has made state. I think witnesses have stated that he left before John O'Keefe was there. They left earlier. I was reading on what?
Who left earlier? McCabe.
Colin.
Oh yeah, he left before. Yeah, everybody said that.
Yeah, and basically, like, he couldn't be the one beating him, because that's Turtle Boy's allegation. That's why he's going hard on him, because he believes he's the one that's initiated the confrontation, and then the dog just started attacking him, John O'Keefe, and then the other gentleman, I forgot the guy, the bald gentleman who was like on that police show. He comes in and he beats him up, and they knock him out, and then they say, oh shit, he's dying. Let's throw him into the front over there. Front over here where exactly the area where Karen dropped him off from. We're gonna walk all the way there with this body, this 6 foot tall man.
And like the snow wouldn't have left a trail.
Yeah, no trail, no blood pattern from the house. They clean that up. Less than an hour, they clean up the whole blood spatter of the house and everything as they all leave. And,
right, but nobody searched the house.
Yeah,
so we don't know whether there was or wasn't.
No, the autopsy did not show he was severely beaten. I'm sorry.
He died of hypothermia.
He died of hypothermia, and the eyes are a result of the wound from the back of his head.
Okay, so she was on, and I would have to find the clip, and I can. But when she did an interview, she was very meticulous about saying that John got out of the car and he was walking towards the front door. And she said, and I remember because it was so cold and he forgot his jacket. There's something in that. You know what I mean?
Was he found with a jacket on?
No. He had on a t-shirt and a shirt. No jacket.
No jacket.
So why, like, when someone gives that many details about something so horrific, you're adding stuff like the jacket. She's wanting him to know he didn't have his jacket on. It was 18 degrees. So unless he took his coat off, and I'd have to go back and look, they have surveillance from the bar when they left, whether he had a jacket on. Because I'm thinking, those don't look like dog bites to me. Even if I were 3 and didn't know shit, those would not look like dog bites to me.
I disagree.
Yeah. See, they don't to me.
I haven't seen them, but I'd like to.
Okay. I'll put them up in a minute.
Yeah. Some people have said, I've heard people say,
because I've experienced both
dog bites, and I don't think they're dog bites, but there are people that say, oh, this could look like dog bites. So I understand.
I fully believe they're dog bites.
So I would like to see his shirt, because the dog because the way the marks are, if it was a dog, it would have taken his shirt and, kind of shredded it. But if he had a jacket on, I don't know, a dog's nails, could it penetrate? You would think it would be a heavy jacket, right?
Yeah.
But if he was only in a long sleeve shirt with a t-shirt with a long sleeve shirt over it,
yeah,
a dog could go through that easily.
Yes, very.
No, I'm talking about with the jacket on.
But
I don't believe he got out of the car, period.
Oh, you don't?
Okay. He got out of the car. Okay, so it was his right arm, or it was his left arm. So if they were fighting And the glass was broken, right? The cocktail glass. I don't know if it was a thick one, a thin cocktail glass. What if she broke it? Just throwing out a theory, maybe. What if the glass got broken? He gets out of the car. I'm trying to figure that out because I kind of think it looks like somebody trying to, get your arm away and you've got a piece of glass. Like if he was reaching in the car.
Yeah, to be honest with you,
I don't know about the jacket.
Yeah, I don't know.
Clothes were saturated with blood.
Yeah.
And a headwind would bleed profusely. So they would have seen blood all the way from the house.
Bex made it. Let me get back up there, Bex. Autopsy found several abrasions to O'Keefe's right forearm, 2 black eyes, and a cut to his nose, a 2-inch laceration to the back of the hand, and multiple skull fractures, hypothermia as well.
Laceration? I didn't see lacerations in the pictures.
That's what they're.
I've seen the photos. There was no lacerations on the back of his hands. They were bruising.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Wait. It says back of his head.
Yeah.
Back of his head. Oh, okay. Yeah, there was one laceration in the back of his head, 2 bruising on the back of his the front part. Not the.
I'm sorry. A 2-inch laceration to the back of the hand. And multiple skull fractures.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Where are you reading it?
It's Bex. It's up a ways. It says here, I'll read it again. Autopsy found several abrasions to O'Keefe's right forearm, 2 black eyes, a cut to his nose. Excuse me. A cut to his nose, a 2-inch laceration to the back of hand, and multiple skull fractures, hypothermia as well. And Laura Lee, I see claw marks and canine bites also.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the photo. I don't see any cuts on his hands, but maybe my eyes are not that good and this photo's small. Maybe I got to read the report. But
okay, well, the other part of that is, what if it's a case that somebody rushed through an autopsy because it's a coroner that, and they did a crap ass job in it. There is that possibility.
Not for a cop. I mean, this is a cop. Well, they would probably take their time with a cop. This is a high priority case. This is not like some drunk on the side of the road. This is an actual cop. They wouldn't rush that.
And that raises some questions for me, what she just read, though.
Yeah.
Just look at the photos. I'm just saying the photos.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Can you send them to me or somebody send them to me? Because you're not.
I don't have it. I'm trying to look for it, but I don't have.
BTim just put a link to him in the back chat.
When seen on his arms, I don't see hands.
Let me look at the other photos. But anyhow.
Can you share?
Yeah, let me just give me a moment.
Okay, because I don't know what's going on right now. I can't find my thing. There it is.
It won't kick me if I click this link to go look at these photos, will it?
It might.
Well, maybe you. I don't know. Maybe you.
I'm on my phone, yeah.
Maybe it doesn't.
Well, I mean, you can come right back. Don't worry about it.
Just copy and paste the StreamYard link before you go.
Yeah, I think Court TV goes through it. Medical examiner conducted through the autopsy of O'Keefe, and he actually goes through all the injuries. And then there's doctors that actually discuss the injuries themselves and what their opinions of them are.
Where was that? Court TV?
Yeah, Court TV. I have
they're
it.
so biased in their reporting on this. It's not.
Yeah, but they're not for the dog biting. Let's just say that much. They're actually holding to it. It could be a car. In this Court TV about a month ago. Here's the episode, and if you go to, let me just drop it in the back.
I just dropped the link.
Yeah, if you drop it, I dropped the link. It's right there. And if you go to
hold on, are you putting it in back chat? Because here it is.
Yeah,
okay.
And if you go to 19 minutes and 33 seconds, maybe 19 minutes and 20 seconds.
It's the one you posted too.
Yeah, just posted the YouTube. It's like a YouTube video from Court TV.
So the
And-
second one.
Yeah, the second. Yeah, the second. The one I just did. Yeah.
Something to claim.
We shall see. All right. Big thank you, Dr. Priya Banerjee. Appreciate.
This
You
is
want to
her
go to
car.
19? Yeah, you want to go to 19 minutes and 20 seconds for the medical examiner to go through the autopsy report and discuss the injuries.
Okay, so right here, they're saying after all that happened, this is like 5 a.m. She's backing out, and they're trying to say her car hit the other car, and that's how the taillight broke.
And I don't believe that.
I've never seen anyone believe it. Like,
Yeah,
except them.
I don't believe that either.
Well, here's
your
the
time
thing.
tonight. The rest
If
of the
that
crew
was
is
the case-
staying with us. We've got more evidence to go through piece
Listen.
by piece tonight as we try to figure out what happened.
19 what?
19 minutes and 20 seconds. 19
If
minutes.
that
and
were
20.
the case, you would have seen the taillight on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they
And if that car looks like it's one of the newer ones that would most likely
In this case,
have a
let's
car
listen.
alarm on it. So the minute she would have hit that, it would have set the car alarm off on that other vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is they go through the actual autopsy
Excellent.
Oh,
report.
now I can see them.
Yeah, they go through the autopsy report, and these are doctors, like medical examiners. And I'm not a doctor, so I'm just relying on what I hear on court TV and the courts. So
okay. Y'all can see court TV right now, right?
There's a
yes, I can see it.
Okay.
On January 31st, Dr. Irini
These are the wounds.
Some of them. There's more on the arm.
Right.
Scorti-Bello from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. The doctor advised the troopers that she observed several abrasions to the victim's right forearm, 2 swollen black eyes, a small cut above the right eye, a cut to the left side of the nose, an approximately 2-inch laceration to the back right of his head, and multiple skull fractures that resulted in bleeding of the brain. Dr. Scorti-Bello further
Would that make him, would he go unconscious?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would
Absolutely.
Yeah, he would have been
Absolutely.
unconscious with those kind of multiple skull fractures.
Yeah.
And honestly, probably what kept him alive for as long as it would be the fact that he was out in that cold. That's probably what kept him alive for as long as it would have, because it would have slowed everything down.
Yeah.
All right.
Also,
advised-
probably contributed to his death, because then you have the risk of clotting and all of that, and then you know what happens, the catastrophic damage that happens when you throw a blood clot. So anyway, sorry.
What's so weird
That
is the
just
amount
doesn't
of
look
blood.
like a dog
Oh,
attack.
go ahead, Kathy. I didn't hear you.
It just, I don't know, that would have to been a really vicious dog to attack him. I mean, that,
Okay, well, you tell me what part of the car is going to do that to him.
Well,
that's
That's the $1
I
million.
That's
That's
what I
the
mean.
million. That's the $1 million question.
How
was-
fast
If we
was
knew,
she
if we knew
going,
that, we were.
supposedly?
If we knew that, we would probably tell the defense or the prosecution.
Because
Well,
his
but-
injuries don't match up to somebody going 14 miles an hour.
No, he was going. No. 26.
24 or 26.
26.
26 miles an hour, and it was that's what it's, and it's just like 60 something feet, 3-point turn. They're basically stating, and the reason, and then I believe Turtle Boy went to the scene and tried to do an example of it on a
Not
sunny
to
day.
Yeah.
But the problem is that he did it like he only got up to 14 miles per hour, and he messed it up. He says, but the problem is that he did it on a clear sunny day. Wasn't a snowy. It wasn't. There was no snow on the ground. It wasn't the same conditions. So
Well, but we know it happened because they have her data on the
Yeah.
clock.
No, but that's how he was. He was trying to prove. He was trying to say it's impossible for the
Well, she
car
did
to
it.
go 26 miles per hour. That's what he was trying to prove
Maybe,
in this scenario.
Right,
I'm not
they
trying
had
to sound
the data.
morbid or anything, but maybe he got drug a little bit.
Who knows?
Maybe
I don't
that-
know.
Yeah,
That
but
could
he
be-
doesn't. Those wounds, to me, just my opinion, looks like somebody is slashing at him. Like,
Yeah.
make them get their arm out of the way, or, you know what I'm saying? To me, it looks like just slashes. Although the very first two at the top, and I'm pointing, I know you can't see me, but the two side by side, the first two that are spaced like an inch, it looks like.
Up on the bicep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then next you have two of them right close together. Like,
right?
it's weird, And then you have the jagged ones and like pokey. I've been bitten by a dog and it went in. Like it didn't
they're
drag.
punctured.
Well, those lower ones do look punctured, in my opinion. The ones that are down on the forearm, those first, or they would be the last three if we started up on the top as the first. Those do look like punctures. And then I look at the bruising up above. That looks like somebody grabbing onto that arm. Also thinking maybe, heels. Now that I'm looking at this, I would agree that's his left arm, right?
No,
No,
it's his right arm.
that's his right arm.
Right on.
So that would, in a car, if he were a passenger.
No, if he was like out of the car, like he got out of the car because they got in a fight, right?
Right.
I'll just go ahead and throw it out there.
Yeah, I knew that.
Get out. She's pissed. She's psycho. Hits him in the back of the head with the glass, like whatever glass that he was seen walking out of the bar with. So they.
Well, generally those are plastic. You can't get out of a bar with a glass. When they do
that's
glass,
what they found. They didn't find plastic.
But yeah, it was glass they found.
It was glass.
Oh, okay.
And that would make sense with
They found.
Let me finish. So, because it's crazy, but I know crazy women. Okay.
Well, I think I've chucked a bar glass at a guy a time or two in my life. So
No
I don't find it that
So
crazy.
No comment. No comment.
She breaks it on the back of his head, right? And he gets out of the car and he's like, "You're drunk, let me drive you." I don't know. That would be a pretty bad head wound. But he reaches
Bitch, fuck
in.
you, go home and go to bed. I'm going in to party with the boys.
Yeah, so if he reaches in or he gets out, I don't know. The only way the right arm, her slashing it, would be if he reached into the car on the driver's side, because the jacket's gone. Like she had to mention the jacket. So she would be going through just, like going through the jacket, going through his shirt to his arm. I don't know. That's just something I'm thinking. Because I don't get how the hell the headlight, the blinker, what is it called? The back. How it hit him in the back of the head. And that was it. And then threw him up 12 feet.
Slash makes a great point. Wouldn't the coroner have tested for canine DNA to
Yeah,
verify if
and
it was
they said, yeah, and they basically did not see it was canine DNA or anything like that. But maybe I'm going to play devil's advocate. Maybe they weren't looking for it at the time. Maybe they didn't have that theory.
Yeah, the theory
separation.
Like
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe they never tested for it and it was like somehow, but a quick question is that if this is your key point and the defense truly believes these are dog bites, why are they not trying to get some sort of canine expert, some sort of expert to say, well, this is definitely dog bites?
Oh, they did. They got the deputy medical examiner, Schrader.
Okay.
In California, this attorney is very familiar with the medical examiners. I think I forget the county. I looked it up when he said it. So he sent him a picture, because the medical examiner doesn't have his arm. And the medical examiner said, yep, looks like dog bites to me.
And he's got to testify to that under oath?
From a picture?
From a picture, yeah.
Hopefully he's going to be, if he's going to swear.
Guys, listen, Southern Princess seems to have all the answers and everything that's right. So then Southern Princess, come up and join the conversation rather than jabbing at us.
No, I don't want what? No. Police dogs don't bite and tear. And
okay.
Yeah, they usually grab.
Out in the field, I treated several suspects that were bitten by a police dog. And they look nothing like that. And they were just German Shepherds.
Yeah.
Okay. Who are the dickheads?
They were puncture wounds. They look nothing like this.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. All the dickheads no dickheads that are mocking Patricia. I don't know why this always happens, Patricia. No dickheads. Okay.
So should I leave the panel?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So what was your...
Don't you dare leave, BTim.
you were saying that if a medical examiner looked at it, Joe Scott Morgan did look at it, and he said, I would need to see the shirt.
Yeah, that's pretty important. But did they throw away the shirt? Because sometimes they cut open the person's shirt and they just kind of get rid of it. Did they keep it for evidence?
They have they were asking for it and
Yeah.
right at first. So I don't know, but they said it was covered. They made a big deal because one person, a witness, said it was saturated, and then somebody else said soaked, and that was a huge deal. I mean,
And that comes down to semantics, because you and I, Heels, could both look at a shirt and I could use the descriptor saturated and you could use the descriptor soaked, and it means the same thing. It's all about perspective.
Yeah, and I'm not a medical examiner. You know what I mean? Like, what difference does it make? But a head wound, I think all of us can agree, bleeds like a son of a bitch, right?
Exactly. And drinking alcohol, you're going to bleed even more.
So where is wouldn't he have to be standing up? Because they took 6 solo cups with blood drops. And I don't know, there's nothing that mentions he was in a pool of blood. Have you seen anything like that? Anybody?
No. I've seen that the shirt being, I read that, the shirt
right,
being,
but how would it's in the back of his head.
Yeah.
So
well,
maybe
probably from his arm or from his arm.
Okay, so if it's saturated
or bled, because they're
look at the other end of that, Heels. Those look like great big punctures. Those last 3 look like really big punctures. And you got to remember, you've got your
2 of them do, right? Those
on the forearm.
Those 2 definitely do.
Now, a question. Why would the multiple medical examiners basically look at that and say, no, those are not bite marks? You have the one on court TV on this one that's going to say, like 3 of them are going to say, no, these are not bite marks. You have the medical examiner from there. I mean, the conspiracy theory can state, well, the medical examiner's in on the conspiracy. Okay. Why would an outside people from court TV, who, by the way, like to talk about conspiracies, they would love for this to be dog bites. Why would they be like, no, this is not dog bites?
Yeah, Vinny is all about this conspiracy.
Yeah. Okay, and they listed this as abrasions in the autopsy, not a puncture, not a deep laceration. So they look like maybe they're just surface.
That's
what I mean, not deep. You know.
Yeah, an abrasion is not a slice.
That's not an abrasion either. But anyway.
Okay, so let's listen.
Troopers that the victim's pancreas was a dark red color, indicating hypothermia, was a contributing factor to his death. Dr. Scorty Bello opined from her examination that the significant blunt force trauma injuries occurred prior to Mr. O'Keefe becoming hypothermic, as evidenced by hemorrhaging in his pancreas and stomach. Mr. O'Keefe had arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center with a body temperature reading in the low 80s. The doctor opined that the extensive injuries to his head likely rendered Mr. O'Keefe incapacitated.
What does all that mean?
I can't stand Vinny. Oh my God. I've tried to find him being funny, like to put him in some of the videos. He's never funny. Like, he never makes a joke. You would think he does, but he doesn't.
No. We like Vinny. Don't strike us, Vinny.
Don't strike us, but I don't like you.
I'm just saying,
no offense. I don't like you.
Pause game on point.
He doesn't even make mistakes. You know, like you could get clips of something silly, or he looks kind of silly there, but open your eyes, Vinny.
Let's bring.
So I don't know. Did he read about the arm? He didn't.
You're missing. Like, no, he was about to have the medical examiners talk about on their arm. See that woman on the bottom? Yeah, not a little more.
See that man? I'm in love with that man.
Okay. Oh, me too. Me too. That's a silver fox.
What does all that mean? Let's bring in our experts. We've got a great panel tonight. In Cove, South Carolina, expert witness from the Alec Murdaugh trial, currently Chief Deputy of the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office. You recognize him, Dr. Kenny Kinsey of Kenny Kinsey and Associates. Joining us in Barrington, Rhode Island, board-certified forensic pathologist, Dr. Priya Banerjee. In Jacksonville, Alabama, forensic death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, host of the very popular Body Bags podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan. And in Salt Lake City, Utah, retired police commander, host of Profiling Evil on YouTube, Mike King. Whew, great to see everyone. Guys, I'm just going to go ladies first. I'm sorry.
Okay, I have to stop it for a minute for fair use. If y'all want to see a good
Channel.
show on this, Mike King did a really good.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
I watched his channel, but I didn't see it that particular episode. I do watch like a couple of his videos once in a while.
Yeah,
It's
he
a
broke
great
it down
one.
pretty good.
Did you say Mike King?
Mike King from
Profiling Evil. Yeah.
And these people, why they're on here is because it's like an advertisement.
Absolutely. I mean, no.
Yeah.
I mean,
So they're not all that interested.
Start with Dr. Priya Banerjee. We just went through these autopsy results. As you listen to them and you look at the results here, is it consistent with someone being struck as someone is backing up a car?
Well, I think, it really depends on the body conformation, the body position, but potentially that forearm could be a pattern from the car, from a car parked. But I think really what it shows is that, that's not typical for a dog bite. Usually you have like the canine punctures and then small marks from the.
How about a canine scratch?
I still think that's less likely.
Gotcha.
I've seen various dog bites, and I think, if you mean canine scratch from his nails or from his teeth, maybe from the nails, but I still think they're too close together.
Yeah, that's weird. That's what's so weird is the way they're.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're the same size. Go ahead.
Honestly, that looks like a mouth that bit and a set of paws with that maybe a dog nails that are a little bit too long and they clawed and then they went back for a second bite and clawed again. Like he had something in his arm that, or like the dog went after him. Maybe, I don't know, but.
Wouldn't it be like more like more tears? That looks a little bit.
No, like. Okay, so I'm going to use my example of Birdie. You know how when if I'm on a panel and she comes up, she'll take her paw and rake it down me, and I will have perfect lines down the side of my leg to line up with the claws on her.
Oh, I don't know. I don't see it, but I've seen other people, other people say it's, but I don't see it, but I understand why you say it.
Yeah, but see, their theory, the problem with it is it's alphabet soup, or it's just soup, because so Colin, it gets in a fight, although the autopsy, the medical examiner says there was nothing that showed a fight.
Yeah, you would have more bruising over your body if like two guys are punching at you.
And a dog.
Yeah, and a dog. Unless they just one gave him one good punch or something and knocked him out and he hit something and then the dog started chewing on his arm while he's on the floor. And
how about the multiple skull fractures?
Listen, wouldn't it be better for the cops that are covering up this whole fucking murder? Wouldn't it be better just to call 911 and go? Then they could cover up the
right.
Yeah, they could say he came into our house drunk and he attacked us.
Shit and I hit him.
And I hit him. And most likely the other guy won't testify against them. That's what I said. I was like, most likely this guy will not testify against other cops because he's a cop. And he'd probably keep his mouth shut and say, hey, I just was
it's just a drunken fight.
Yeah.
Drunken fight. I came to his house. I had 9, this guy came to our house. He started shit with my 18-year-old son. Let's go with Turtle Boy's theory. 18-year-old Cullen and whatever. I don't know how old it was.
Colin,
at the time it was 18. I think he's older now. But obviously he's older now, but that's kind of a dumb thing to say, but he's older now. But yeah, like he, I don't know why it wouldn't make sense to me.
Yeah, they could just call 911. Look, get him help.
And, we're going to commit murder.
They think, let's throw him in the yard.
They're going to throw away their pensions, everything they've worked for, all of that.
And in that time span, from the time they found him to the woman from the fire department questions Karen. They did a Cait. They did a something 12, which means they took her. She was going to go home, but then they put her in the ambulance and did it. It's like 5150 or whatever they do in Florida.
Right.
So that's where she went, supposedly. That's what's on the report.
I mean,
Okay.
I just.
I forgot my question. Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead. Yeah. So, so they're questioning her. Nobody has taught. I mean, would they really arrange with the fire department to? Because they're saying that. Oh well, that woman's a friend. That would be so much easier just to call 911.
Yeah, in that sort of time, they sure got a lot of people to go along with their story.
Did they also then go
Well, actually,
around the
they didn't
neighborhood?
find him for 4 hours. I just thought about that. Okay.
Do you think?
Kim,
Do you
my
think they
bad.
went around the neighborhood and checked for any ring cameras or anything like that?
They did.
Well, no, I'm saying if these cops did this nefarious act, wouldn't that have been caught on somebody's ring cam? And then that's relying on a lot of people to not speak up.
Well, not only are you relying on the people in the house not to speak up, but Proctor, the other officer, has to cover up the he's planting evidence. Then you have the medical examiner, who's probably, he's also part of the conspiracy. Then you have the DA, probably he might be part of the conspiracy. I don't know. You have a couple other cops are part. Their accident reconstruction people are part of the conspiracy because they're the ones that ruled that like they've said that he was hit. So at the minimum, you're looking at what, like 15, maybe 20 people part of the conspiracy, and
Right,
10 of them
their spouses,
their spouses, and I mean,
kids, all of that. Like, that's
is there a GoFundMe? Is there a GoFundMe?
No, so what if it was just something way simpler? Like, because it is weird to me that Jenn kept calling him, and Brian, is that his name? The owner of the house, he never came out. This is a dead cop.
Yeah.
You usually have got 100 cops coming to a call like that, right?
Yeah.
There's a dead cop. It's a big deal. He didn't even come out of his house, according to.
Well, that doesn't look good.
No.
I mean, it seriously doesn't look good, but
it could be simpler, is what I was saying. Like, maybe he was so drunk, he did go to the door, and they said, dude, you got to leave, because whatever.
Yeah, but the phone data says that he's never entered the house. So I don't know.
Well, they said he never entered the house, so that's out. Because I'm just thinking, what if what is Jenn doing? And she was the one wanting them to come to the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the one that invited them. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know why she's.
And also, Karen Reed changed her story. She said that at the first story, she never saw him enter the house. And then the second story, I believe, she stated she saw him enter the house. So
she did?
Yeah.
I thought
she changed her story twice.
Okay, let's listen to some more.
That's not good.
The multiple skull fractures.
That's really where the money is. That's the really most concerning part. The skull is not going to fracture without a significant impact. So whether he's hit somewhere else and falls and hits his head, or is run over and that's causing the skull fractures and the laceration, you're getting the black eyes from blood draining from the inside. It's not from being punched in the face. So really, we call those raccoon eyes. You see that, like it's a medical term where emergency personnel, anybody who deals with trauma knows, oh my gosh, this is a critical injury because there's a basilar skull fracture.
Yeah,
the base of the skull is crushed. And all that blood's leaking down.
Oh my God, that just reminded me of something.
Yeah,
When
I've seen
John
raccoon
Bonet-
eyes. I know exactly what she's talking about, and that's what I was going to say. Those black eyes, that doesn't mean anything about a fight because all that the skull fractures would cause that. I mean,
okay. So what happens if what if it's something pretty simple that the dude had several drinks, he was drunk, it's winter, there's ice, he slipped and fell.
No, her tail light's broken. Her taillight
Yeah,
was broken.
her taillight
One
broken,
back.
and she has damage on her car, like minor
There's
damage.
data.
Well, unfortunately, then that does lead one to believe that she may have backed over him. What about look back at Athena Brownlee, the FedEx driver? He hit her, or he thought he hit her, or there were those kinds of comments. What if out of anger she fucking threw it in reverse and backed over him?
Yeah, that's exactly what I
that
think.
party.
That's what.
Yeah, but you know what? And Slash says the one single fact that makes me think there is a cover-up is Jenn McCabe Googling how long it takes for someone to die from hypothermia. Well, I mean, she Googled it multiple times, and I think that the process.
She Googled it once, and it was.
No,
it's like she wrote it in there and then did something else. She never hit enter.
Yeah, I think
she corrected it, but it was it was later, I think.
Yeah. Also, she did it multiple, times because basically the statement is that Karen Reed came there and asked McCabe, Google how long it takes for someone to die in the snow. Yeah, and also what was weird in the search, right when she's asking that, is how long it takes to digest food or something like that.
Yeah.
So that tells me that's kind of giving me the image that maybe she used a pre-existing tab that was open, but
thought, what if with the taillight, when she would have pulled in, had there been a broken, you would have seen the reflection change on that fence or with the other vehicle.
Right. It's after this. So let's finish.
That in and of itself can be lethal. Obviously, he survived a little bit for the rest of his body to be stressed in the cold weather. And those hypothermia findings are non-specific. Like we see them, we don't. But all in all, I would have to agree that there was an element of hypothermia.
Joseph Scott Morgan, what does your gut tell you on the level of these injuries and the allegations here that there's a drop off and then she backs into him with the right rear part of the truck? It's an SUV.
Yeah, this SUV, I think that it's significant. Also, you've got a broken tail light that's in play here.
Oh, we're going to get there. We'll get to the tail light.
I didn't mean to. I'm not intending to bury the lead here, Ben. But this is significant because one of the reports reads that he was holding a glass and that they found shards of glass that may have been embedded in the bumper. And back to the doctor's point just a moment ago, relative to these injuries that you're seeing, one of the things that we look for in pedestrian strikes with motor vehicle accidents is we look for something called bumper marks. Generally, you see them on the leading edge of a car. If somebody is standing erect and they're trying to cross the street, one of the things that you see is that they're struck, generally around the knees, that sort of thing. Then he doesn't have any insults. It sounds like really inferior to his hips. Everything is kind of taking place up above that. It would almost give you potentially the indication that he was in an asymmetrical position relative to this vehicle, with this vehicle potentially towering over him as she's impacting him. I think that that's kind of significant. And the
What did he say?
Okay, so
asymmetrical position.
He would kind of be downward and the vehicle would be upward as she maybe he bent over, squatted down to tie a shoe. The other thing I was thinking about the bumper, what if he got pissed and chucked that glass at the bumper? Fuck you, chuck a glass, you know what I mean?
And then the glass ends up, because I think they found the glass on the under the tire, in the ingrained in the tire.
He said the bumper.
Yeah, and he had no injuries whatsoever from the waist down. So
And
there's
a
no
lot of
way he was
people that are
standing
struck-
straight up.
Listen, a lot of people that are struck lose their shoes. Even if they're well tied on,
He lost
they
one.
lose their shoes.
No, I think he lost both and they found one. Or he had
Correct.
one.
It was the bumper. You're correct. My apologies.
Yeah, they said it was embedded in the bumper, but
You're correct.
so he would have been kind of bent over toward, because the blunt force is on the back of his head.
Right.
So how would he be in the road? How? Because
Maybe the force hit him in the front and then knocked his head backwards.
That's a great thought.
Right.
That's the sad part. And like, the glare said to me like, oh, it was grass that he was found. I'm like, well, you know what happens? Do you know what happens to dirt during the winter?
Yeah.
The ground, it freezes. It's
Like
hard.
it was snow.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that's gonna probably be hard, probably if you hit your head.
Yeah, well, if he hit his head on the cement
or the grass,
road.
It could have been a curb. There could have been a curb covered in snow too.
Yeah, that's true. That could make sense. Let me see. 34.
But what broke the tail light? Was it his head?
What if it was the glass being
the injuries that he had, the multiple skull fractures? He took some shots to the head. That's not going to happen just from him falling, hitting his head.
They always find those are like, okay, this is a horrible example, but like an earthquake, like the aftershocks, they'll find other fractures that you don't see, but they're under the scalp. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it causes like a chain thing.
I think his position. Yeah. So there is kind of like a curb there, not like a big one, but like a little one there.
Well, and that's all. Listen, that's all it would take is between the two forces. And if you go straight down, oh man, that can be a really hard one.
Like if you're swatted. I think the autopsy also said he had internal damages. Doesn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it says he had internal. So if she did hit him, like he was walking away, knocked him off his feet, you know what I mean? And then he hit his head. Because otherwise, how the hell did he hit the back of his head with
such force that caused that, because that's the thing that probably got him. That's the main thing that must have got him out, because he's on the floor, he's unconscious, and probably Karen Reed. I mean, that's why I was like, I was a little surprised.
My question, how did he get 12 feet from the road onto the grass?
Well, and that's the other part, you guys. Moderator brings out two good points. The tail light was broken at her family's house. It's on security cam, and those marks on his arm, and not from asphalt, especially with snow on the ground. Like there's no way that could be caused.
Yeah, those aren't like brush burns from road rash. That's definitely not road rash.
See, I think there's a lot. Those autopsy photos were not supposed to be out. Somehow they got that shit, and then they shut it down. So I think they know what caused that, and as long as the defense keeps trying to blame the dog, you're not gonna get it out of the defense that it's something else. That's what they want the public to believe. But I have a feeling the prosecutors to charge her with murder too, that they know exactly,
Now, Cait says, backed into John's car when she left in the AM to go look for him, but they have CCTV footage of it, and it looks completely intact to me. Yeah, that's the thing. But like, the thing is, you have to prove that, like, because like everyone keeps on saying like Proctor.
No, it doesn't look. Yeah, I agree. It looks completely intact. I have slowed it down, put a little mark, how the tire is when there's no movement whatsoever on that car. So that's just.
Yeah. And also, if you're hit by 26 miles per hour, you might fly. You might fly if you're hit. But I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, the other theory is the only other way you would explain that taillight broken is that
he landed flat on his back, I guess.
Yeah. With such a force that could have done that to him. So
the head damage could have been a combination, or it could have. But she hit him with the tail light. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Like, what part of his body hit the tail? Hit the tail light.
Well, I would hope that the reconstruction.
Oh, they're gonna know. Yeah. Well,
I mean, we don't have that report, unfortunately, so they would probably know better.
Yeah, we're not going to solve this shit.
Yeah. Like, I have no clue.
No, that's what I love about doing this is all the shit we think. Then there's the trial, and the prosecution just lays it all.
Yeah.
Like everything.
You're right. Okay, listen. You wouldn't fly if you were down low and you were hit. Think about center of gravity. You're going to roll. You're going to get tumbled. What if she hit him And then he got drug under the car.
That's what I said. That's why I said. That's
Oh, you
why
mean
I
like
asked
he's
earlier,
forward
did he
and
get
then
did he
he's
get dragged.
Yeah, so he's like forward, he gets hit, and he's like dragged under the car, like back into like the last position he is, and then and then he gets let go, and
Because
she drives
remember,
away.
okay,
I
so
wish we had
yeah,
a
think about it.
has
There's
any-
a 3-point turn in there at some point. What if she
Yeah.
got him like what if that's
Yeah, and
Good
then
point.
basically that explains the bruising,
think-
like the marks on his arm, basically
Yeah.
because maybe he was under something under their car, or him scraping on the concrete or something. Maybe that's how it happened, and the bruising and maybe that's what happened. I don't know, but that's
Rapid
They
speculation.
said he had no injuries from the waist
Snowflake.
down, so he wasn't hit by the bumper and taken down.
Yeah.
Well, but they did say he had internal injuries.
No, I'm saying injuries from the waist down.
right.
If he would have got taken down by the bumper, it would have came up, maybe knee, maybe a little above below, but there would be some kind of injury on him, and there wasn't any.
They said he had internal injuries.
No, I'm not saying internal injuries. I'm saying from the waist down.
Yeah, there's
He
no
had
waist
no
down.
visible injuries.
Yeah,
Right,
there's no
it wouldn't
bruising
be
on the waist
visible.
down.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have to be visible.
If the bumper
was
took him
internal.
down, it would have left a mark. It would have left some
Mhm.
type of injury.
Yeah,
Well, that's
there would have
what
been
I'm
an
thinking.
impact mark.
But what we're seeing, okay, hold on. Everybody just stop for a minute. Let me tell you what. What we're seeing is the photo they want you to see. There could be other autopsy photos,
True.
but we're not going to see them because that team somehow got a hold of them.
Yeah, and they released them to basically push their
Right.
defense. Basically,
Right.
oh, he was attacked by a dog and he was beat up. You're only seeing a selective few, so there could be more. What Heels is basically saying, there could be more in the autopsy photos that the defense is purposely not releasing, so that they can create a narrative and basically taint the jury pool that will jump in there. Basically,
Yeah.
Think about
I
this,
think-
you guys. If there's that camera that has caught things maybe across the street from the home where this happened, don't you think they probably have the whole thing on film?
Mm,
Mm,
I'm not remembering. Someone had ring footage, but they're saying that something's wrong with it. The defense, the prosecution. Yeah, we should listen to
Awesome. Yeah.
listed all of his injuries. So let's finish.
Scratches on the arms. I'm fascinated by this because it's cold weather, Ben, as you have well stated. He would have had layered clothing on, Ben. So this is not something, these injuries, I know the head trauma requires a tremendous amount of force, but this could very well be consistent with almost a rollover type event where the vehicle is running over him to generate this through a layer of clothing. However, we are absent one key piece here. We don't know how he was clothed at this point. So that's going to be significant.
That's going to be significant.
We did. Does Vinny not know? I mean, he had on his t-shirt and a shirt. And forget what kind of pants and a shoe.
Again. All right, let's take a look here, Dr. Kinsey. Evidence found near O'Keefe's body, okay? So he's in that front yard area. The snow has fallen down. As Joseph Scott Morgan was saying, they located a broken cocktail-style glass and multiple patches of red that appeared to be blood in the vicinity of where the body had been located. The Canton officer secured the glass and 6 blood samples from the snow as evidence. We also have to note that his cell phone was found underneath his body,
Right.
not in a pocket, but loose and under his body. Dr. Kinsey,
So
putting the pieces together that we have so far, what is it telling you?
weird.
Well, Vinny, I got to agree with the fine doctor and certainly the professor. Both of them have great points. And looking at those injuries on the victim, things I noticed was their uniform and they're very symmetric. I'm agreeing with doctor and professor. I believe we may have the victim down, and I would start looking for something under that vehicle that can make those injuries, because they don't look like an animal injury to me. And certainly they are uniform to the trained eye. So I'd start looking under that vehicle and see what kind of evidence I have. And maybe they have that. Maybe that's what they're banking on in this, but that is where I would have started.
Okay, Let's take a look at the Lexus SUV, Mike King. They observed fragments of broken glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle. The rear right passenger side taillight was shattered, and pieces were observed missing from the red and clear areas. On the right side of the rear tailgate, a deep scratch and minor dent were observed. On the right side of the rear bumper, above a small red light, 2 scratches were observed, and one area where paint was chipped off. Does that sound like that could happen from striking and killing John O'Keefe?
Absolutely. And I think that's the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about, is the fact that there is physical evidence that supports that there was a collision between that vehicle and some object, and his body happens to have a whole bunch of damage to it. I'm a kid from the Utah mountains, Vinny. I know what it's like in the snow, and I know how easy it would have been for him to slip or fall and that car to roll under him. And I'm really looking forward to what forensics they might recover from underneath that vehicle. Doesn't look like dog bites to me, and it certainly fits the scenario, but they got to answer the elephant in the room. How did that broken glass get there? How did that cocktail glass get embedded in the bumper? How did that vehicle end up leaving the scene of an accident? Because I'm sure they're going to be able to compare that broken glass and that vehicle together.
All right, let me throw a little.
I have a question. I have a question. Could it be possible, and this is just a conspiracy, I have my tinfoil hat on, could it be possible that he slipped on ice, hit his head, right? She does the 3-point turn, not realizing she's running over him, like just going over him, pushing him in. And she never realized that she ever actually like hit him or anything. And that she's basically, full insurance at purposes, had no clue that she did that. And that's why she believes in this whole conspiracy of the cops, because basically everyone's feeding her this idea, and she never has no memory of ever hitting John O'Keefe. And actually it's all like kind of some sort of tragic accident where he just slipped on ice and she accidentally ran over him when she did a 3-point turn.
That sounds like the best Occam's razor we've heard in a long time of wild speculation.
Yeah, I mean, that could explain why she's basically like believes this story about, the police are in on it because everyone's feeding her this story, and she's just kind of grabbing facts because she has very vague memory because she really doesn't remember ever hitting him.
Cocktails that night, and now he's gone. Think about the remorse that she could potentially be.
Yeah, I mean, it could be both things are right. She could be innocent, and she could have done it in a way, like she couldn't accidentally had no intention of actually hitting him with the car, and she just accidentally hit him, and then kind of both sides are kind of right, and it's just in the middle. I mean, that's kind of a crazy
I'm sitting
theory.
here talking and talking and talking.
And you were muted.
Oh no! Oh my God! I had so many important things I said.
Okay, you gotta say. You can say them again. I can shut up.
No, I forget. Okay, for one, I'm gonna sound so stupid. Okay, so a 3-point turn. I don't know what that is. See, everybody's quiet because it's such a dumb. Like, I can visualize what I think it is.
You're gonna laugh, but I
40 years ago.
I got y'all. Okay, so here's the 3-point turn. So
I Googled it.
you are driving forward, and then what you do is you need to go back in the opposite direction. So it's a legal U-turn because you make 3 points to it. So you're gonna go this way, you're gonna back up, and then you're gonna proceed forward. So you're essentially making a U-turn, but it's a legal U-turn because it's got 3 points to it. Now think about it. That 26 miles an hour could have been straight back, and then whap, he got hooked up underneath of it. Those things on his arm could have been ice, rocks. I forgot about how sharp snow actually is as it melts and turns into ice. And I mean, honestly, it's
so she could have done it actually accidentally.
Yeah, and maybe he slept and had no actual, never saw him, and that's why she really believes that the cops did it, because the defense and all these people are feeding her this narrative, and she really does believe it because she doesn't have any memory of actually hitting him and never had any intention of actually hitting him.
And she might go to jail for a very long time
because she's buying that.
I think she would be better off with a jury just to say that.
Yeah.
I was drunk. I blacked out. I didn't know I hit him. I just realized when I woke up, he wasn't here. All the reports, like without all the bullshit, that's what it sounds like. But I don't know how they would get to murder 2 from a 3-point turn. But that would make sense.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense.
Well,
Cait,
go ahead. Sorry, BTim.
Cait said there was like 20 people now, so I think there was like 10. But probably because if you saw the snow, it was pretty high out there. There was a lot of snow out there. I saw like a video of like the snow. It was pretty high. So maybe they just all kind of rushed.
Later. They had a blizzard, like a record-breaking freaking.
Yeah, and I seen people saying that the tow truck drivers claimed to not have seen a body, which
the
wouldn't
plow
surprise me. They wouldn't have seen. Yeah, the plow.
There's
that wouldn't surprise me at all.
I can tell you that multiple times. My grandfather worked for the highway department, so that was in the summer. They did the part of the road construction. In the winter, that he was responsible for keeping parts of the mountain road open. And animals get hit on the mountain a lot of times. There have been times that he would hit something and it would throw it up and over. There's a big section that you don't even know. You can't see it because it's it's just like a little bit of a whiteout as that plow is hitting the edge of the road. So depending on how fast they're going, how much snow was there, I mean, it easily could have thrown him up and over into. Listen, he could have laid in one spot and then got hit by the plow and thrown into another.
Yeah, I've never lived or traveled anywhere where I've ever seen a snow plow.
Okay. Well,
I grew up in the mountains. That was snow plows for days. We had winter forever.
Well, we will.
Yeah,
I will take you on a trip. I will do it for you because I'm close to the canyon. I will take you on a trip where we follow a snow plow through Wind River Canyon.
Yeah.
It's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
So there was a mist of snow already by the time they're saying he plowed. So is he trying to pay attention to so their new thing was there was a Ford Edge sitting in the same spot they last saw Karen, and somehow that's part of the conspiracy. That's why the snowplow guy didn't see John's body. It makes no sense to me. I mean, when he's plowing, is he throwing it left and right? I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
I mean, is it the plow? Is it a huge?
It's got a big thing on the front of it, and the plows are shaped kind of. I mean, sometimes they're one blade, or sometimes they can be 2, and it throws the snow way up and over, way up and over.
So he could easily have been thrown up there, either by the impact or the snowplow guy.
Cait says he said he noticed the car there where John's body was and didn't want to plow it, so he was looking. That's what Turtle Boy. That's their theory. I don't know what the prosecution said I thought they said no one plowed that night. Have to turn around in the middle of the road and have to do it 3 times. He saw a Ford Edge car.
Do it 3 times. Okay, she's telling me what a 3-point turn is.
Yeah, pretty much. But you could just Google it and watch it on YouTube. That's what I did.
Do not. No, you don't turn around 3 times. It means that there's 3 parts to the turn. You're headed north and you need to be going south. So you're going to turn like northwest, and then you're going to back up to like southeast, and then you're going to go south.
How many panel guests does it take to figure out what a 3-point turn is?
I was
answer 4. The answer's 4.
Why don't you just say
it was 40 years. It's been a lot. Well, actually, I was up 16 when I took the test and did a 3-point turn. That was a long time ago.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They, whatever. So let's go back to this.
I kind of like my.
Curveball, everyone.
You what?
No, you can play it. You play it.
Well, no. What do you like?
I was about to say I kind of like the thought process. Like I really do now think that's what I stated.
Happened.
Yeah.
And then the plow came by
and just kind of
sealed. You know how to go over a car? I mean, why would a car stop him?
Why was she going 26? Probably my guess, and this is just a theory, maybe like drinking a little bit too much, and also the snow kind of like slowed her down. Maybe like she needed to gain more speed for traction in the snow.
Well, and that was going to be my next question. Was it a case that the tires spun, resulting in an acceleration up to 26 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Or did she actually, you know, you're going to need dry pavement for that. Otherwise, you can easily, especially with an SUV, you can roll it, tip it on ice. In like, so my thought would be that if she hit a patch of ice and she gunned that, that would result in the tires spinning, resulting in a quick 26 mile an hour flare of the accelerator, you know.
And that's why Turtle Boy's test was not good, because he did it in not snowy. He did it in like sunny,
you
dry.
Have to recreate you have to recreate the conditions.
Yeah, and he did not recreate. And he did not. He tried to do a 3-point turn, but it was a sunny. The roads were like completely clean, and he only was able to go 14 miles an hour with that. He tried to do an acceleration at 64 feet or something like that.
Well, then that would explain, if you were to add ice to the equation, you could get a bigger acceleration if the tires spun, because they were trying to grab grip.
Yeah.
So they have snow. Y'all have snow tires where.
Well, I mean, some people drive with snow tires, some people don't.
Well, they have either. We're supposed to have either all-season radials or snow tires. Some have snow tires.
It says,
but there is different tow trucks.
I googled.
Hold on, Kathy's saying something. Hold on.
There is different sizes of plows, of trucks that do the plowing. So don't even know. Do we know what? Did they use the big? The big full size.
Yeah, and I googled how much snow. I just googled. It says 30 inches.
That was from the blizzard that started like that morning. By 8 p.m. the next day, it was like full on shitstorm or snowstorm.
Okay, and my thought on why not manslaughter? Why is it murder versus manslaughter? What if it's an upcharge so that they can get it pled down to manslaughter? Actually,
or it's just
that's what I thought.
Or it's just politics where they were like, oh, she just killed a cop. And we need to fucking.
When it comes to
there's that too. There's that too, BTim.
Or they have evidence that we don't know.
Exactly. Something's got it, because they upgraded them charges, and I don't know. Right.
The grand jury. They took it to the grand jury. That they recommended it. It's not like the cop said.
There's got to be more. There's got to be more.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. They have something that the defense is not going to tell us about. It's exculpatory for.
I guess we're all going to have to meet back here for the after-school trial special.
Yeah. When will the trial be? I hope it's soon.
All right, we have to.
Here's Karen Reed's defense attorney showing another piece of evidence that they uncovered. Take a look.
The taillight was intact when she left Brian Albert's house. She came home, and this was Karen leaving to begin the frantic search for John.
I'm going to slow this way down. Well, not way down.
O'Keefe. Now, I don't know that you can see it from the video that you have there, but there is no doubt that when that SUV comes into contact with
the light didn't even change at all. Like the nothing with the
It went from there were the white part of the reverse lights went off, and then it was just the brake lights as she had to apply the brake to shift into drive, and then she pulls off. So watch it, because you'll see it's more white than it is red. That's the white of the backup lights, and then it goes to solid red. That's when she kicks it out of reverse into drive. Watch.
On O'Keefe. Now, I don't know that you can see it from the video that you have there, but
there is. See how white that is? Now watch.
I think it's her.
There's no doubt that when that SUV
There's where she
comes,
gets it into drive.
Right.
Because look at the red.
into contact with what is John O'Keefe's vehicle parked in the
Yeah, and she had
driveway.
on her brakes. She had her foot. What is wrong with that window? What
It's
is
just
that?
by fogged up.
That's not fogged up.
I can't tell. Kathy's hiding it for me.
Is there a message up there?
Kathy's part of the conspiracy. She's working with
Yes,
the
I
police.
am.
Look at the window.
Is that a shade?
Maybe. You
One of
know?
those
Oh, I bet
window
it is
shades?
a sunshade.
Okay.
You can
Now
see
look at this is where it was broken, over on the side.
the that
That's not broken. That's not broken.
Yeah, it doesn't look broken to me.
So that white,
Wait a minute. let me
rear
look.
tire
Ooh, there's an owl hooting out
video
here.
that you have there, but there is
Oh, it's the
why is
seat.
she
Look at
looking
that.
back? Don't they have the reverse? Don't they have the,
She's not looking back. She's looking forward.
no doubt
she turned what?
Oh, well, I mean,
left
even if you have a review camera, you still look back.
video that you have there, but there is no doubt that when that SUV comes
Okay. Consider this. She knows her tail light is broken after she hit him, right?
Tinfoil hat you're doing
No,
now.
well, she would have looked at her. I mean, it's
I mean,
look at
if
the
she,
damage
if,
on her car, and then
listen,
she goes, oh,
if
shit.
she knew, and then she looked at the back of her car, yes. If she didn't know that she hit him, she
No.
wouldn't have a reason to look at the back of her car. So,
But is she doing this on this camera?
On purpose, you're saying,
On
just to
purpose.
cover up her tracks, to basically give herself a plausible deniability. Hits the back of that, and then when she goes to that place, she keeps on saying he could have been hit by a snowplow, to basically make it look like, oh look, he could have been hit by a snowplow, and then make a plausible deniability on the damage in the back of her car with this video.
Right.
That's basically what you're stating.
Right. That she knew. So now she has to, like, is that his car or something?
Yes, that's his car.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
into contact with what
Go ahead.
it looks like she's backing out of a garage.
Yeah, she is. I don't see
And I
this
think
on
that
here.
with the windows heels, I think that's the seat that we're
It's a
seeing. Because
reflection
look
of
at
the
it.
seat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a reflection, yeah.
So
what is John O'Keefe's vehicle parked in the driveway.
yeah, when it goes a certain distance, it looks like something's covering it. And then
You
it doesn't.
can
It's just-
see that
I don't see it broken. I'm sorry. I've watched this thing so many times, and this is supposed to be 5 a.m. when she's leaving to go to. Is it Carrie Roberts or did she go to Jenn McCabe's?
Well, she would still be intoxicated.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't look broken.
And it looks like there's
That
about
rear
2 inches of fresh fallen snow at that point, in my opinion, from being somebody who lives in the middle of the snow belt.
Yeah, by 5 a.m. There was like whiteout conditions, according to Roberts, the girl that, or the woman that she called that morning. And they all three went to find John, and they're driving down the street, and Karen looks over and goes, oh my God, there he is, and runs to him under the snow. She sees him, I guess. And so that's weird.
X-ray vision, don't you know? X-ray vision.
Very weird.
tire move.
I don't see. This is the part that was off when they show it up close. Just that little on the side.
Forward.
Okay, well,
It
look at-
rotates.
Okay, so look at it right now. If that part were off, it wouldn't be glowing red. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Because
it's
where
glowing
those-
red around
Right.
here and around
Correct.
there. Uniform. I mean, I don't know. I don't see the broken. I don't see it, but But I don't see a timestamp and date on this either.
I think this is the time when she was going back out to search.
Well,
for
they're
him.
saying that. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're saying it was 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And
So
this
it's
came
pretty. It's
from-
pretty dark out, you know, and I'm kind of shocked she's able to see a man buried in kind of, you know, on the side. The first one to see it, you know.
Yeah, Jenn
Just-
said he was in 6. He was covered, which he had to exaggerate, 6 inches of snow, and she saw him.
Yeah, in pretty dark and you know, bad weather. She's got good eyes, very good eyes, fantastic eyes.
Damn dangerous drunk driving around.
And you also see the light shatter.
This suggestion. That's what they do. Defense.
Where does he see the light shatter?
He's gaslighting. I mean,
yeah.
People say it. You hear people that talk about this case. They'll
Okay,
tell you
listen.
what happened.
If we were to zoom in right now, because you see where her tire tracks ended, you can see where the front tire stopped and where the rear tire stopped because of the two. There ends up being 4. Yep. So that's where the back tire stopped. The front tire stopped a little bit to what would be the second swoosh line. Okay. You would see something over there in the snow. You would see disruption of snow. You would see something red like that because that's a red colored lens against white.
Yeah, that's a
see
big bone of
snow.
contention with them. The tail light is what they said was planted, and proves that she hit him. But they know they have her car. That's what I don't get. They have the data. They know she drove backwards and has a busted tail light, and she was fine with that at first. You know, her big deal was, well, I didn't know it was an accident. But then she also was kind of calculating in that article, you know.
No, there's not an extra set of tracks, Woodstock. Look at that again. That's the
No,
4.
there's not.
That's all 4 tires backing up and then going out.
And there's
From
no
the tail
sign
light being broken.
Oops.
All right. What do you think of that? So they've got at 5 a.m. So this is after the drop off. She has already gone home. Now she's going back to try to find John O'Keefe. That's her story. She backs into John's car in the driveway, and we see John.
Benny, see? He's saying for a fact she backed into John's car. And I don't see it. None of these people see it.
Oh no!
Yeah.
We need to do a poll.
I don't think she hit that car. I don't think she backed into that car. I really
We
don't.
need to do a poll. Heels, can you do a poll?
No, I have no idea how to do a poll.
Oh wait a minute. Wait, let me read
How about
this
this?
comment. This person says that he had puke in his mouth and on his body. I think he got out
Yeah, he
to
did.
throw up at the passenger right
Oh.
at bumper before she backed up.
Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't realize it. Maybe.
You could,
Well,
we
you also
could
vomit
put a
under
1 in
certain
chat.
Huh?
You could do it. Put a 1 in chat if you believe the taillights broke, and a 2.
Who's gonna-
Do that. A 1
Who's
in
gonna
chat.
Who's gonna count the ones? and the
Well,
twos?
you know,
Well,
you'll
we'll just
see.
have an overwhelming majority.
Yeah.
It's 1 if it's broken and 2 if it's not.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Come on, give me some more. What are we saying? 1, it's broken. Okay.
1 if it's broken, 2 if it's not.
2. Okay, good.
I didn't see it.
17. We have 17. I don't know how that is.
That's just a whole bunch of 2s and a couple of 1s.
DB was okay. What happened?
She went
DB
to-
was in hog heaven. Hold on. In
Mm.
hog heaven. I'm sorry, Laura Lee, but that was a pretty good. He did a pretty good.
Yeah, I Dolly Vision, shockingly enough, did a great job. Straight, you know, I was sitting there.
Whoa, I gotta go watch it.
I was
Tim is
shocked.
giving-
I was shocked. I was like sitting there. I was like, wait a minute. Did I
If
wake up
BTim is saying Dolly did something good, I gotta go watch it.
Bizarro World? I wake up and I'm like, Dolly's making sense. He's making sense, and he's
And
actually,
he knew
the case.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, what?
I even questioned when he said John died at the hospital. I was in my head thinking, no, he was dead. And then
No, he died at the
That's
hospital.
right.
He was absolutely right. I was sitting, I was perplexed. I was like, what the fuck? Where did I wake up?
Oh my God, you woke up with a long face like Laura?
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that.
Well, would you think?
Sorry.
That was, yeah, I would really doing reaction videos. Like, he's good at it, you know, because if he
cares. I mean, I think his hate for the glare has forced him to, like, he's like, you know, like he's doing the training montage where he's like got the notes out and he's like, look, just the fuck up with the glare. He's like, I'm gonna get you, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna do this case better than you. And he just starts research. You got PJ in the background pulling up notes, doing the research. It's like a montage.
He did.
Could you imagine that back chat?
Oh, I know. Those
actually
make
could.
my eyes bleed. The people that come on late at night, they're just talking, you know, like, I just can't. But that was good. That was a good show.
Yeah, he did one this
definitely gonna
morning.
have to go watch it.
He did 2 shows on it, and he was going through it. I was just shocked. I was shocked. He did 2 good shows. I'm shocked.
I didn't see the second. I think I saw the first.
The first one, and then he went over the glares thing today. I think it was today. I'm not sure, but yeah, he went through it. Yeah, he was on point with a lot of his stuff. I think Tro Mafia was in the chat. Was like basically, you know.
I saw that.
Yeah.
They did a really good video, but they were kind of, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know
They have a long history with that guy because he's been controversial since 2015. He's got some skeletons in the closet. Let's just
they took his Facebook away.
This isn't his first go round with bullshit and drama.
He's being sued. His ex-partner is suing him.
Yeah, and he's not someone you want to really be on a bad side because he will go for your kids, he says, if you sue him.
I know he says that.
Yeah,
but right now he's got a lot to worry about.
Nice guy.
I doubt he wants another felony.
Yeah.
He looked worried, didn't he, when he was reading?
Yeah, and then I think Tro Mafia said she's going to request the video, the cam footage of the police officers, so that might come out.
And she can get it, the body cam?
Body cam, that's what she's going to request.
Awesome.
You know, but I would take it very seriously. I mean, if I was charged with those sentences, I would keep my mouth shut and I would get a lawyer.
Yeah.
And I would not say a fucking word.
Nope.
Right. And he's telling people, because I've been involved in a case where I was messaging. It wasn't an attorney, but I was messaging. And when they got their shit taken, I was like, oh my God. Because it does make you feel like, because he told people, if you've messaged me, even a text on Twitter, anything, they've got everything. And then they were saying passwords, passcodes. His face.
Oh yeah,
they took his notes, like the papers he randomly writes on the thing. They took pictures of everything. They're gonna look for, and they're gonna bring more charges.
They're gonna.
Oh, he better pray he has nothing in his closet that he might have been hiding.
Yeah, I would be like, I would be worried. Anyone that ever had any sort of secret communications with them, and it wasn't on the up and up, you might be in trouble.
And that's anywhere. It's a DM, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Massa went to court with TV.
Email, text, WhatsApp. I mean, anything, any contact with that person.
And if you think they'll hide a body or, cover up for killing a cop, they'll certainly corruptly, indict him.
But I think they justifiably got him, and he's self-snitched. He's self-snitched on multiple. He's going to jail for internet clout and super chats.
Well, allegedly.
Well, the way
that's my opinion.
When he came out of that courthouse, showed me all I need to know. He's not going to shut up. He's not going to stay out of it, and it's just going to get worse.
But Kathy,
despite his reaction when he came out of that courthouse.
Yeah, but that was before he found out all the shit they took from his house.
Yeah, he was scared. He was scared. He was painting it. He's trying to paint a narrative now. I think I'm hearing. He's trying to save it. He's like scared, and I think he's gonna be. I mean, if I was friends with him I think I'd be worried because he might be snitching on some people to save his ass. Why is
JLR?
Yeah.
Stop your shit.
Why is Glare acting like he is a fan of TV? Well, you know, I mean,
I don't.
Yeah, he said he was hilarious.
They're much alike. They even said it.
He said it was hilarious. His streams. He watched his streams and he thought his streams were hilarious, especially the part where he harassed a small business and said that they put blood in their pizza and harassed a family, like a game, just woman, a witness. Yeah.
You know what? Maybe Glare needs to buy a size. Maybe Glare needs to buy a t-shirt size larger. I think it's cutting off the circulation to his brain.
I mean, and then he went after what was that woman?
I know that pissed me off.
That so pissed me off. That woman who who's like a profiler, a criminal profile. She's she's a little bit I get like her she's like a cup of.
Her last name is Brown for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Pat Brown.
Pat Brown. She's been around forever.
Yeah. Why would you compare Pat Brown to fucking Critical Cait?
Yeah, she gets like 300 views because she's such an obnoxious asshole. But they were being really like making fun of her.
Yeah, like bro, she's just got I know she's got like kind of a personality. She doesn't have the greatest personality, but she's not like a tragedy, like doing tragedy pimping or anything like that.
No,
why are you
not at all
viewing her like that, man?
They were calling her a tragedy pimp.
No, but I'm saying like they were compared. Did you see the photo? Like he was trying to make it look like comparing her to Critical Cait.
Yeah,
it's going through.
Pat Brown has been around for all the big cases. I'm not saying I like her, and she has been wrong about stuff, but she's been around at least the 90s, going on Court TV and HLN. She's
absolutely heels.
She's an OG, and there's Glare.
Yeah, he had some things to say about her.
Yeah, he can talk about what like what she says, but they were getting really shitty.
Yeah, he's just a fool, man. I don't understand why he went after her, because he just doesn't want to admit that. Yeah, maybe I should have not. When I looked into this guy, maybe I should not have endorsed this guy who's just a piece of shit. Maybe I could have just put the caveat that.
Well, Taking Truth endorsed him too, but I don't. I really, honestly, don't think she saw. Well, I mean, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt on that because I've been surprised by people, like super surprised. So maybe that I don't know.
I mean, like the guy puts it right in front and center what he does.
Right, I know.
Videos. I mean, like his recent video. What was it? Turtle Boy's recent video. What was it? Let me just go. Where he just basically creepily posts every video that Cullen put up on his channel, just like just regular
Facebook pictures,
like just videos that the kid put up.
Yeah, that's wrong.
And it's like, bro, this is creepy. Like, why are you doing this on your YouTube? Why are you posting?
Well, and people get by with all this shit on Summer Wells, on Monkey Vaughn.
Yeah, like look at this.
Get away from it. But you're doing this to 2 Boston cops. Well, one of Massachusetts.
Look at this video with what he posted with Cullen 13 days ago. And you tell me, if she doesn't know that he's like I know you believe that this kid murdered, this officer, but there is the kid has not been arrested. He's not a suspect in the case.
Okay. Did you put it in the back? Because I'm.
Yeah, I put it in the back. It's from Turtle Boy.
It's because he knows better than law enforcement because they have to be corrupt. It couldn't have just been an accidental situation where alcohol led to another tragic circumstance like Kylie Rodney's situation.
Of course not. I mean, it's got to be the grand conspiracy.
Right. Instead of saying just the simple thing. So they're using it as an excuse. They're saying, well, he did this because he wanted to get this information out there. He wanted to draw attention. So that's a good reason and he gets a pass to do all the things he's done.
Now,
He
like,
could have got the
what-
case out there without that.
now, let me ask you a question. Like, look at this video. How does this video basically project, like, basically say, oh well, he's a killer, he's a killer, or is this
Well,
just
he's
like,
wearing a hoodie. He's
So,
wearing a
what is
hoodie.
the story? BTim, what is the story here?
well, he believes Cullen is the one that had the beef with John O'Keefe and is the one that is the
Oh,
main reason
This
why.
is Colin.
Yeah, is the main reason why
Oh,
he beat him up. Like, he believes that this kid beat up John O'Keefe, and you know, he's part of the conspiracy.
but he wasn't there, according to everybody.
Yeah, but they're
No
lying.
one there.
You know, he's clearly lying.
Their kick always starts the game. The team must run it back as far as they can while the opposing team tries to defend. Pass or run. You don't want to finish last 4 15-minute quarters to decide the winner. Practice is the key to a successful team. Playoffs is where they want to be. The loser goes home empty-handed, and the winner moves on with the Super Bowl in view. The few will take home.
Okay, this is from Turtle.
Yes, he posted this video 13
I know,
days
but I'm
ago.
sitting here playing it. Is he going to strike me?
Oh well, don't play anymore. Then just whatever. Worst case.
Like, essentially, it's a teenage boy talking about
Poetry and
football. The whole point of
But,
what
like,
happens during.
no one thinks this is like kind of creepy to just fucking do this on your YouTube.
It's very
channel.
stalker-like.
Why would he post that?
Yeah, and then like you're telling me like, you know, Jason didn't know that he
Yeah,
posted
so
this
it's-
shit.
Yeah, so it's not really his video. It's the
Yeah.
he's still okay.
Yeah, he took it from something else and he
Took it
reposted
from
on
the
his.
person he's accusing of killing.
Yeah, O'Keefe.
Yeah, Mr.
Okay,
O'Keefe.
so
Wow.
Karen Reed's partner.
The
yeah, I
glory,
know. I'm just
and that's the end of the story.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, you pussy.
who's he talking to?
Just probably random people.
Looks like it might be a live stream. And
Instagram.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like I think he grabbed a bunch of random videos from this kid and just clipped them
this
together
is
and put 'em on.
very
Wow.
arm
And-
tight wearing creepy.
And you're
Yeah,
doing
very
this.
creepy.
Here's the thing. He's doing this to a the series was very popular that Brian was in, his dad.
Yeah.
And they're doing this to him. What the fuck?
Yeah, and like no one thinks
Wow.
this is like stalkerish. No one thinks this
You
is
don't
like
do this
wrong.
to cops.
It's like-
Right. And especially cops that he's trying to say are dirty and building conspiracy theories. Like, those are the cops that really don't give a fuck, and you'll probably disappear.
Right.
Why,
Yeah.
why would you
That's
talk
what I'm
about it?
thinking. An accident waiting to happen.
Yeah, I mean,
boy, you be knocked.
I just don't like, you don't have to play the rest of it, but you know, I'm just saying like this is an example. Like, so like I think Jason did know some of the videos were problematic, and I don't know what the situation is. I don't know how many videos she watched, but this guy is like, there is action that she should have knew and said, yeah, maybe this is I can you know, I mean, like you could say to yourself, yeah, he's done some good research, whatever, but I don't like his tactics. But I didn't see that early on. So
Well, so I think my personal feelings on this
Mhm.
kind of came into play because I was accused of maliciously harassing families. If anyone could find I maliciously harassed a family, and that's what he's actually doing.
yeah, he's
Oh,
actually
brilliant
maliciously harassing
segue.
them. Yeah.
I mean,
Brilliant segue, Heels.
a tweet
Yeah,
is-
I commented that actually on your video. So yeah, I said to
What
myself
video?
like, yeah, the video you did today. I commented that to someone. I was
Oh, I
like,
didn't-
yeah. I mean, when is the Glare going to call Turtle Boy a C word for
Yeah,
doing
he's
the
not
same thing? Yeah, I said that to Kathy P. I'm like, yeah,
like 15 times.
yeah, like maybe the Glare needs to call him a C word.
Yeah, it's
For-
very hypocritical. I mean, I see it all the time, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we all do like a little hypocritical things. I mean, no one's fucking perfect, but like
But this is extreme. I
this
mean,
is pretty
This
extreme.
is a little
Yeah.
extreme.
I mean, I'm a hypocrite sometimes too. I'm not going to sit there and say I've never did things that were just fucking, completely not hypocritical.
This is pretty much the same thing that Betty has done.
Yeah, they're just messing with the cop. That's the difference.
Right. I mean, this is just a really dumb choice.
If Betty did half the shit, this guy did, there'd be 50 million lives on her. Like, there would be so many lives on her.
Well, they've done some bad shit,
Yeah, they've done, but not as bad as Turtle.
They're all bad, but he is going to the extreme. I believe that she's getting there.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. I do think that she's capable of doing exactly everything he's done because she's done a lot of it.
Well, she was condemning him, right?
Yeah, for the things that she does. Right. That's what I called her out on today.
Rules for me, not for thee. Or rules for thee, not for me.
Saying how I would never do that stuff. I would never go after a victim or their families. I would never, she doesn't do anything unlawful. She does everything lawful. Yeah. And how she knows the law.
Well, and he said that too.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I got to skedaddle. You guys have a good one.
Bye, Tim.
Bye.
Bye. Well, damn. Did I say something?
No, it's 8:45 here. Normally he skedaddles right around the 9 o'clock hour.
Okay, well, let's watch.
Well, it's almost 11 here. I wish I was.
I don't even know what time it is.
Well, I don't know I don't know where he lives or what time or any of that stuff. So, like, I just know that normally at my time when he skedaddles, it's right around the 9 o'clock hour.
Okay. So
who wants this one? Who wants it?
The lights look uniform to
bad,
me.
Vinny.
I don't see any glass. I don't see any kind of physical disruption.
Okay, so you don't think that's what caused the damage here, Dr. Kinsey? You don't think so either?
No, sir, Vinny. That looked to me like bumper to bumper, and it was such low impact. I didn't, at least with my eyes, I did not see any broken taillight lens.
And you
see, nobody saw it. Nobody. So
agree, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any glass fall into the ground there. And how are they going to respond to this? If forensically they tie that glass to sitting where O'Keefe's body is recovered, that's going to.
But I cannot see damage.
Yeah, I don't see any either.
That's the thing. I don't.
Listen, here's the other part of this. These guests that are speaking on this panel, they may decide that they want to stay with the popular side. Also, just, they are all people that are making their way through the podcast and all of that. And if they,
Scott Morgan's been around a while.
Well, and so has
I've never seen him
profiling evil. I mean, and I've never seen him just do that either. But they may have only had a few minutes just to look at this, and they're going off of their own personal knowledge of experience.
Right. Yeah.
Be a tall mountain to climb.
We shall see. All right.
No, damn. Hold on. Sorry, eating shrimp. Okay. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
Right there, that's snow. You see it on the tire?
Yeah.
Okay, where it ends right here now. Watch.
Mountain to climb.
We shall see. All right. Big thank you, Dr. Priya Banerjee. Appreciate your time tonight. The rest of the crew is staying with us. We've got more.
Oh, I think that you'll have to go back to the other
Broken
example.
glass get there. How did
to cover it up?
This was a good video.
Wow.
Vinny hadn't just showed one side.
Out that when that SUV comes into contact with,
unless it was sideways, instead of.
But not even a little bit of snow left. That's what I mean.
Like snow didn't move off the vehicle. It would have, if she would have actually tapped that on the back corner, It would have dropped off the back windshield, the back glass.
It would have knocked off some of the loose snow. Yeah, it would have.
Yeah,
and there's no disruption at all.
It was broken. Some people said shattered. So I still don't get how it hit him in the head. I just don't get it.
Well, the one I'll tell you about this one accident. There was two brothers that were hit. The one brother was leaning over. When he got hit, it threw him. He went under the vehicle.
Yeah.
The other brother was standing upright. He was thrown, and you could see the impact on his legs. But the one that was bending over ended up underneath and got drugged by the vehicle and ended up stuck to the tailpipe. But it was sick. But so it's possible that he was leaning down, but this is not broken.
But wouldn't he have a lot more damage to his body?
Again, Niels, you gotta remember.
She didn't go a big though. She wasn't, he was drugged for a lot further than, there wasn't a big difference or distance that it would have been for him. So it's possible that it could have been that he was under part of the car at one point.
Well, yeah, and the other thing we have to remember.
Go ahead, sorry.
The other thing we have to remember to take into consideration is that we know that the car registered at 26 miles an hour. It doesn't mean that the impact to him, if she hit him, was at 26 miles an hour. True. We don't know that.
Well, what
excuse me, sorry.
The information they can get.
An impact. Wait, that's a Lexus. And if there was an impact at 26 miles an hour, it's going to throw off airbags.
At 26?
I bet you it does. It would at least throw off the side curtain.
That's a good point.
The airbags were deployed out here. There was an accident at the bus stop a couple days ago. One of the kids' dads, he was getting ready to turn, so he was stopped basically, and his airbags deployed.
How fast was he going?
He was stopped.
Oh, he was stopped?
He was getting ready to turn.
The hell?
And his airbag deployed when he got hit.
Okay,
well,
so he got hit.
Yeah, some will go off at 5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But that's a Lexus, so that's a luxury SUV, and they have a higher safety rating. So they're going to have the side curtain. They're going to have the ones next to the seat. I mean, that's going to have really good safety rating on it.
That window tint looks illegal to me.
In the driveway, you can see that rear tire move forward.
Yeah, that gaslighting. Okay. So
that light does not look broken.
What?
That light does not look broken.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
And there was no disruption to the car, or I don't see it.
This woman, this is profiling evil. I don't know. Women know women, right? We've seen all kinds of women. We've had friends that were a little nutty. Like, you can have a person that's nice all the time, except when she's not. Something triggers a person. But there are some crazy women. And she just strikes me. What?
And to do all the strategic planning they were saying she was doing, she was heavily intoxicated too.
Yeah.
So there's no way she could have been thinking to, well, do this turn, do this way to make it look like. There's just no way in that time frame and mind frame.
I mean, like I said, the arraignment, which I wish I could find. I think I do have it. But, it was like, it was an accident. We're charging you with blah, blah, blah. And then this, she's saying, I saved his life. Nobody else did.
Well, if you put him there in that position and then you went and saved him, that still kind of makes you guilty of doing something wrong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she found him under 6 feet of snow. And then when
Hold on, not 6 feet of snow.
No, that's what Jenn said. I'm just saying, that's what Jenn
Right.
said. So then she goes to the car, I don't remember the firewoman's name. And I think it was Jenn that said, "Oh my God, you have blood all over you." And she goes, "I'm having my period." Make sense.
Maybe that's why she didn't want to go to the party, and that's why she went home.
No, she had blood because she was giving him CPR and he was covered in blood. And so when she gets it all over her, she goes, "Oh, I'm having my period."
Oh,
like on your face? Really?
Well, that could explain the vomit too, then.
What?
Someone had said earlier in chat that he had vomit. You know,
He did. He had vomit and blood.
And I've had people.
I'm just saying, why, when she was giving him CPR, she would obviously have blood on her face because he had blood on his face. Why does she say, when somebody asks her or tells her she's got blood on her, "I'm having my period"? Like on your face?
Yeah,
that just made no sense to me.
Okay, that's just weird. That's
it is weird, and that's I think part of why. Oh, and then she called her dad, and was insinuating the how do you say it on here? Unaliving oneself. And so after that is when they took her to the. I mean, she could be the smartest criminal. You know what I mean? Like, has it methodically worked out in her mind? She's going to be crazy right at the end. Because they were going to let her go home. And then she started talking shit. Do y'all know what I'm talking
about? I want to see, I can't wait to see the scene recreation to know the actual impact speed.
Yeah, I want to see the scene.
Boy, I hope Gray Hughes gets a hold of this and does his thing with all the thingies.
Yeah, and he will. Maybe did he do one already? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Okay, let me finish this.
Well, she would have. I would assume she would be brewing hell if she had 9 drinks and had only.
And she was over the limit that morning.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And
yeah. So they went back, and she was like, judging from that, then they go back to midnight. She would have been 0.13.
Oh, blackout drunk.
Yeah, right. I think she may have had 9 drinks, but it may have been.
They saw her
saucer-sized cups, big tall cups of pure alcohol. I mean, she was pretty toasted to still be testing at high hours later.
Yeah, she was pouring shots into the drink that I don't know what she was drinking. Yeah. I guess it was vodka soda. Somebody said.
Some of us have a tolerance, and we have the ability to walk around with a higher blood alcohol level than others.
But yeah, people said she was acting normally. But maybe she was always drunk. Are you? Oh, that's you.
There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of weird things in this. That's for sure.
Are you talking? Oh, okay. What did you say?
I just said there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of weird things involved there.
But it's. I think I don't know. I'm so on the fence. I don't think there was a big cover-up corruption. It could have been someone in the house did have a fight with them, but I don't think they or not. I don't know. I can't make the fight make sense either. That you wouldn't call 911.
Yeah, I have issues with that. I mean,
and she was going backwards, and there was damage to her taillight. So, and there was taillight near where his body was, and they said he had microscopic pieces of the taillight on his shirt.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's true, it's going to make for an interesting trial, isn't it?
Yeah, because if that's true, I think case over. It's going to be a battle of the experts.
Yeah, exactly. The recreations, the experts' testimonies. Yep, that's exactly who's going to pay more.
Probably Alan Jackson. I mean, he knows a lot of people.
Mm. I definitely hope that they
Listen, what was that guy's name? Hold on. He was a music producer. God, I always forget his name. Had
Phil?
crazy gray hair.
Phil?
Yes, Phil Spector.
Yeah.
He was part of their legal team.
That wasn't a job there, dude.
That was some bullshit.
Well, yeah, he did it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
absolutely. Did he get off? I don't remember.
He did on some of it, and then he had another trial. I don't know. I thought he got something out of some of it, but I know he got off 1-1, which he shouldn't have. But
yeah, he reminds me of Durst. That's how many times has he been to court?
you know what? You got the money. You can pay for the defense team and all the experts
Oh,
to spend
yeah.
everything. You can
Not a
get
big
away
deal.
with murder.
What was
People
Durst?
do it all the time. People have done it.
Because Durst outed himself. God damn, hold on. Durst outed himself in a bathroom or something, and a producer heard him. Remember that? He'd been to court so many times. You probably don't know who I'm talking about. Howard Durst?
Robert Durst.
I know who. Yeah, I know about Durst.
I mean, he's been having trials since I can remember. I think
for years and years. And I'm sorry, but he did it. Yeah.
Well,
but he's got the money to keep it going.
Yeah, the one woman I know he was convicted of, like, whatever it's called when you abuse of a corpse.
Yes.
So,
but how did it get to be a corpse? By his hand.
How did it get dead? Yeah.
Right. How did this death thing happen?
Yeah, why are you just picking up a corpse and moving it? Like, I don't know anything. I just put it over there.
Yeah.
I was just rolling down the street and I saw this corpse laying here, and I thought it'd be a great idea to pick it up and take it home with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
really nuts.
It was crazy. The Robert. Oh, you got to watch. There's I think that you can still find the series that was done on him. Yeah.
Oh, there's been a lot, but I think it was something about a producer in the bathroom, or someone was trying to get him on a hot mic, and they did. But I don't think it was, what is it called when you can't put it in evidence? They didn't take it in evidence. Here we go.
And sadly, you got the right defense team, you can get away with it. There's plenty of examples. Look at Casey Anthony.
Yeah, but I don't think Jose Baez. I don't think Jose Baez was all that. I think they overcharged her. That's just my opinion. I think they could have gotten her.
They should have. The instructions to the jury. Even the judge said were not clear by the prosecution. The state just wanted that first degree and nothing else, and didn't concentrate and didn't explain. And the judge said it wasn't his job to do it.
Yeah.
Even the judge said he never thought they'd come back with anything less than manslaughter.
Hey, Heels.
Yes.
I'm gonna put a comment in back chat. It's from Shay44. Okay. Look at it. She's a local person there.
Okay, just showed up.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, got it. You don't know I'm not a conspiracy. Okay, that's not,
Well, I mean, I respect that.
Yeah. I don't know how you would think someone, here's my thing. I don't know. All I can do is I'm a sleuth. I'm not, a professional, anything to do with crime. So I can't be 100% about anything. We don't have all the evidence. if you want to come up and tell me how you came to that conclusion, it'd be great. Because I can't come to one. Can you?
I was leaning towards an accident, but now honestly, I don't know. I'm on the fence. I need to see more.
I could say I like our little moment of wild speculation that we had. I think it was a great moment of wild speculation. I would need to definitely see more, but coming from a small town and knowing some of the ins and outs and the workings and that, sometimes you just know that shit's hanky and it's hard to explain to there's another comment. The brother of one of the officers who was in the home and John O'Keefe got into a fight a week prior and was in the house and they likely got into a fight and it went too far. Oh,
I thought that was my understanding, is that there was a fight in the house between him and the other officer, that not that kid. I was under the understanding that the fight took place in the house between him and another guy in the house, not that kid. So that kind of makes sense.
How does it make sense that they killed him and put him out the yard?
No, I'm saying about the fight because
but he wasn't in a fight according to me. So we got to go with that.
But that could be, hold on, because that could be a fact that's known locally, but not nationally, because we don't have, or we've not found that part yet. So that, honestly, this person could be spitting something.
They did an autopsy. We have that.
No, knowing about this other fight a week prior.
Okay. I don't know who this is.
No,
I don't know who it is either, but I'm willing to entertain some of the things that are coming out.
Oh, okay. All right. But I've never heard this. And does Turtle Boy know?
Oh, well, here's a great question. Shay, can you cite a source where you're getting it from? Hey, Julie.
I did. I have heard that, though.
We can play around, but we have to say this isn't something that's in evidence at all.
No. But I have heard that said over the last week when I've been looking into this a little. I know I seen that where there was a fight in the house
between his brother and John.
It was one of the older guys. It wasn't the teenager.
Okay. I was there.
Huh?
I think she's talking to somebody else.
Oh. Oh, he's laughing. Okay. The brother of one of the officers.
She has the word likely in there.
Likely. Yeah, and then she completely down here, go down a little bit farther. Now I'm like, okay, well, honestly, Turtle Boy has 180 articles on this, and whether you like him or not, everything he says, he's proven he provides receipts. There's a reason all locals are on Karen Reed's side. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe that he's factual with everything he says. No.
Okay.
And our side of the world, receipts can be faked.
Yeah.
So there's this guy somebody sent me earlier today, and I'm just going to play a little bit of it.
The accident scene had been plowed and the pieces of taillight were buried inside mounds of snow. If you've been told otherwise, it might be time to start questioning those sources. The DA claims Trooper Proctor was nowhere near the crime scene during this small window of time where evidence could have been planted. Maybe the DA is lying. Maybe the trooper had some other trooper do it for him. But these are all elements that keep cranking up the improv.
He's talking about people saying that the guy that lives in the house, damn if I can remember her name, that he Proctor, planted the glass from the taillight. So he's explaining that's dumb.
probability of the conspiracy theory. The more unlikely things that are required to happen, the more improbable a theory becomes. And the odds multiply. Say the New England Patriots have a 1 in 100 chance of winning the title this year, and the Red Sox have the same. What are the odds both win the title in this same year? Well, 100 times 100, or 1 in 10,000. And a whole lot of unlikely things have to happen for taillight pieces to have been planted. Trooper has to pry off pieces without anyone seeing him. He has to race to the scene and bury it in the tough plowed snow. We'll eventually find out who was present at the scene at 5 o'clock during the trial. Were the news crews there? Was the search team setting up the spotlights? How many troopers were guarding the crime scene? If Proctor managed to walk out through a preserved crime scene, did no one on the search team notice the fresh tracks in the snow? And the trooper then either has to get the DA to lie about him not being there, or he has to expand the conspiracy by getting other troopers to help him. All of these things are just very unlikely. Also consider this. John was found at the crime scene 11 hours before. Karen got home at 12:41. That's 16 hours earlier. If at any time during those 16 hours, if anyone took a photo of the intact taillight or any clear video emerged, the whole conspiracy would be blown wide open, which would result in the trooper going to jail for a very long time. You can't weigh the likelihood of the trooper planting evidence without considering this. 16 hours after the event is an incredibly long time.
Yeah. You know, I think it's insane to think that he went back and put the taillight there. But people will.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I don't believe that he did that either. I mean, he would have been seen anyway, but I just don't believe.
But that's what they're saying. That's part of the cover-up.
Yeah.
Look at the snow. The conditions.
Karen could have snapped a photo. Her dad, the Dighton cop who examined it. All
really
it would
good.
take is for one person to have snapped a photo. If a cop is going to pry pieces of taillight in order to plant them at a murder scene, he'll know he better do it soon after the accident. To attempt this 16 hours later, he would know is reckless and likely to be exposed. Which brings us to motive. Whenever I bring up the fact that there's no known motive anywhere sufficient to explain the super risky planting of evidence, people come at me with, but Kev, you don't understand how corrupt cops are, or it happens all the time. It's not just a matter of the integrity of cops, their willingness to be corrupt. It's about how any human being, even the most corrupt, calculates his own self-interest. Planting evidence in a murder case 16 hours after the murder is incredibly high risk. You're going to jail for a very long time.
Yeah, and this reminds me of the Trayvon Martin trial. Jintel, the woman that said she was Trayvon's girlfriend, she was a complete fake.
Yeah,
and that was done by attorneys.
Yeah.
And, a lot of people in that courtroom, they knew that she was fake. So it can happen. I mean, I can't get over that. They put a witness in a federal murder trial and we never heard anything about it. A fake witness. So.
To this, they say, but Kev, you don't understand. They never think they'll get caught. This isn't fixing parking tickets. This isn't just passively helping a conspiracy by looking the other way. You're talking about prying pieces from an SUV 16 hours later and then burying them at the scene in front of other cops, possibly news trucks. So don't give me that they never think they'll get caught. It's asinine. Of course they're aware of the high risk of being part of a murder conspiracy. To be willing to take part in that, a cop would need an incredibly compelling motive. Something like, you have your mom tied to a chair in the cellar, so you better play ball.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. A lot of people had a lot to lose, and they all said the same thing. Jenn was on the phone a lot, but I don't have everybody else's records. She voluntarily gave them her phone, so yeah,
I'm sorry if I'm losing patience, but if you find yourself making arguments like Proctor did it to be cool with the cool people, it might be time to seek help. So let's be generous here, very generous, and say there's a possibility of a compelling motive we've never learned. Maybe Proctor's mom really was being held prisoner. I would suggest the odds of the existence of a motive that compelling is like 1 in 10,000. But again, we'll be very generous and say it was 1 in 10. How's that? Is that okay? Crazy, but we're erring on the side of caution. So let's do the math. There's a 1 in 10 chance Proctor could bury taillight pieces and not be seen. 1 in 10 chance the DA is lying about Proctor not being there. And a 1 in 10 chance there's some wild motive we've not learned about. Even with that super generous math, it means there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance Proctor planted taillight pieces.
So, try to put this.
I agree with him. It would have been too risky.
Huh?
I agree with him. It would have been too risky, too high of a risk. I just don't think he went back all those hours later.
The copy there at the bottom there,
I
Heels.
know. I'm so dumb. Thank you.
You're not dumb.
Not dumb. There was just a
You're
lot
not
of choices
dumb.
on the screen. Now, and listen,
Wait,
Shay,
y'all weren't watching him?
yeah, we were seeing it.
Why does it say view? Okay.
And Shay 44, we're not asking you to state all of the evidence.
What was the name?
She says, I'm not going to state all of the evidence that proves her innocence. It's too much to type. But it's frustrating when you hear people talking about something that they don't know anything about. Well, Shay, we had actually, all of us had done a little bit of it, and this was a case discussion.
Here's what we have, Jay. Let me help you out here. There's a woman named Sleuthie Goosie.
Right.
And we have all this, Shay. What don't we have, baby? Look at that. Then we have a timeline.
Oh, you're not sharing your screen, Heels.
Oh, damn it. I was being a smart ass, too. Hold on. Yeah. So, which one? Okay, that one.
And we're just discussing it. So she has some
Yeah,
actual.
but to say we don't have anything.
We're just discussing what's out here. There's a lot that I'm sure hasn't been released that we're all going to find out during
Yeah,
trial.
there's a lot. Yeah, there's.
But if she has something, please share. Let us know. I mean, that's what we're here talking about it.
Yeah, because we're not saying we know one way or the other. No one on this panel, and I don't care if you do, if that's what you think. So here is Jenn McCabe's phone records. And she deletes all the phone calls.
Wow.
Except that, no, okay. So she didn't delete any of her texts. So this kind of shows her timeline, right? At 12:05 or 12:14, John texts her, according to her, and says, like, ask for directions. I think it's right here. Outgoing. She deletes it. He called her again, like 5 minutes later. That was the text. She didn't delete it. Called again at 12:29. Call, and she deleted it for 8 seconds. Then he called. No, this is her calling. Then she calls at 12:40. Look at this. This is all her calling him or texting. All of that. All the way until, look, all these are John O'Keefe. 12:46, 12:47, 2:25. So,
well, that's a couple in an argument. That's what I see.
That's not, she's their friend. This isn't Karen. You know what I mean? This is their friend.
Well, that's their friend. Okay. All right.
So
I'm sorry. That's right. This is the wife's female friend. The couple's female friend, not John and Karen's text messages.
Right.
All right. Sorry, I missed that part.
Jenn McCabe was at the party or after party with her husband, Matthew McCabe. She's the one that invited John and Karen to come to the house. But this is nuts to me.
Was there going to be some wife swapping?
When did he
going
get here? Huh?
Man, there was an awful lot of calls.
Was there going to be some wife swapping going on?
That's what Blair said. But look at the times: 12:46, 12:47, 12:50, 12, and then at 2:25. Remember, she searched that. How long does it?
Right.
In the cold at 2:27, So what, you can't tell me there's nothing going on here. I'm sorry, you just can't. Either she's looking out the window.
Okay, so what time did he supposedly?
They got there like at 12.
Car.
We'll look at it in the papers, but
okay.
To me, that is just obsessive. And then she stopped for like 2:27 to 4:59, however long that is.
Okay,
So
so
can
when
you
was
remove
this
the
last?
comment?
Oh, why don't you tell me right away?
Oh, when was his last?
Move the comment.
When does his phone go dark? What time is that?
Okay, he answered this outgoing call at 12:29.
Okay.
And she spoke to him for 8 seconds.
Okay.
Then there was a text where she said, either pull around by my car. I don't remember exactly. We'll look at it.
Okay.
So he answered that one, and then no answers.
What time was that one?
Karen Reed, you know what time she called?
What?
5. She didn't call all this time. Like all this time, she didn't call.
She probably was passed the fuck out, Heels.
No. Right. Why is Jenn looking for him?
Why is she calling him so much?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, maybe they had something going on.
So
think
Karen
about
called
it. Okay, so think about it. The wife suddenly, like Karen isn't known to drink like that. The wife suddenly is super liquored up.
Nobody. I think she's a professional. If she had 9 and she seemed perfectly fine, she drinks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a drinker. I would have 4 and be asleep.
I don't know.
But my point is not any of that. My point is,
right. I get it. Sorry.
where did she? It's almost like she's either panicked or she's mad, like you said. Like, why aren't you answering? 5:04, 4:59. I guess she took a nap or something here. And then she called John O'Keefe at 5:04. Karen calls her, look, at 5:05. What the fuck?
Okay, so that would be, I could easily see that one as, fuck, I just woke up. He's not here.
Yeah, for Karen, not for Jennifer. These are Jennifer's phone records. These aren't.
I understand that. Okay,
Right.
so what if she tries to call? What if it's Jenn tries to call him? You know, because last time she heard from him, it
Right.
was whatever, and so then she thinks, well, maybe he went ahead and just walked home, and so now, you know, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but look, at 5:04, Jennifer called John O'Keefe, the one
Right.
she's been calling or texting all night, right?
Right.
5:04.
Right.
Jennifer lives in another house. She
Well,
doesn't live with. Okay, so at 5:05, Karen
Because
called her.
he didn't answer, so she called him.
She hasn't answered all this time. She didn't call her any other time. She didn't call her any of these times to ask if he's okay. Karen.
Okay, well, then that looks like something's going on between him and her.
Right.
Yeah, it really does. It's just not. That's weird.
Yeah. If this were my boyfriend's phone records, I'd be asking what the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? But yeah, he was. And then she calls again at 5:08, 5:09. And then she talks to Karen for 157 seconds, 24 seconds. And this is that Tom Beatty. He's a neighbor that had the video. Tom Beatty again, Nicole Albert. So they call, all the people in the house know nothing, right? They're all asleep. It's 6 a.m. She calls Nicole Albert, who's the wife of the homeowner. Called her again. They talked 7 and 9, or, you know, something happened 7 and 9 seconds. Outgoing to Brian Albert, that's the husband. He doesn't answer. That's just weird. This is a car on the side of the fucking road.
Right.
Other time, there would be every cop in the.
Oh yeah, everybody be looking for like
Yeah.
officer down. I get what you're saying, Heels.
A whole regiment of people taking him to the hospital, all the lights, you know?
Light sirens, full escort, you know.
Then she calls Carrie. Sergeant Michael Link leaves 34 Fairview Road. So here's where Sergeant Link went into or interviewed Jenn, I think. So he leaves, I'm sure, Fairview Road and returns to the Canton Police Department. So at 7:33, she's calling Carrie Roberts, who was driving when they found John. There were 3 of them in the car. She doesn't call Carrie Roberts any other time. I find that odd, but whatever. Yeah, that's what we have. So then, where's the search thing? Okay, this one or the timeline.
Okay.
Yeah, see, this is insane, tedious. I mean, she's awesome. So Jennifer and Matt Nicole. This is at 9 o'clock. So this is the night all this started. All of this ends up being one document. The document is just kind of repeated. But okay, so y'all can go back and read it. But it's they're at the Waterfall Bar. The victim, who is John, at 9:15 is handing Karen Reed a cylinder-style glass with a clear liquid. Okay, so they're the long, skinny ones, like the slow.
Right.
What is it called? That drink, the slow fizz or something?
A slow gin fizz.
Slow gin fizz, which
it would be what you would get as like if you ordered a tall.
Yeah. So that's what she was drinking, and then she would put shots. Don't give a fuck about Poshmark. So that it happens like 9 times. Then at 9:20, at 9:15, she gets a drink. 9:20, she gets a shot glass with a clear liquid, and she pours it in her glass.
Hey, Heels, they're asking in chat if you can put us along the side, and then you can make it bigger.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Y'all are just.
Oh, I know. We're asking.
Not aware of how dumb I am. Okay, so where do I go to do that?
Right below your screen. There we go. Now, if you go back to your spreadsheet, hold your control button and the plus, you can make your screen bigger.
Remember that R word we can't say? Okay, here we go.
Oh, I got you, babe. I got you.
Typing, trying to open the insert. No.
It might be shift and plus. It might be control and mouse scroll.
Oh, that's the menu. Y'all can't see it?
It's just really tiny. Even on my computer screen, I can hardly read that, but that's okay.
How do I make it bigger, though?
That's what I was trying to help you with.
Right, it didn't work. This is control plus. This is what happens. Nothing or something.
Oh, yeah, that made it a little bit bigger. Try it again.
Maybe I didn't do it at the same time.
There you go. Keep going again.
Well, it's going to go away.
You can slide it over.
I tried that before and I couldn't.
Okay, now you should be able to scroll. See right at the bottom above the word timeline, there's a gray bar. Slide that over and it'll slide it over. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Slide that over. There you go. Perfect. Right there.
Big.
Oh, well.
No, it's fine. Y'all can read it. I mean.
At least now we can see it a little bit better.
Okay,
hey, guys,
so
is that better? All right, here we go.
So there's the time. And I was trying to point out how many drinks she had. So at 9:20, received the shot glass with a clear liquid. We don't have to scroll every time. Good. We get it. What she said, she keeps pouring shots into her glass. Then Karina, whatever. I don't know why she was important. I didn't see her, and I read practically everything. Then she says there's video. I don't know where the video footage is. because see, it's not anywhere. So I don't know where that is. So they're drinking. Victims and Karen Reed. Victim and Karen. So John and Karen walk into the bar, the Waterfall bar. Karen and the victim. Okay. Victim's niece goes to sleep. It's very detailed. Nicole Albert leaves the bar. Jennifer Cave is in proximity. I want to get to. Okay, so I'm very interested in Jennifer. So victim walks out of the Waterfall bar with a short cocktail. Are y'all seeing that? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry,
Okay.
I was on mute.
That's fine.
Kathy P fell off. She would like the link.
Who?
Kathy fell off. She would like the link.
Oh, I don't see her. Kathy, not Kathy. Good God.
Kathy
I don't
fell
see her.
off.
She's not here.
She fell off. She needs the link dropped in chat again.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Here we go. Cait, if you want to come up here, you're more than welcome. You don't have to show yourself or anything. I already know that's you. I know it's you. Colin is neighbors with John.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Yeah, no. 2 years ago. And there are people saying that wasn't even Colin. See? There you go, Kathy. Okay. So we don't have to read. I just kind of wanted to get the. Okay. So here's where John texts Jennifer. No, Jennifer calls John. Okay. No. So at 12:14, John texts Jennifer. Okay.
Oh,
they
Kathy
both
P's
walk
in
out
back.
of the bar.
Kathy P's in back.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. There's a fucking fly in here. Okay, so victim
All right.
walks out of the bar. That's John. Okay, this is at 12:11.
Okay, so at 12:11 they leave the bar and
No,
they're
it says
heading.
victim. That he meets up with Karen. It doesn't give a time here, but Jennifer leaves the bar at 12:13.
So
Then-
Jennifer's stalking whatever John's been doing. Because wherever John is, it seems
Proctor
Jennifer's not
undoubtedly
far behind.
It's just so fucking weird. So they have the footage of Karen walking out with two females. Who are the two females? I wish I had the footage. It doesn't do anything. So Jennifer McCabe leaves the area of the waterfall. Victim text, that's John texts Jennifer, where to? Jennifer calls the victim, answered 44 seconds, and she deletes it. Large SUV consistent with Karen's Lexus travels and she goes by the library towards their house. Then Ryan Nagel, he's another one in this. He goes to the house to pick up his sister, right? And he parks near the SUV. And he says he sat there, he was a passenger, and watched her hold the brake, like the brake light never went off. And when they went past the truck, he saw her with her hands at 10 and 12 in the driver's seat, obviously. And that was all he said. They've made that into she was in the car alone, and John, he didn't see anybody get out of the car, get in the car, didn't see the, like you would see footprints in the snow. Didn't see any of that.
Right.
Right. But they're saying he saw her alone. And so, Julie did come out. She didn't see anything either. So apparently, Karen is just sitting in her SUV doing.
But we also have to remember she was intoxicated.
Right, but where's John? John's not.
Where the fuck is Jenn? John and Jenn are probably off doing something in the bushes.
Oh God. Her phone calls alone. How is she going to explain that?
Sorry, Your Honor. I was screwing around. I was stepping out on my husband. I don't know, but it don't look good.
No. Why would she delete the calls, and why is she calling him so many times? But the biggest question is why delete them?
Why isn't she calling someone? She says in her later, whatever, that she saw him walk in the house, right? So if he's in that house and that's the last thing she saw, why is she calling the house? Why isn't she calling Jenn?
Wait a minute. His phone said that he never went inside that house.
Right, I know. I'm saying that's what she said.
I understand that. So now why is bitch lying? I got questions, Jenn. Come take a link.
Wouldn't that be great?
Do you think it's now? This is just another possibility. What if they were having an affair and Jenn's husband found out about it?
Oh,
that's what I was.
Wasn't he in that house? Isn't he friends with all them too? With all them cops that were in there?
Yeah, but Blair brought that up. And
Cait's
Turtle
backstage, honey.
Huh?
Cait is backstage.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, it's a possibility.
Hey,
how far off are we, Cait?
Matt McCabe was in the house. He was there.
Right. So then, what do you think about all the calls, Cait?
So I know some of the texts, like he texts her and says, like, where are we going? And then she says Brian's, and then she says something like, "Let me know when you get here."
Park by my
car. And then she claims that she saw the SUV pull off, and she thought that him and Karen just decided to go home for the night. So she never says she's seen him outside or anything. She thought he drove off in the car with her. And then she claims he never came
blowing
in.
his phone up all night when he's with his girlfriend.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
at 4. So what I thought was weird is, like, I don't know if Karen maybe texted her first, but I know early in the morning when Karen realizes that he's not there, she starts messaging him like, "Where the F are you?" So for context, like a month before all this, on New Year's, he gets sloppy drunk and passes out, and Karen ends up spending the night with his nieces and nephews, frustrated because, she wanted to spend New Year's with him. So here they leave the bar. She claims they pull up to the house, and she doesn't really know them like that. Now, John only really knew Jenn and somebody else, but he didn't really know Brian or any of them that well. As far as I've heard, that like he only knew Jenn because Jenn's daughters were friends with his nieces. So Karen says to him, according to Karen, "Hey, can you go inside and make sure I'm welcome because they don't really know me or whatever, and text me and let me know."
They were all drinking.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense either.
Well, they were all drinking. When I was much younger, the party would move to someone's house, I didn't really drink with bad, people that I thought.
Apparently she felt like the invite was extended to him, but she just felt weird. So she said, go ask and make sure if it's okay if I come in or whatever. And then she says, "I'll wait outside for you to text me." And then 10 minutes goes by and he never texts her or anything, and she gets mad and goes home because she's already mad about what happened on New Year's, and now this is just an extension of that. Like, oh my gosh, she's drunk again and doesn't text me back.
That makes logical sense. That's very logical.
Well, it is for your other story because she tells the story differently, and they're trying to get the footage from Nightline. Which one was she on? Nightline, Matt Gutman? They're trying to get all the footage from that interview because she says something different. And remember, Cait, when she said he didn't have his jacket on?
Yeah.
Did you think, what the hell does that mean? Like, I
Like-
think she's saying it.
Like she
for a
dropped him off close to the house because he didn't have a jacket on. I mean, when people are drunk, they get hot and they don't even realize that you know, like she was saying, I dropped him off close to the house because you didn't have a jacket on, and then I pulled around and turned and parked. Like,
right, waiting for him to text me.
yeah.
And
And then he never texts her, but she's pissed already because of what happened before that. She's like, oh, F this dude. I'm going home and just going to bed.
Yeah, she
And,
seems like a lot of. She seems like a lot.
And then, well, I'd be mad if my husband went.
But
and
it's
never,
not true.
you know.
I mean,
Like-
the problem is none of that. There's no evidence of any of that. That's the problem.
Well, we do have Ryan Nagel who pulled up and parked there and said he saw her sitting in the car alone on her
he didn't say
phone.
alone. He never said alone.
In the
He never-
defense motion, they say alone. Hold on.
Okay, but he said he saw her in the car.
Yeah.
And her hands were at 10 and 12. But that's the thing, is he doesn't say alone. The defense is going to write whatever they want to.
Hold
You know, they can just say, well, but it makes a big difference. The wording makes a huge difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the defense claims he said that he's seen her alone in the car, and that he heard no screaming, no yelling, didn't see any damage to the car or anything like that.
Boy, they really stretched it out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's
they're-
kind of their job as the defense. That is kind
right,
of their
but
job.
that's their
to-
job. They can lie even.
I mean,
Let me not get off my train. Okay, so yeah, that's her story. She tells it on. Where was it? Was it Nightline, Cait?
It was, I forget which one. It was one of those 2020 or Nightline or one of those.
Yeah, I think this is where her dad says she hit something. He told her. She told him she hit something.
Heels, are you meaning 10 and 2, not 10 and
Just seem
12?
to be in a happy place, you know.
Yes, 10 and 2.
Spending a lot of time together.
Yes.
Or 10 and 12.
Yes.
I don't know.
Vacations together.
Yep.
Now listen.
Going out together.
If the relationship had become toxic by January 2022, as prosecutors allege, it's not apparent from this snapshot in time. As C.F. McCarthy's in Canton embrace during a night of heavy drink.
He's embracing. Her arms are down. Unless, is that her arm over here? Yeah, no.
No, her arm is right down by his back pocket.
It's down. Right.
Drinking. According to police, Karen would back over John and leave him for dead in a snowstorm 2 hours later.
Isn't that, oh, God, that's awful.
Prosecutors say it happened outside the Canton home of another Boston cop named Brian Albert. Karen says she dropped John off there for a get-together.
During your first discussions with Karen, did she believe she may have hit John?
No. No. She felt she struck something.
See?
She said, Dad, I think I struck something. I said, what do you mean? Right? He's in the hospital. Right? He says, I remember, all right, backing up and hitting something.
Police find damage to the passenger side taillight of Karen's Lexus LX 570.
Now, it didn't
How
look
the
like
damage
that in
occurred
that
is
video.
in dispute.
No.
The Reeds believe it happened when Karen backed out of John O'Keefe's driveway, hours after police say she hit
That
him.
wasn't like
Here's
that
the
in that
video.
video.
She backs up to go.
What?
That taillight wasn't like that in that video.
No, not at all.
Search for John O'Keefe. And that's how that vehicle was damaged.
In court documents, prosecutors say the video.
So he's trying to say that's where she damaged it.
Yeah. That's her dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her dad saying that when she was backing out of John O'Keefe's garage, that's where that got damaged.
Yeah, that's where the tail light got damaged.
But there's also no disturbance
Well,
to the car, to the snow. to
Yeah, I
nothing.
suppose they could have said, "Oh, well, your taillight broke," and then her not knowing could have just been like, "Oh, well, I backed
Well, I
into the
think she
car. Maybe
blacked
that's
out.
how it broke."
Yeah.
Or what? Jenn really bothers me. I mean, she thought they left, right? and he's in the car with his girlfriend, yet Jenn is excessively calling and texting him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I always
deleting
thought
them.
Jenn was super shady. Like, I don't know, just everything about her. Now, what are the odds? Maybe, he did get out, say, and went in the house and they're partying, and then they were all leaving, and he walked out drunk, trying to get a ride with someone, and started throwing up, and she backed into him, and then maybe that's why Brian and Nicole wanted nothing to do with it. I mean, I'm pretty sure they didn't check anyone else's
He's a
cars. They didn't
cop.
search the house.
What do you mean didn't want anything to do with what?
He didn't go outside. He didn't nothing. When his wife says Jenn called him and told him, and they went back to bed. I mean, what cop doesn't come outside
Yeah,
when
that doesn't.
there's a dead cop on your
They don't have to
lawn?
know them.
Yeah.
It's a
No,
cop.
but it's like
there's
a cop thing, like
There's a dead cop on another cop's lawn.
Yeah, that doesn't make
yeah.
I'm not coming
And you don't
out.
come outside.
Yeah,
that's crazy to me.
That might be the ultimate fuck you and cop.
But
Yeah,
there's no motive.
Heck, even a
Well-
regular person, us that's not a cop, I would go outside. You tell me
Yeah.
someone's dead on my front lawn, I'm going outside.
Maybe something
I'm a
happened with
nosy
Jenn.
neighbor. I'm a
You
nosy neighbor. I'm gonna go out and look anyway to see what the hell's going on down the street.
Yeah, but maybe something happened with Jenn, and they were like, "Look, this is on you. Figure it out. I'm not coming outside." You know what I mean? Or like, it's just weird to me that they never came out, and that she was the one like texting and calling and handling everything and deleting everything and all up in it.
Could they have been into something nefarious or illegal?
I don't know. I mean, you would probably see that. Like if it, that,
I'm going, hold on. I'm muted again. But if you're his girlfriend and this bitch keeps texting you, you know what I mean? Like, is that her? Is she texting you again? What does she want? It would,
But they weren't talking though. Jenn and him weren't, or Karen Reed and him weren't talking. It was Jenn and her. How would she know?
No, it was Jenn and her boyfriend, John. Jenn was calling John.
I understand that, but Karen had no idea.
Oh,
but why would Karen even drive to Brian Albert's house then if she was bothered by it? I would be like, F this, we ain't going there. We're going home. Like, you ain't going to hang out with this chick. You know what I mean? Like, if she was bothered by it, she probably wouldn't even have went there in the first place. But she goes there.
That's why I wondered if it was something nefarious, because she also said it was stated that she said, make sure it's okay that I come there.
She seems a little needy to me. Like saying, well, we did have an argument because she gave his niece something for breakfast he didn't agree with, and he doesn't like the way what did she say, discipline or my idea of raising them. You don't go into someone's house where they have kids. You know what I mean? Like, you don't change the way they are raising the kids. So she seems like a lot. Someone that needs, a lot of attention. And when that article described her jumping on her computer and typing away for the high profile attorney, it's like, oh my gosh, it's exciting.
Yeah.
And she's enjoying. I mean, when you see her,
Yeah, but a person who's a lot wouldn't even want to even go to that house and even consider it. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm a lot and I don't want, if I think there's something weird, like, I'm sure
Cait, listen, imagine you're sitting in the car with your boyfriend, you've been out drinking with these people, and so in her mind she pictures him going in the house and going, hey, is it okay if Karen comes in? No, that's like needy to me. Like, you want to make your presence, she's coming in. Y'all know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it could be one
They
of the,
already
like,
invited them.
there's been plenty of times where I've been in a place, like say with my boyfriend, and he knows like 20 people there, and I don't know any of them. So I just kind of sit there and just,
Yeah, but would you
you
think
know,
if they invited your boyfriend, you weren't welcome?
Yeah, after you've been out partying with them in the bar.
You're
Yeah.
a good girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you were the wife, somebody invited you, of course you're going to come. I just know crazy women. It's just, I know too many of them. And it's not just, it's like, and you know the dynamics of those small towns, 24,000 people. Everybody's screwing everybody at the, you know.
Fuck
they go to
heels.
the kids' games together and, you know. Yes.
24,000 small. Oh, try 2,400.
Oh, I know. That's small. But 24,000 is, I mean, I'm in like, I think 3 million. So 24,000 to me is not huge. Is it not?
It's small to me too. My town's only about 100,000, but it's maybe a little bit more than that, maybe over that by now.
Yeah, 24,000 sounds really
is
small to me.
Small to me too. But 2,400 is even super small.
Did I say 2,400?
No, that's what I got.
So you got the cop. He's screwing this woman. His wife is screwing this guy. It just goes on a lot. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know who's screwing who, but I know Jenn is probably pissing off Karen. Somebody,
I would have to like, I would have to like see the dynamics at the bar. If she was like all in the conversations with them, or if she kind of was just sitting by herself and he was all talkative, you know what I mean? Like, I guess for that situation, I would have to see more context. Because if she was like all chatty with him and stuff, then I'd be like, that's kind of ridiculous to be like, hey, is it okay if I come in? But if she felt like left out, you know, and she was drunk, maybe she felt a little insecure or whatever.
Yeah. I would just probably not go. But that's what she said too, is not that, Cait. Another version is that she was just dropping them off. There was no issue.
I didn't see that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because she said both. She just dropped him off. That was her intention because her stomach was something. She had a stomach ache or something. And she just wanted to go home. And then I think on Nightline is where she said he got out of the car. He didn't have his jacket. And you're saying she said he didn't have his jacket. That's why he parked close.
Like she like dropped him off close to the house and then turned around and parked because he didn't have a jacket on. So like she said she dropped him off out front of the house and then she turned around.
It's so ironic. Then she hits him, flips him 12 feet on his yard. But she's so nice. I'm just kidding.
But there's got to be something with that. Think about it, because Jenn
jacket bothers me.
Jenn said that she told him to park over by her car.
Yeah, she said to park in a different area. I don't really know why.
Yeah.
Do you have a map, Cait, like of that street and which way everybody was?
I can pull it up on Google Maps. It's 34. I think it's 34 Fairview Avenue. I could pull it up. But I
was just trying to.
The other thing is too, if he was bent down, how does he and hit? How does he end up 12 feet on the lawn? Like, so I got hit by a car. I got hit by a car before, but I got hit. Like I was standing up and I was hit at the knees, and they kept going. So I flipped over the car. But had they not kept going, they said I would have went under the car. So I just find like I don't understand how he ended up 12 feet.
Well, I've been on accident scenes where that's happened. Were bending over when they were hit and they ended up under the car, whereas the person that was standing upright ended up getting thrown a good distance. But then I've also seen where a person got hit and went over the car.
Yeah, well, it sounds like from how he was down because he got hit in the face with the taillight. So it just doesn't make sense.
Of his head. He didn't get hit in the face.
Oh, he got okay. So, but I mean, it would still be at that level. It would still be at that level, though. You know what I'm saying? Like he would still have to be. low for the taillight to hit him in the back of the head. So it doesn't make sense to me how
it makes
he
no
would have been launched.
So this
12
makes it
feet.
even worse. This makes it even worse if he was hit in the back of the head. What do we know about this car? It has a backup camera on it.
Right.
There's a sensor that would have been consistently off.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
and they
that
have that
read
data.
on the black? Like, wouldn't that read on the black box exactly how
Yeah.
fast she was going and stuff like that?
Yeah, they already know. They already know all that. 24 miles an hour, she was going backwards.
26.
26 or 24, whoever.
But again, like I said, with that, if she were to have hit a patch of ice or it was a stretch of ice, she easily, if she gassed it really hard, she could have spun those tires.
Right.
Yeah, I want to see the recreation. I want to see the actual impact speed at the
Yeah, you
time of
can
impact.
trust to
What the
believe.
speed was, and they'll be able to tell.
They know. They already know. And I think that now they've stopped Turtle Boy. I don't know if they stopped him or not. He may not stop. That would be fucking ridiculous. You know, if he kept going at people the way he is. I just wish they'd hurry and get to the trial. So,
But I just don't think that he was hit by the car from the waist down, because in the autopsy report, there's nothing said about any bruising, anything, any injury of any type to his legs.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I don't understand how he ended up like 12 feet on the lawn. That just makes
Me
no
neither.
sense to me.
unless the snowplow threw him.
Well, the snowplow guy said that he didn't plow there because there was a Ford
know,
Edge
Ford Edge.
parked there, so he didn't.
That's another Turtle
That
Boy.
was the thing I didn't know about.
Well, I don't think it's true, but
They did interview him after
I
Turtle Boy
know.
interviewed him, and then
I
they
know.
reached out to him.
Guess what? Adventures
Turtle Boy
with
should've
Purpose
never
interviewed a
interviewed
tow driver too.
No, I mean the prosecution interviewed him.
Oh.
Yeah. After Turtle Boy found him.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Turtle Boy went and found the snow. I don't even know why they did it. Was it
Oh.
because the prosecution said they didn't plow and it was true? If there was a car there, he wouldn't have plowed, right? That's what we were talking about.
Well,
I
maybe
don't know. I lived up north in the winter, and let me tell you something. When PennDOT was plowing the roads, if your vehicle was there, you got plowed in. They didn't care.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I live in PA, and PennDOT does that here too. You have to
Yeah.
dig yourself out because of PennDOT. Like you got to dig out your car. They'll just
Oh my
plow.
God. I've
My-
never lived where it snows.
Many mornings digging out the car to go to work.
Maybe we understand why Mr. Turtle Boy has gotten into so much hot water. If Mr. Turtle Boy is the one who actually found, and then the prosecution has had to interview this said person that Turtle Boy found, maybe we now understand why Turtle Boy has received some charges.
You got to say that one more time, but shorter.
Essentially that would be considered witness tampering, interfering in an ongoing
Oh,
investigation.
because you found the plow guy?
Yes.
No, I think the witness
He's getting
intimidation-
witness intimidation. Yeah, it's
Oh,
that
for like
or
intimidation.
like everybody in
Sorry.
the house and their family that he's been going,
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Intimidation.
all the
not
witnesses, yeah.
tampering. Sorry, I had them backwards.
Cait, do you know where the plow thing is on here? Like, can we see these videos? I can't. This is by Sleuthie Goosie, by the way. I'll put her link in my description. Do you know if there's a place to? Have you looked at this?
I know there is like I found like a page on Turtle Boy's blog where he posts all of the motions and stuff, but I tried to go back on it to get all the links and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't
Yeah,
load.
this has all the documents, but in the
Oh, okay.
timeline,
Yeah.
see it
well, I
says
know-
video footage. I don't see the video footage, but she's just saying here that there is video footage. Karen Reed walking out of the bar, blah blah blah.
Oh, I swear I've seen the video footage of her like walking out of the bar
there
on
is.
like yeah.
There is. I'm just talking about on this See, Sleuthie Goosie put together this whole,
yeah,
whatever it's called.
Yeah, that's the one I have, I think, is from her.
Yeah,
That she
so
did. Yeah.
this is the part of the timeline I think is most important. Because this is when he stops answering. Unanswered. And before that, they were going back and forth. Then at 12:41, so at 12:31, they arrive, and Jenn says, she texts him, pull behind me. And I'm assuming in the driveway. That was 12:31. At 12:40, almost 2 minutes later, Jennifer texts him and says, hello. 1 minute later, option 8. Karen Reed is at the victim's home. What?
Okay, so that was a husband.
12:40.
That was a couple sitting in a car having an argument over, I don't want to go in there. I don't want to do this. I want to go home. And then there's something. I don't like this Jenn girl. Jenn, come take a link.
See, she has Colin. 12:30. This is grand jury testimony. I don't know if she says by whom. Colin Albert returns, and Colin's the one that supposedly fought him for a 2-year-old.
Yeah, he's the 17-year-old neighbor.
He's 18 now, right?
Yeah. Well, he might even be older. I'm not sure if he was 18 or 17 at the time. I think he was 17 at the time and 18 now.
Okay. So Colin Albert returns home to his, this thing jumps. Returns to his parents' residence a few houses down from where the victim lives, where John lives. Really?
Yeah, he lives like 2 houses away from John. That's why supposedly they don't like each other, because they're like they have neighbor beef.
Oh, so in 2 years, they never fought 2 houses apart, but suddenly on this night, they're going to fight. Okay. So Albert goes home. Colin goes home. Then at 12:31, Jennifer McCabe checks behind me. 12:40, hello. Karen Reed is at John's house. At 12:41. Does this make sense to anybody?
How far apart do they live?
No, they're like, how far is Brian's Albert's house from John's house? Do you know, Cait? Got to be like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think it's too far, but
Yeah.
I can look. Hold on.
I think it's 15 minutes. So look at this timeline. Jennifer texts John here.
You're showing us a YouTube premium video.
Why don't you tell me?
There you go.
I didn't know what we were supposed to be looking at. I told you now.
Yeah, because I'm going, look, you've got to slap me. Okay. So Jennifer, but look at the times.
It
drives
doesn't.
me insane. At 12:18 a.m., Jennifer arrives at that house, right? Also at 12:18, Jennifer receives a call from the victim. 36 seconds on the phone, deleted. So 12:25 to 12:47.
Did he ride to the house with Jenn?
No, he rode with Kevin.
No. So this is a ping. Victim's phone data reflects a call to Jennifer. So he did call Jennifer somewhere between 12:18 and 12:19. Look at this. 15, 12:17, 12:18, 12:19.
Yeah.
Victim's first ping in the neighborhood. Okay, so
Listen, in my former life, when I was up to some crazy hijinks and shenanigans, my phone records used to reflect that kind of activity.
Doesn't Ryan Nagel show up at 12:25
to the
Or
house.
is that further down? Yeah.
Yeah, it's further down. Right now, I'm trying to wrap my head around Jennifer's calls to John.
Okay.
Look at the time. I mean, 12:27.
Smokey's making a good point. Why are cops partying with a 17-year-old at midnight?
Well, that's his son.
Brian Albert's son was having a birthday party, and then they just left the bar and joined the party. And Colin was there. Julie Nagel,
Colin's
Brian
one of
Nagel's
the-
sister was there.
Yeah, but isn't Colin one of the kids that belongs to one of? Oh, that's what I thought.
Colin is Brian's nephew.
Okay, so he didn't just show up off the street and walk in and
No.
punch. Yeah.
He's a family member.
So at 12:24:28, John arrives at 34. So Jen arrives at 12:19. At 12:24, Jen's in the house. No, that says she peeked in the neighborhood. Oh, okay. Are y'all with me on this?
Following along.
Okay,
Keep
so at
moving forward.
12:27, Jennifer McCabe tells the victim, here, like I'm here. At 12:29, 2 fucking minutes later, Jennifer calls the victim. He answered. Didn't it thing? I don't care about Colin. So at 12:31, maybe 3 minutes later, no, 2 minutes later, Jennifer texts the victim, pull behind me. 12:49, which she took a break for like 10 minutes. Jennifer McCabe texts the victim, hello. 1 minute later, she's at the victim's home. Oh, Karen's at the victim's home. Leaves a voicemail for John, and you hear the garage door close. So that's at 12:41.
So that was a drunk girl. That was a drunk girlfriend driving home.
Where was John?
He was at the party with
Jennifer.
No,
Jennifer.
at 12:40, Jennifer's texting him, hello.
Well, right. Maybe they're standing across the table. Maybe they're across the fucking room from each other. Maybe he's standing out in the garage bullshitting with somebody, and she wants to show him her new flower arrangement on the dining room table.
Okay. So within, Jesus Christ, like 5 minutes, Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. Jennifer McCabe texts the victim. Where are you?
Hell, maybe he was laying on the ground. Woodstock's right. Like, at that point, I mean.
But at some point, you go, okay, he's with his girlfriend. Maybe they're, whatever.
Maybe she's a precious little bugger.
She starts back up 3 minutes later. Jennifer calls the victim. Jennifer calls the victim. Jennifer calls the victim. At 1 o'clock, all the guests leave the residence. So 15 minutes after where does it say she got home? Karen Reed is at the victim. So she's home at John's house at 12:41. And then everybody leaves at like 1 o'clock.
And nobody's seen him out there. So
And she's still calling and texting, like on and on and on. Look at that. That's the biggest part of this right here. The timeline is her calling him. You don't think that's fucked up?
Okay, so again, I'm going to go back to
At 1 o'clock. I'm sorry. Go ahead, voices.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to in my former life. Like, if all of a sudden this happened, like, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. There, like, this leads to there's something else that's going on. We're not privy to it, but you can clearly see there's something else going on.
More.
Something.
Yeah. Like, maybe Karen was getting jealous at the bar. Maybe John was showing Jen attention.
Maybe Jen was maybe Jen was overstepping her fucking bounds.
Could be. I mean, but that'd be a little crazy. Like, She thinks he's in the car with her because she said, I saw them leave. So she thinks they've left and she's still calling him.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the defense, like to play victim's advocate here,
Yeah.
they're acting like he came in and a fight broke out like pretty fast. And by 12:50, he was already, beaten up or whatever.
And she didn't know?
What's the quickest way to have a fight? Some beach comes in with sex or drugs.
Well, she could be doing it. Like, I guess they're gonna say she was doing it to make it sound like to make it look like he never came inside or something, But at the same time, it is a little strange because that would be like you would have to figure that all out pretty quick. But if they're cops, I don't know.
It's also how a lot of affairs go. Finally, she finds out you're screwing the chick at the soccer field that we're friends with. I mean, come on. That small town.
Psycho kicks in and
normal.
You get hit in the back of the head with a bumper.
Yeah. Have you ever watched the Housewives of,
Snapped?
Yeah, I just see, if I were the girlfriend and this bitch kept texting my boyfriend, I'd be asking questions. And what I'm thinking is they're driving from the bar, right? And maybe she's saying, what's up with Jennifer? Like, what is the back and forth? Are you screwing her? Whatever. And then she's calling. So maybe she just found out something was going on. Jennifer and Karen left the bar, right? At one point. Okay.
Who?
Jennifer and Karen. They walked out together.
Like together? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
I think they might have. Yeah.
Yeah, they just walked out like, I don't know why it was even mentioned. And then there's Brian Higgins. He works for the tobacco, firearm, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, he goes into work that night.
At 1:30.
When he's not scheduled.
Oh, he was going to go steal from the evidence locker. I'm telling you, they're selling drugs.
He went to work and clocked in after night. That's weird to me too. Who goes at a party drinking and then decides
to go to work?
And undercover.
And he wasn't even scheduled, was he?
A dirty cop.
That's why people think that something strange. There's strange things to it because, they act it weird.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Well, we're seeing we're seeing weird activity on the timeline.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, mostly Jennifer calling John.
Mm-hmm.
So then Brian Higgins, this says 1 a.m., everybody left. Not really, because at 1:30, Brian's still there and he leaves. Why does it?
Are these multiple accounts, maybe?
This is an interview statement. All guests leave the Albert residence at 1 a.m.
And here's a little detail that I thought was weird. So Ryan Nagel says he's coming to pick up his sister, Julie, right?
Yeah.
He pulls up. He pulls up and he's there. He supposedly sees Karen alone, according to the defense, but I don't know exactly what I would have to hear his interview. But he leaves because she says she's going to stay the night. She says, I'm going to stay the night. I don't need a ride anymore. But then Jennifer McCabe drives her home.
Right. That was weird to me too. And it was in what time?
They had to pass John O'Keefe's house to take her home. Like, why is she going home then if she was going to stay the night?
Because she decided that she really wasn't up for the whole wife swap that was about to transpire.
Well, no, this is a young.
She stayed there.
Yeah, dirty mind. Okay,
I'm sorry. Listen, I've been around enough firemen, policemen, EMTs, and there's a whole nother subsector.
That's what I'm saying. This is normal to some people. They're all doing shit on the 13-hour, 14-hour stretch. Okay, what time does he get there? Nagel, what time did he arrive? Because I don't see it.
All right, hold on. I have the motion pulled up exactly where they talk about.
Okay, good.
So give me a second.
Is this the defense or?
This is the defense's motion where they lay out their like their whole story. So they say witnesses gave conflicting accounts regarding whether O'Keefe actually exited the vehicle and made his way into the Albert residence on January 29th. Ryan Nagel, one of the only percipient witnesses present on the night in question who was not closely related to the Alberts, arrived at the Albert residence just after O'Keefe and Miss Reed to pick up his sister, Julie Nagel. I thought it was around 12:25, but it doesn't say a time on
Oh,
here.
right
Well,
here.
It might say it.
It's right here, sweetie. 12:15. Ryan Nagel arrives. Okay, so that's what time he got there.
And then
Karen got there at 12:15 as well.
According to Mr. Nagel's interview with police, he recalled seeing a set of headlights of a mid-sized black SUV coming from the opposite direction as he approached Fairview Road and yielded to the vehicle, allowing it to make a right-hand turn onto Fairview as their F-150 then followed. Ryan Nagel confirmed that he did not observe any erratic operation by the SUV at any point while in his presence. Both vehicles parked outside of the Albert residence. He stated that he and his friends remained parked outside the driveway for approximately 5 minutes, at which point his sister came out of the Albert residence and told him she was going to spend the night and no longer needed a ride. At some point, Mr. Nagel told police he observed the black SUV pull forward toward the edge of the Albert's property line. When he and his friends left shortly thereafter, he observed a woman sitting alone in a black SUV outside the residence as he pulled away from the house. He further reported that he did not observe any damage to her vehicle, hear screams, or
You gotta
otherwise
stop.
observe
Stop
an
right
altercation.
there, or else we'll go too far and I won't be able to save this.
Okay.
You hold it right there. Okay, so he got there at 12 o'clock.
12:15.
Where did it go?
12:15. Go down a little bit, right there.
Okay,
Up
so
one, yeah.
And he says he was there maybe 5 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So by 12:20, he would have been gone.
No, wait. Yeah. Wait. At 12:17, what I've seen this on some prosecutor saying this or whatever. Large black SUV travels past the Temple Beth Abraham toward the intersection of Washington. So in the direction, I hate these.
He had a Ford F-150, so I don't think that's
Right.
the same
No,
car.
they're saying this was her. They're saying that's Karen. So that's only 2 minutes, right? She's driving. Because it says they got there at the same time. He says,
Yeah, and he sat outside the house for about 5 minutes.
Right, but
before
she
Julie
didn't
came out.
arrive. She didn't arrive because she was going by. They're saying they think this is her, the prosecution. That's at 12:17. So she would not have arrived at the same time, would she? Because Ryan, he arrived at 12:15. She was still traveling at 12:17.
Well, that's just based on testimony. You know what I mean? Like that's around the
This is
time they
video
said.
footage.
I know, but I'm saying Ryan Nagel arrives at 12:15 is based on testimony, so they're probably giving like a rough time of when they arrived. So it's not down by the minute. You know what I mean?
Ryan could have thought it was 12:15 and it was really 12:20.
Yeah.
When you're holding a phone or wearing an Apple Watch, there are so many people like Jennifer. She in her interviews gives down to like it was 5:54.
Okay, so I'm going to come back again and say this sounds like him and his buddy went over to pick up a bag of something so they can continue on with their evening. Allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes only, while we're having wild speculation Friday.
Entertainment. Warning. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Warning.
That's a drug run. It's a drug run.
No, that just says he further reported he did not see any damage, hear screams, or otherwise observe any altercation between Miss Reed and O'Keefe.
Well, of course not. He was there doing something nefarious that would get him in trouble. So why?
So
why
Jennifer arrives after. Where is she getting?
No,
like,
Jennifer arrives before, like they pull there at the same time, but they're on opposite streets. So he lets her go first, and then he pulls
I'm
behind.
talking about Jennifer.
Oh, Jenn. Jen was there
says
earlier
12:18.
than that. Oh, that's
Phone
weird.
location data.
So they were right behind Jenn then.
But Jenn was in the house when they got there. Remember?
I mean, that's what she says, but
That's
she
what's
said
gonna.
pull. She said pull behind me. So they
Right,
must
she
have
wanted
been
them to
following
move the
her.
car.
Yeah,
She
but she
wanted-
might have been. What if they
No,
were
she said
following
she looked out
her?
the door, sweetie. She said she looked out the door.
Yeah, but
That
I'm
was
saying
her
that's
testimony.
what she said. But if they have video
Phone
or
location data.
And the
Yeah.
phone location data.
That's not going to lie to. I mean,
yeah,
not the time. You know what I mean? Like, I
Mm-hmm.
think I'm not sure how. I mean, Sleuthie is really good about. However, she gets the time. Jennifer receives a call from the PC. Victim's first ping in the neighborhood was at 12:19. So, damn.
So those other people were a minute away
Yeah.
from leaving
Because at
when
12:24, the phone location data puts John arriving at 34 Fairview. That's what, 5 minutes something after what's his face as he pulls up at the same time.
Okay, so again, I'm going to go back and say that was a nefarious drug run, or I'm sorry, that was going over to a house for maybe some nefarious
But
activity.
it's a cop. This is like a high profile cop. This isn't just a beat cop. This guy, let me find it. This
He's
house belongs
isn't it?
to what? Oh, why don't we
Isn't
just show my email, Vicky? Let me see.
No, honey, you're still on.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the hell. So his name is Brian Albert. And it'll show his IMDb, I'm pretty sure. Oh my gosh. You know what comes up when you put in Brian Albert? Turtle Boy Daily News.
No.
First hit. That's not good.
Of course it is. Of course.
They're going to take that shit off.
Oh my.
So he was in Boston's Finest.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So
Yeah, on
that's
a
just
TV
not
show.
any cop,
No,
doing a drug run. So I think it has.
I meant the young kids. Sorry.
Yeah, there weren't, there was the nieces, right? The two nieces were there because Jennifer and Matthew took them home.
No, they were just friends of Brian Albert, or Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel.
They were just friends.
Yeah.
Well, Julie Nagel is. Yeah, that didn't make sense to me either. She calls him to pick her up.
Right. I'm going to stay the night.
Then she says she's going to stay the night, and then
somebody else takes her home a couple hours later.
Here's your bag, according to Voiceless.
Again, allegedly for entertainment purposes only on Wild Speculation Friday.
See, this is the show that guy was on. Come on, what are you doing? Okay. I don't know which one he was on. But anyway, it was a big time show. So let's go back to this. John arrives at 12:24. John first pings. So what you're reading, go ahead and finish.
Oh, the defense. I finished that paragraph of Ryan Nagel. It doesn't say a time for him. It just says he let her pull before him, like he let Karen go pull up before him, and then he parked.
They were, but she was closer at one point, and then moved down by the flagpole.
Yeah.
At 12:31.
And then he says when he left, when him and his friends left the house, he observed a woman sitting alone in a black SUV outside the residence as he pulled away, and didn't hear a scream.
Well,
or
if
anything.
he didn't
That's
see
how it ends.
anyone leave the car, and he didn't see John in the car, where's John?
That's a good question.
You know
Him
what I
and
mean?
Jenn are in the study with the candelabra.
Yeah, and the razor blade.
Yeah, it doesn't. There's just so many more questions. This timeline. You know what? The defense is going to have a field day with Jennifer on the stand.
Yeah, I don't know. See, we don't know what's going on, and with the prosecution, but I wonder if he's going to have to take those videos down of him following her and yelling at her.
Oh boy, that's I hadn't even thought about that.
Oh yeah.
But
Oh,
in
wow.
this time after he arrives, it's saying on his Apple Watch that he's taken all these steps, that he's climbing stairs.
Right. Yeah, but that's a whole other thing.
Maybe they put it on that dog.
It says that he traveled approximately 87 meters, climbing the equivalent of 3 floors with his location data.
Yeah, that's the defense. Because also, after he was passed out on the ground or whatever, he went 46 more steps. You know what I mean? Like, there's a scientific stuff that shows you're going up, like, height-wise. I can't remember how they explained it. It was on it was either on Profiling Evil or what's his name? The other one. The other one. Do You Ron? That they were talking about that they're just that you can't tell the difference between going up the stairs or what did they say? Like turning around or something?
Are they maybe going off of heart rate?
They're going off. I mean, she's right. As far as
they go by like movement. Like if you're like boom, 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 like they record how the movements are. So they're recording that he traveled about the length of 3 swimming pools and climbed the equivalent of 3 flights of stairs.
But he never
in that time. But we don't know where he is.
That's a lot of activity.
Yeah, that's a lot of activity for nobody to know where this man is.
I mean, think about it, that's a lot of space, or that was a lot of very rapid pacing.
Look, he's being sued. This is Turtle Boy. Who's that page?
We're still on the spreadsheet.
Oh. So this is Turtle Boy's page. Kendra Cut, part 140. And I hate these ads. He believes Karen Reed is. You do a great job. Much respect. I don't know who that Kevin is. But Jenn is saying,
Jen
she has
lawyer. They're saying it's Jenn
It's who?
McCabe's lawyer. He's claiming it's Jenn McCabe's lawyer.
What is he saying over here? Yeah, these are rabbit holes. So he's just on Twitter, I think at 8:23. Someone
Tonight?
please tell. Yeah. Can y'all see it? Twitter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Are y'all okay? Someone please tell Ted Daniel News that the 6 phones they took, oh my God. They don't give a shit how old those phones are, or old phones. They're just trying to make it look like now he's going to fuck with the people that have all his electronics.
That's not a good idea.
I mean, wow. They're just trying to make it look like I'm a drug dealer. Hey, Ted, that's not what they're trying to look like, but can you ask Lieutenant Tully to update my fantasy football team on the iPhone? Oh my God.
Did he just dry snitch on himself? Is that?
Looks like it. Documents show police obtained multiple warrants to search for electronics inside Kearney's home, his Lexus SUV, and on his person, I guess. The documents reveal police are seeking evidence related to the multiple charges he currently faces, and one warrant alleges probable cause that Kearney recorded people without their consent. Well, that's not going to be an easy one for them, because that's a real, I think the one in the bathroom, but I didn't see him record the guy. You know what I mean? I just saw his face. Return documents show, I'm not taking up for him. I'm just saying, I didn't see anybody.
Understandable.
Confiscated 6 Apple phones, 2 computers, 2 SD cards, and a silver USB drive. In the application for the warrant, police request, because they have to be kind of specific when they start searching. Not so much on what they take, but what they search for. See how much support he's getting. It's a good thing the warrant only goes back 6 months. Is that all they went? Yeah, that's right. They went back 6 months. Yeah, well, I've got like a shit ton of phones too. Okay. So back to this one. I'm just interested in Jennifer. It's fucking ads. God, see how many ads? This is what JLR does on his page. It's like everything's an ad. He claims to be innocent, but still felt the need to hire a man who has defended some of the most notorious criminal. Am I on this page?
Yeah, no, that
Defendants
goddamn
in
it.
the state.
I just dropped it. I just dropped glue all over my workplace. Sorry.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Kevin, okay, so Turtle Boy's writing that Jennifer's a lawyer, right? And Jennifer's a lawyer. Kevin Reddington. Am I right, Cait?
Yeah, he's claiming that's Jennifer's lawyer who messaged him and said that stuff.
Okay, he's claiming. Do you know if it is or it's just?
I don't know.
Yeah, Turd Boy, 2 consecutive acquittals on first-degree murders and 3 rapes in the past year. I'm a loser. No, my friend. Okay, so you defended some really shit people. So why would you be defending Jennifer?
Because have we been?
He says you don't want to dance with me.
Have we both been reading the same timeline? Jennifer doesn't seem like the type of friend that any of us want to have.
No,
he claims the FBI is subpoenaing subpoenaing their records and stuff like that, but I don't know if that's true.
Who's the they in that? Who's the they in that
That's
statement?
what I was asking.
Like Turtle Boy is claiming that the FBI is subpoenaing like Brian Albert, Jenn McCabe, and all their records.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
And
didn't
that
hear
they're
that.
being
I just heard they were
investigated, yeah.
witnesses. Really? Wait.
That's what he was
said that?
claiming, that they were like they were subpoenaing all their stuff.
Dude, you're not gonna look hot, even with a hot girl and a nice motorcycle. You still look like Popeye. Well, that is all he does. Hello. So I never followed this Turtle Boy guy. Probably gonna like really dox.
Yeah, I didn't even know who he was until
I didn't
about a
realize
week
how
ago.
crazy. I followed him during one case, but he didn't act like that nearly as bad as this. So I had no idea he
Really?
was bad. But there was this kid Dominic who got burned really bad with a flaming baseball, and his family accused these neighborhood kids of throwing it at him and made all this money off of everyone feeling bad, thinking this kid was bullied by these kids in the neighborhood. And the mom bought like a house, she bought a horse, you know, like took advantage of it. Well, here, Turtle Boy got the talk to the mom of the kids that were being called bullies, and like the kids were being slandered really bad all over like the town. Well, he got the camera footage which shows they were all playing with gasoline, and the kid basically lit himself on fire, and the two kids who were playing with him actually tried to put the fire out by like jumping on him and like, you know, trying to like save him.
Yeah.
And he felt bad for the kids who were being called bullies because he felt like the kid who got burned, like his mom was running with this story for money and sympathy and making them look terrible. And I watched him cover that, and he wasn't anything like this. So I had no idea he was like
that's
bad.
Right. I've seen this kind of shit in the high profile cases that people will just do crazy shit to make you shut up. I mean,
How long?
Insane.
How long ago was that, Cait?
It was like, it's like right after all the Michael Long stuff died down, probably like 2021. The kid's name was Dominic. If you type in like Dominic flaming tennis ball or something like that, you would be able to find it. But
well, no,
I was 2021.
Okay, so I was just curious to see if this was another one that was a rapid escalator like Betty, if that makes sense.
If you look at the timeline, he came on. No. Well, I haven't been following, so I can't say. I know the shit's been going on for a while. He came on, I think, in April, right, Cait, if you know? I think he came on a week after Jackson did. Because he read his 92-page affidavit that nobody can find.
Yeah, about April. Yeah. Because
Right,
I started following this right when it, like around the time, I started following it in like May. So, and he was already had a lot of stuff about it. So probably like April.
See, that's a really rapid.
Well, and Heels, I was meaning, like, you know, like Cait said that she had followed him on something else prior to this.
Right.
And then, you know,
And he was always kind of like very in your face, like attitude type deal, but he wasn't like doxing. As far as I seen, he wasn't like doxing people or like, you know, intimidating people and stuff. He was just like interviewing the mom and trying to prove, like, you know, exonerate these kids from being bullies and stuff like that.
Right. So that's a great, I mean, like, that's a great reason to use your platform and do something good. And now he's gone, the pendulum has swung all the way the other direction.
I mean, I don't care that he yells at Jennifer while she's walking. That, you know, just don't call her a murderer. Yeah, I've got questions for Jennifer. But when when the parents of John are walking into the courthouse, yelling losers, boo, talking shit about her son, that's a little much. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, go ask Jennifer some questions. Don't go to her house and film the inside of her house, which she did from the glass door, you know, doing shit that's not against the law, that is immoral. Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. I think if you really believe that there's some cover up with police, and if there is some cover up with police, you have to somewhat handle that in an aggressive way, but nothing like he does. Like he's like, like he's like over the top. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
really
you
bad.
Your next ticket, you're going to be way further under than John was, under the ground. I mean, you just don't fuck with those cops. They had that big sting in Baltimore City, I think, where the cops were taking drugs and money, and this one cop had so many drugs they couldn't even fit it in their storage room. And one guy that was going to testify against them, the night before he testified, he ended up dead, another cop. So there's some, you know, but this was called the gun. It's the same place at Brady Gray. died in the back of that cop van. I probably lost y'all, but anyway, they do have, you know, conspiracies and rings and shit happens, but you don't throw them in your front yard. Okay, cause the victim. So Brian Higgins, I heard a rumor, just a rumor, that there were text messages on his phone from Karen, like sexy time. That's what I heard. Jennifer and Matthew, let's see, of course he's calling. Go down here. Victim's niece, this is when, okay, so by 2:03, everybody knows Karen's gone, John's gone, didn't go in the house, they're gone. Jennifer McCabe, is she alone here, Cait? So Jennifer.
No, she's with her husband. Her and Matt McCabe leave 34 Fairview and they drive. And they're with Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So it took them about, I remember that.
So that's the young
her
girl.
And her husband, so her and her husband drop off Julie Nagel, Ryan Nagel's sister, and Sarah Levinson at their houses, they have to drive by John's.
I don't know where she's getting this timeline. Because Jennifer leaves 34. God, they left like.
Well, the things are conflicting because some come from statements and some come from phone data and some come from
this
text.
is all phone.
So obviously in an interview or a statement, they may not give the exact time. They're going to remember like, oh, it was around this time or whatever.
Right, but this is phone location data. And look, at 1:47, Jennifer leaves 34, whatever. Then
they said they left at 1:30, but they actually left at 1:47.
Well, they said, somebody said they left at 1.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen that at 1 o'clock too.
So in an interview, somebody said that all the guests left at 1. And then in a different interview with Jen McCabe, she claims that her and her husband left at 1:30. And then the phone data shows they left at 1:47.
And they get home at 2:12. Okay, that's even more interesting. Okay. Brian Lucky, whatever his name is, arrives at the barn to get his dump truck. I guess they have an attachment. So that's the interview. Do you have that handy? I mean, I can go find it. Do you have it handy?
I don't.
Okay, we'll go after it in a minute. So, of course, Jennifer gets home and starts messaging again. She didn't message on the way home. Did y'all notice that? She's not messaging. And it was like, I don't know, an hour.
Because she was too busy messaging somebody else, setting something else up.
Get off the drugs.
Okay, fine. Damn it. All right. You got me. How do you know?
Deletes 2 screenshots. What are they? Why?
One of the screenshot is Brian Albert's contact information. So she went, at some point she went into her contacts and she took a picture of Brian Albert's phone number and everything and texted it to somebody. And then she deleted it.
Who did she text it to?
Who did she text it to?
I don't know, but she deleted it, like the screenshot she took.
I need a moment. Why would she do that? Okay, you can go back to the drugs.
People think she did that because they were setting, they were planning
setting shit
how
up.
they were and that she was, saying here's Brian's contact information, call him or deal with him or whatever,
Okay.
Maybe Michael they actually think she sent it to Michael Proctor because the connection to Michael Proctor is Jennifer McCabe's sister-in-law, or like on her brother's wife or something.
Wife, right?
No, but I think her like brother's wife or something has a there's some connection with Jennifer McCabe and Michael Proctor. And I think she's the link for Michael Proctor, and they believe that she may have sent that screenshot to Michael Proctor.
Yeah, she's probably texting and calling him too. Okay.
Because he happens to be a friend of the family, and
But
you
that,
know, so they
that,
think like,
yeah, but I think that's all speculation, right?
no. Oh, his mother said they're really close. There's pictures of his kids with the Alberts. There's
That was at a
videos.
wedding, though, right?
I'm not sure where that picture
think that
was.
was a
It didn't
wedding.
look like a wedding because the
Oh,
kid didn't look like he was dressed in wedding clothes, but I could be wrong. And then there's video evidence of him at like a birthday party of one of them. And
I allegedly think, allegedly, because Voices isn't the only one that ever went, you know, anywhere for whatever. Who goes this much without some kind of drug at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, again, like I said, there's
I knew
there's
you
a
were gonna
different
pick up.
I
side.
stay up late all the time. I'm a night owl, but you know, I'm not.
Yeah, but you're probably sitting at home, right? Are you out running around, walking around?
No, I'm
Right? Are
like
you running the
people.
streets, Cait?
What?
Everybody's up at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, I bet your text records don't look like this, and your comings and goings don't look like this.
No.
Yeah. So at 2:26, 2:27, Speedy over here, Jennifer.
She was also, according to her Apple Watch, pacing around her house. all
Yeah.
night.
I'm thinking.
Well, if I was just getting done plotting a murder and like putting somebody in a snowbank and shit, I'd be pacing around my house too. Allegedly.
They have her records, right? It doesn't show her calling or texting anyone, but the neighbor, what's his name, Beatty, and John.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like she's not gonna sit shit up with the dead man. Maybe she was trying to see if he was dead yet or something.
Oh, was she texting the neighbor to see if he could see it on his ring cam?
Yes.
Could be.
What did she call him for? She called the neighbor. It's in the document. She calls the neighbor.
So the neighbor was like the chief of police or something. The neighbor was
another cop.
Yeah, the neighbor was
Wow.
another cop.
Beatty, right? Beatty or
What,
whatever.
they all live like within a 2-3 mile
Sounds
radius.
like it.
I mean,
Yeah, he lives like a couple houses away. He's like the chief of police or something along those lines. Like he's definitely, I think he's the chief of police if I remember correctly. And
People
and
think-
his camera just didn't happen to work that night.
Okay, I knew there was something. I knew that there was a camera.
I bet you that's why she was texting him at 3 a.m. was to tell him his camera wasn't working.
Oh. Or turn your camera off for about 30 minutes.
Right.
So, at 5 a.m., at 4:59, okay? This is hours after she saw, according to her statement, she saw them leave, like earlier, like 12:45, whatever. So Jennifer calls the victim and goes and answer. Then at 5, Carrie Roberts receives a call from Karen Reed. This is so messed up. Now, Carrie is who?
John's neighbor.
Oh, they were friends for a long time. That's right. She and John were like friends for a really long time. I also find it weird that Karen didn't have.
Well, I think she
Jennifer-
called the neighbor to say, "Oh, hey, did you see John?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Carrie's like the next door neighbor or something.
Yeah, I just remember there's a call to Beatty, and in her testimony, she said something about wanting him to look at something. I just remembered the name. So she receives a call from Karen. Karen says she didn't have Jennifer's phone number, so she got John's niece to dial the number right here.
Oh, wait. So is that before she took the young girls?
No, they were already home.
Oh.
The niece is Karen John's sister died.
Yeah, and her husband. They both died.
Well,
He adopted
nieces.
him.
I forget there's two different sets of nieces in this story. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
he adopted his sister's niece or his sister's daughters, and they were actually friends with Jenn McCabe's daughters, and that's how he was friends with Jenn.
yeah, I'm thinking a little more. So then Karen, let's see. Carrie gets called by Carrie Roberts. She wasn't at the party, though. Carrie Roberts isn't mentioned at the party. I didn't see her mentioned at the party.
No, she wasn't at the party, as far as I know.
So why is Karen calling Carrie, who wasn't at the party? Because she's
To
trying
see,
to see the
well,
document.
because she's John's next door neighbor, Carrie.
Why wouldn't John just fucking go home? You know, like
Well, Karen was calling Carrie to say, "Hey, did you see John?" Maybe because she lives right next door to John's house.
Yeah, can you check the security cameras and see
And
if
see if John came home? Yeah.
walking past?
It's so weird. Everybody's calling. Hey, can you check your security camera and see if my husband's going into, Priscilla's
Well, think
house?
about it. They're all it's probably a whole little subdivision of law enforcement in different departments.
Absolutely.
I mean, and you know who's got cameras. Who
And
doesn't.
nobody saw anything.
Right. Nobody saw nothing. It's as bad as Bardstown. Ain't nobody saw a damn thing, and the cameras were broke.
So she just
conveniently
ran over him. No tires squealing. No. Wouldn't they have heard that acceleration if she was just, you need to go away.
Snow on the ground. I mean, you will still hear, you can still hear
Jenn
it spinning.
McCabe said she saw the car pull off. I mean,
right.
Like she must have been near the window or looking out the window. So I don't know.
Yeah, because the first time she said, Seylah, you must go away. She said she was looking out the door. Then she was looking out the window. She's like stalkerish.
I'm telling you, she wanted his weenus.
But you would think if Karen had just hit him and she looked out the window and seen
something fly over
seen
her car,
pull off, or she's seen Karen pull off, how would, like, at that point he's not covered in snow or anything. How do you miss?
Well, remember one of the nieces, I don't know, nieces or whoever was in the car with the McCabes, said she saw something, but she didn't know what it was. She saw something
black, something black underneath the snow. But I'm saying, how did Jenn not see him when she looked out the window and saw Karen pull off at 12:20 or whatever time it was?
Well, then she would have saw her make her 3-point turn.
You would think.
You would think at that point she would have seen him laying in the snow as Karen pulled off if she looked out the window. I don't know.
Yeah, but they were over there by bushes. I think those bushes would have obstructed. Like, he wasn't in the middle of their yard like everybody keeps saying. He was over by these bushes where the flagpole. Do you have a picture? I can go find one.
Yeah, I have it. Hold on.
Okay.
All right.
I love this.
What do you love?
Cait and you and Kathy and
I wanted to say I very much enjoyed tonight, Heels. Thank you for hosting this.
I did too.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
This
I've learned a lot of things I didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay, I shared it. You just have to put it on the screen.
Where is it? Here we go. Okay. Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
Okay. See, this is where the body was, over here.
Over here?
Where the flagpole is on the other side.
Over
So
here?
all the, yeah. Right there. Where the shadow, kind of in that right there area. So when you hear people saying, oh, they came out of the house, they didn't see him, like, no, because it's over.
That would have all been covered in snow, and the snow would have been deeper over there.
Can I make it bigger on my fancy? No.
It's
I'm not
because I
doing
have
it.
a really, I have a wide.
Oh, you're on Google. Okay, see? He was like in that, because they kept saying he was like in that bush area. Hey, Chad, I haven't been looking at Chad at all, but thank you for posting the link.
Right, and it is.
them.
You're right.
Well, they said that she saw something black underneath the snow by the flagpole. So he
Right.
was somewhere near the flagpole.
Right. He was over here, over in this area. because they show it. I mean, there's other things that show it was. Hey, Kirks. I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at chat. Uphill, it would be hard. Well, okay, he was obviously there. So whether people saw him or not, he was there. I don't know what time but look how far. So maybe 12 feet would be before those bushes, right?
You know
It's
what?
hard to tell.
That looks a lot like it could easily have been because of a snowplow.
Yeah, see, there's a curb right there. See that curb?
It looks about like 4 or 5 feet to the dirt. So 12 feet is far. Like 12 feet would be like, yeah, like a little past the flag.
Wait a minute. The fire hydrants are what? 4 foot, 3 foot in?
I might be able to measure.
Oh, good thinking.
Look at where that fire hydrant is. I bet that's 3 foot in because they need to be so many feet away from the edge of the road.
That's not something I'm familiar with. But if you're correct, he would be like, nobody's going to see him coming out of the house. I'm sorry. Even if he's right here, you might see him going by, but no one's going to see him coming out of the house and going to their car.
Not to mention,
it doesn't make any sense to me how he ended up all the way by the flagpole.
Yeah.
Like,
because she was parked right here.
Yeah,
this is
but
where Jenn was seeing him.
I mean, I get that, but like, how did his body end up all the way over there?
Me too, girl. That's what I.
Yeah, she wasn't going fast enough to throw him that far.
Oh, he was found between the fire hydrant and the flagpole close to the electrical box.
Are you reading this?
From the chat, you can see the electrical box right there. There's the fire hydrant. There's the flagpole.
Right.
There's the electrical box.
Fire hydrant, electrical box. So he was right in here. Mm-hmm. When was this Google done? Can you see that? I can't. It's too small.
Well, the pictures they showed, it doesn't look like this though. Like, I don't remember seeing.
Well, there was snow.
Yeah,
there
I
was
guess snow.
Yeah, looks different in the snow.
Well, and you got to remember that's really shaded. That's also going to hold probably a little more snow.
Something I had so much.
That was so far to me. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Do you have one of in the snow?
Mm.
I might be able to. Hold on, wait. I can measure it like this. I think. Wait a second.
Sheila, come in the house now. Shithead. I'm kind of.
It'll only tell me miles.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I think. Okay, hold on. See?
Thank you, Keister Bunny.
He was right here. There's the flagpole. Sheila. And it's weird when you're looking at things like this, like it's hard to tell the distance. Is that a snowman up there?
I'm doing it right now. Hold on a second. That's
weird.
So it'd be like right about here where he was found. Because this is 10 feet. Look, see this line I made right here? That's 10 feet.
Back over there. Hold on, girl.
It's on the screen.
Oh, I thought I was showing you on my screen.
All right, so
Eagles.
Yellow
Cait Drive.
This
Okay,
yellow line right here. This is 10 feet. So 12 would be about right here.
Oh my God.
That's far. I don't know.
That's like purposely. Okay, so now I'm going to be a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
because in the bushes is where you put him if you were going to put him in the front yard.
Right? Exactly. In the bushes.
Yeah, in the bushes.
That's far.
This is a weird case.
That's far.
And look how much room. See, Jenn was saying, pull up behind my car. That fits what? 3 cars, probably 6 cars. I don't know what the hell that is.
Okay, so now that we've looked at it, that's probably not a snowplow. I'm going to agree with Keister Bunny again.
God, I'm trying to look at so many things. Deleting anything in her phone history is, yeah. And so she handed over her phone voluntarily after, she deleted shit and thought it would really be gone. Okay, I got to see what this says. Hills doesn't have them on screen today. Oh, okay, Nicole, thank you. I thought you were talking about the links to the.
Hey,
Yeah,
what
but also there was fresh snow falling at the time, so the footprints could have
Right.
easily been filled if there was, you know.
Right.
Like,
So now, why can you not see?
and maybe that was why Jenn was wasting time, because she made Karen come pick her up at her house and drive all the way back and pick up Kerry Roberts, search the apartment before they went to Brian Albert. So maybe in her mind it was like, you know, let it
Wait,
snow
so
more.
how do you know that? Hold on.
So
look, can y'all see this? You see the snow?
Hold on.
No,
You're
I
only
don't see
showing
anything
the four
right
of
now.
us right now.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna have to share because you got to see what I'm looking at. Let me make sure. Put it over here. And then go here. I'm so proud of myself. I can do this. Share screen. There you go. So you see that now? The snow and the shovel right there in the house.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
Yeah.
unless they walked all the way down the driveway and then went that way, you know, and like from the front instead of
Who?
like across the front yard. Whoever put him in that area, you know, if he was placed.
Yeah. I don't
You know what I
if
mean?
believe that. Yeah, I can't because.
Okay.
But trust me, that team that came out there, certs or whatever it is, they're like, they
did
would
a terrible
find.
job.
Yeah, they would find evidence of somebody being dragged.
Okay. What about this? What if when they went to take the niece home, they're the ones that actually hit him?
I've thought about that too. Maybe he followed them out to get a ride and he was drunk and they backed into him, and you know, maybe that's why Brian didn't come outside, because he was like, "Oh, hey, Jenn, this is on you. Y'all figure it out." You know what I mean? And maybe
Yeah,
that's
but
why.
Jenn, Karen
Yeah.
told her dad she hit something. She told the girls, did I hit him? I hit him. She said, I hit him to the ambulance person, according to her. I don't think she'd be in on a conspiracy. Could be.
Oh, I guess I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Okay. So this, it's like always deceiving, those Google Maps. But the front door, let's see, the driveway's way over here. They have this door. And then I think they have, that's the door to the garage. And I think that's the glass door that she was looking out of. Unless the bitch was over here in the back room peeking out the dark area. Because she's weird. Does that look like the snowplow there? Like the street is clean right there?
No.
Okay, so when they come through, they just throw it, like they throw the.
It piles up along. See how it's piled up along those sides?
Right.
Yeah, they just push it off the road and it piles
So-
along the side of the road.
So this is road? You see where I'm pointing?
I can't.
They're parked right there, so that must be road.
Mm-hmm.
So this goes on, which is interesting, to show where they found the planted shell. Where is it? He shows where they found the plastic. Right there.
How long were they there? Takes time to set those things up.
Yeah, he's talking about.
So for me, the idea that Trooper Proctor arrived at an empty scene around 5:15 or even 5 borders on absurd.
Now
The
what?
conspiracy theorists have the idea that Proctor walked out like Andy Dufresne in the Shawshank Redemption, casually dropping pieces in the snow. But look at the main piece.
Are y'all seeing that?
Mm-hmm.
Look,
Those are shovel marks.
that's the piece of tail light. Actual pictures.
Around it. Again, here's the news footage.
Yeah.
Note the shovels in the hands of the state troopers. The accident scene had been plowed and the pieces of taillight were buried inside mounds of snow. If you've been told otherwise, it might be time to start questioning those sources.
See? So
Hmm.
I believe that the tail light, I don't, it's just, Jenn is like, she's making me a conspiracy theorist because I was really leaning toward absolutely Karen hit him, took off, but Jennifer's acting too weird.
Jennifer's doing some shady shit. There's a lot of
Yeah.
text messages and phone calls that.
Do you think she's in on, do you think she saw Karen do it and she's somehow protecting Karen? No.
No.
She was trying to rat Karen out.
Yeah. No, she's not. She's not.
And Karen
She's
would
not
have
trying
to,
protect her.
it would have been too perfect. Like they throw him out in the yard, he'll die, the snowplow guy will see him, somebody will call, well, whatever. But then Karen comes along, picks up the two women, makes a spectacle of finding him. But I mean, was she in on it? No.
The other thing that kind of makes me question if Karen did it is like her reaction when she got up. She was like cursing him the hell out. Where the F are you? Like,
yeah,
which I would do if my man didn't come home. But if I killed somebody, I probably wouldn't be like that. I'd be like,
yeah, put the brakes on.
where are you? Are you okay? You know,
Yeah,
like I'm worried about
I love you.
But she was like,
that's the psycho thing to do.
Think back to Bailey and Chance. Bailey cussed Chance at one point.
I don't know who that is.
Bailey, what?
Bailey cussed Chance at one point in those text messages. Like, where the fuck are you?
I don't
She
know.
figured,
I
it's,
think if she knew she killed him, she would have been like, where are you, John? I'm so worried about you.
Right,
Not F you,
right.
mother effer, why aren't you home yet? Like she was snapping.
Oh, do they have, I didn't see the messages. They have them in here? Where'd you get those?
Hold on. I've seen them somewhere, I forget. But
Oh, I didn't see. I went all through this.
not in the Sleuthie Goosie one, but
Oh, okay.
or maybe it was a voicemail she left him. There was something where she snaps, like
Yeah, see, they have his phone, which would tell a lot, right?
Mhm.
Like she wouldn't give her phone data,
right?
But they had his right underneath him. And that's kind of here. That's weird.
But I
to me.
believe there's a voicemail that she left early in the morning,
Right.
and she is snapping out.
Yeah. Oh,
like,
yeah. No
now.
doubt. Yeah, no doubt. She was cursing him. But his phone.
So
was
that kind of
right-
gives me like, oh, like maybe it is authentic. I mean, if she did hit him, maybe it was an accident and she didn't know.
Yeah. Well, how do you knock
Right.
somebody 12 feet and then call him and curse them out?
What if she didn't knock him? What if it was just enough to give him like enough of a concussion, whatever, and he stumbled there and fell?
Yeah. I mean, she could have told him to get out of the car. He got out. She thought she's drunk as fuck right then. Like that's when she's at like 13. And
Right.
tells him to get out. She thinks she hit something. Right? She tells everybody that. Anybody, she tells them, her dad even. But she didn't know it was John. So the next day or the next morning, like, why did she call Jenn to go with her?
Well, because maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, they weren't friends.
Well, because that was probably the last place he was known to be.
But there's other people there. I don't know that she'd know them.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
think.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
they knew Jenn because Jenn's.
I know this
niece
daughter.
is- Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I wasn't thinking.
That's okay. We're just
I don't know.
brainstorming.
I like the possibility that somebody else could have been the one to hit him. That's a possibility. I like that.
But she said she hit something.
Listen, they all kept telling her that she hit something.
No, at her arraignment. The next day, the lawyer said it was an accident. It was not intentional or whatever he said. They were saying it was an accident. Her lawyer, out of his mouth, said that to the news people. Then everything changed. He left. Why can't he leave? So the next day, whenever the new lawyer showed up, what was that, 4 months later? Everything changed.
Well, and maybe that's why they got a new lawyer, because this one shot the case in the foot. You know what I mean? Maybe they didn't. If it's a defense attorney, maybe they didn't want to go with the defense he was going to present.
And how fortunate was it that the new attorney, the new high-profile attorney that she just happened to get, was a conspiracy theory.
Well,
just shows up. How does she get him to this little town? Might be the connection, because he's a Hollywood type lawyer who's on all the shows. Could have been because he knew. No, but then he wouldn't try to set up his friend. I was going to say because he knew Brian from being in that show, Boston's Finest.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
But he's not on his side, obviously. But why is he there? Like, he represented Weinstein. And now he's representing Karen from, what is it?
Hey, economic times are hard, baby.
If I can get a good lawyer, if I'm being accused of murder and I can get a good lawyer, I'm going to get a good lawyer. I mean,
no, do you know who he is, though?
Yeah, Alan Jackson. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not representing Karen from Canton, Massachusetts. Like, I don't even think she'd have that kind of money. I'm just wondering, I don't believe she sent him an email that was the one interesting email out of all his emails.
Well, if she knows he's a Hollywood type exec and a bit of a conspiracy theorist, maybe she played.
No, he's just a lawyer. That he's a big high. When Arnold Schwarzenegger's maid's son shot somebody, he got him 7 years. Long time ago. That's how long he's been in Hollywood.
Well, then I'm going to go with Cait on that one, and I'm going to get me the best attorney my money can buy.
Yeah, but the attorney has to accept the case. I'm just saying, I think someone is connected somewhere with Jackson. Maybe it's the other attorney. Maybe it's as simple as that. But he'd be a hard attorney to get to represent you. You know, he's in California. He does all high-profile cases.
Oh, well, I mean, what more high-profile case than a cop dies in another cop's yard?
They made it up. No, that's true that he did die there. Well, he died at the hospital. I'm just saying.
Well, of course.
It wasn't a high-profile case until Alan Jackson, a week after he came on, and Turtle Boy got on it. That's when it became a high-profile case. Not for the whole, however long it was, from January to April.
Well, and probably law enforcement is fucking grateful for that. Could you imagine? Like, this shit could have gotten out of control real quick should it actually be a conspiracy. They could end up with riots and protesting and all kinds of civil unrest.
Have you been watching the courthouse?
Oh, well.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I mean, like, no, I've been a little bit busy.
Yeah,
with
the town is like split.
And they went crazy. In just a second, I'll pull it up. Yeah, there's like how many? 200 people in front of the courthouse. Oh my God, Voices! You didn't see her make her exit.
No, Heels. I made sure to get. Like, I heard about this. Somebody had sent me a link the other day. I had kyphoplasty on Wednesday, so I've been kind of down and out of everything.
Okay, well, I'm not going to punish you. I promise.
Okay.
You don't get punished. So watch this. And I'm sorry you're going through that.
Oh God, it's awesome. I mean, it was just I hate anesthesia, and I had to be under anesthesia, and so it's just one of those things that, like, my brain didn't want to work right, so I had to be cautious on what I fed it, like watched and participated in.
Oh,
yeah.
Hold 1 second, please.
Hold, please.
Mhm. God, taking this awful medicine. Let's see. There it is. Okay. I have 235 tabs open.
235,011 bajillion D7.
Okay. Can y'all see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Karen? Okay, here we go. I think I showed this.
I tried to.
This is her coming out of the courthouse after being bonded. I don't know if she was bonded out. I think this was the second time she was bonded out. And she's a celebrity now.
Save his life. I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Hey, folks, I ran a poll online, and about half of you think that Karen Reed is getting framed for the murder of her boyfriend, Boston police
He does
officer.
a really good job on this.
Today, the judge in this case rejected both subpoenas. Those two will not have to testify, at least not yet. We heard from Karen Reed shortly after that.
I tried to save his life.
Listen.
I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his.
There's Mr. Oh, I don't look shady at all, Alan Jackson. Doesn't he look shady?
All I hear her doing is giving a well-rehearsed speech that was written by her legal team. Sorry.
Or her. She seems a little drama to me, but maybe. I don't, I used to always think that about defense attorneys, but the trouble they would be in to actually coach a whole ass, a conspiracy theory. I think he would go to someone that would go to Turtle Boy that would, help it along. I don't know. I like her shirt though.
Well, I was the only one trying to save his life.
Karen
He
Reed
looks so
drew
shady to me. Look at him. Watch his eyes.
applause from family and friends. It's unusual for a murder defendant to speak like this before a trial date is even set, but there's nothing usual about this case.
And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
I am not having an evidentiary hearing in this case.
Reed spoke after Judge Beverly Cannoni shut down an attempt by her attorneys to question two prosecution witnesses. One is Jennifer McCabe. The defense claims
Look at her.
McCabe
He's yelling at her, Turtle Boy, and that she's just smiling the whole time.
searched and deleted how long to die in cold before O'Keefe's body
that
had
weird.
been discovered.
We know that she was Googling how long to die in cold at minimum, 3 hours before John O'Keefe's
I think
body
it's
was
ridiculous that judge wouldn't allow that though. Like,
wouldn't allow what?
Them to interview, like to what's it called? Her
An evidentiary
Interview.
hearing. She
Yeah.
wouldn't allow the evidentiary hearing.
Right, because they've already
defense
got
to
a
interview.
suspect. He's trying to do a whole new case. That's why she's not having it.
Yeah, but she was
Oh,
at
no.
the party and she was.
I mean, it doesn't
She was
matter.
there when he was found.
Right.
It does matter because it's evidence in the case. You know what I
But
mean? Like,
Jennifer, they're able to interview her, right? Of course. Because and Carrie,
she denied them having getting the phone records of the party goers that night, like just
Right.
to see where they were, like
It
their
doesn't matter.
location data.
Right,
Well,
but it doesn't matter because they're not suspects. They already have a suspect that has been arrested, indicted for hitting and running. So
but if it could be evidence that could exonerate
No,
her,
you're
then it does
fishing.
matter.
yeah, but it's fishing. The court sees
I
it
don't think
and-
it's fishing, but the
Well,
court sees
that's
it as-
okay. So if you live in a house and if somebody gets hit that was never in your house,
Well,
and
they
they
don't
get-
know what happened to him. They don't have any video of
Yeah, they
him getting
do.
hit.
the prosecution does. So did a grand jury. I'm not saying it's right.
They don't have
I'm
they
just
don't
telling
have
you.
camera evidence of him getting hit. So they
It
don't
doesn't-
they don't know that he got hit. They just are putting two and two together.
Right.
They
And
also don't have proof that he was in the house either.
Right. They have an indictment of Karen hitting him with her car. I mean, that's what they have. So do they get the evidence from everybody in that like the next door neighbor, the people across the street?
If it could, no, just the party goers. If it could, if it's evident, if it could be exculpatory, where it could, if it's evidence that could exonerate her, it should be allowed.
Right, but they need
it's
something. They need something to say because none of the evidence they have shows him going in the house.
I think they should at least allow Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe's records.
Jennifer gave her phone records. She gave the phone to him. That's what we were looking at.
Yeah. Well, I mean, their GPS, they're like, they wanted to know the GPS of Brian Albert. They asked for Nicole Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Albert,
right,
Matt McCabe, Jenn McCabe, and that's it. That's the main ones they wanted, and they wouldn't give it to.
Hey,
Because
Heels,
they're
Jeff
not
Loves
involved.
Pigs is saying there was an ATF agent at the house.
Right, that was Chris Higgins.
Right, and he gave up his phone.
Yeah, if they want to voluntarily give it, that's one thing. But to voluntarily incriminate yourself into something that, I mean, he was, as far as they're concerned, they have the person they're going to take to trial on, I guess, murder too. Unless the people in that house are going to help the prosecution, they're not going to allow it. The defense has to show some kind of proof. If someone in the house has a picture of John standing in the house, some video of him going in the house, something, then yeah, then they would have, but they have nothing. They're trying to say the dog bite. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but they don't even have a video of her hitting him. They have a broken taillight, but they also have a video of her hitting a car. You know what
no,
I'm
I
saying?
don't-
Like,
yeah, no. I didn't see him. I didn't see the car move. That's just me.
it bounced. You could see it bounce a little bit. Like if you slow
Girl, I
mo,
think
it bounces.
I did.
It
How
like
did
goes.
you see
It
it
bounces forward for like a half a second, and like
And
just a little
so-
itty bitty bounce.
Okay, but think about it. Would a little bounce break the tail light?
The taillight didn't look broken at all, though. That's my thing.
No, it didn't to me either when she was driving.
Yeah.
out.
Right, but then we see the other stuff that the news showed us, and that tail light was
Also-
fucked up.
They didn't find the taillight pieces for a week later after
No, it
they
was that
already
day.
had. No, it
Sure, it
wasn't. They
showed-
didn't found the taillight pieces till a week later. They did another search a week later, and that's when they found the taillight. They found the glass from the drink or whatever that
I just
day.
showed the video of them out there and where the.
I promise
saying
you
that-
it was
he's
a week
saying it was
later.
17.
It was a week later when they found the taillight pieces.
With
I
all that snow, it could easily have been, I will side with Cait on this one. They could have missed it in their shoveling, in their scooping, whatever, what have you. So they would, you know, it very likely found a week later.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue Kate's point. I'm saying I just showed the video of them finding it like 17 hours after they towed her car or something, or after it happened.
It was
like,
after her car was towed, which they
Was
had
wrong.
her car. They had her car in possession. It wasn't on the day where he was hit that they found it. They went back and did another search days later, and then it was already after they had towed her car and they already had possession of her car that they found the taillights. And also, Proctor had John O'Keefe's clothes for some time too before it was handed in for evidence.
where are you getting this? Are these in documents? Because I haven't read any of this.
Well, let me see if I can find it in here.
Here's discovery.
They do talk, and then they made 2 reports in the defense motion. They said they made 2 reports, right? One report from before they found the taillight pieces, and one report after they found the taillight pieces. And they changed the photos in it, and then they also put a phone number in there for Brian Albert that wasn't his phone number.
Right. He had, that's the one thing. Yeah. The phone number, they just had a different number. Okay, they interviewed Nicole Albert. They interviewed Brian too. They interviewed the McCabes. I think this was all almost right away. So Jennifer McCabe, February 1. Let's see. I kept thinking it was in November. It was February. So on January 29th, which is the day after, or it was the same day that he was thrown over the car.
So January 29th was the first day they searched. And then when they found the taillight was on February 3rd. So they said there was 2 incident reports that were almost identical and purport to have been created and generated on the exact same date at the exact same time. However, the report produced on October 25th, 2022, the altered report, is different from the report produced months earlier on February 2nd, 2022, the original report, in 2 very significant respects. One, altered report swaps the single crime scene photo included with the report from the photograph that was taken on January 29th by Canton PD, where there were clearly no pieces of Miss Reed's taillight at the crime scene, to a crime scene photograph taken on February 3rd by Massachusetts State Police when Trooper Proctor purportedly recovered pieces of her taillight at the scene days later after he had already taken possession of her
Oh my
vehicle.
God. Sorry. God, stop. Is this, what is this you're reading?
This is the defense motion.
Okay.
I can send it to you if you want.
Well, I've got everything right here. I'm looking at a bunch of different. So what is the name of the, this one that I have right now, why it would be dated April 6th, is Brian Tully and Mike, 2 detective, Brian Tully from Michael Proctor, interview of Jennifer McCabe. Okay, so tell me the name of what you're looking at. Because I have, or you can send it.
So this
You can
one
put it up.
is, okay, yeah, I can put it up.
Yeah, just do that. I only have 300 tabs open.
Let me switch my thing so it doesn't look all weird. I have like an
Hey,
extended
chat.
monitor. Right?
Hey, everybody. Oh my God, I have so many tabs open.
Good night, Kathy.
Me
Thanks for
too.
coming up.
There's like 1,000 of it right now.
Good night. Yeah, I know. I have too many, and I can't find anything I'm looking for. Oh my God, these last tips are all. Oh, thank you. And I appreciate, I think I sent a thank you to the people who donated, but I don't get notifications on anything. Maybe I do. I don't know. I had to make a whole new PayPal when I thought I was being slick with my name. 2 days later. Oh, I know. It's been fun. I think everyone given kind of their, I like the dose of speculation in my true crime, but got to be clear speculation. Yeah, none of us know what happened. I mean,
Yeah.
none of us know what happened. Okay, are you sharing? Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Add to stage. Bum, bum, bum.
Trying to find where I had it on the report, but when I shared it, I lost it. So I'm trying to find it.
Okay, am I showing what you gave? No, that's.
Yeah, you're showing me.
I am?
Mm-hmm. Because I'm moving it right now. See?
So, okay, I'm going to go with it. Because my tab shows me sharing somewhere else. But I'm good with it.
So do you want me to start, like, do you want me to just go to the report part, or do you want me to show
I'm
you?
trying
like,
to figure out how I can see it. Because
you can
where it's showing up.
Go open StreamYard, like wherever you have StreamYard.
I'm in
open.
StreamYard, sweetheart. I'm in StreamYard, but another tab was saying it's being shared. What confused me. So I have to. Okay, so I can't present this because you're doing it in here. I got it. What if I? There we go. Right?
Now it's the full. Now it just shows the document.
What? What'd you say?
Now it just shows the document real big without our little pictures on there.
But you can see the document?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's what I wanted to see. This was a motion. Can you go to the top? Can I move
Yeah.
it?
This is the one. This is the motion from the defense. And this is where they lay out their side. Like, well, this is their reason for requesting Brian Albert's stuff. Like, they lay out all their information because they're requesting the information
Right.
of
And
Brian
this was
Albert
when?
and McCabe.
Is this like the 92-page thing Turtle Boy was talking about?
It's 24 pages. I've seen in articles where they talk about a 92-page affidavit, but
Yeah.
I haven't found it.
So look at what he's looking for. Stop scrolling before I slap your hand. Go back up. How can I do this? Okay, go to the top. Okay, so this is your counsel. So they're looking at protection of cell phone in the possession of and or God, that's small. And
they want the production of cell phones in the possession and or used by Brian Albert between January 28th and present, so that the defense expert Richard Green may conduct a forensic examination of the respective cell phones for the purpose of recovering incoming and outgoing texts, voice calls, voicemails, emails, location data, web searches, photographs, and or other communications sent and or received by Brian Albert on any other messaging platforms between January 28th and February 5th.
Right. This is a guy sleep in his house or in his house that nothing points to him having anything to do with anything. And you want all that shit from him?
Because I'm believing that maybe somebody else's cell phone points to his information.
She only
Jennifer
she called
him
or twice.
Yeah, she called him in the morning. She called Nicole Albert in the morning. I can't remember if she deleted him or not.
That was after John flew over the car. I mean, she called them like at what, 6 in the morning, 5:30 something.
I'm sorry. Did you just say somebody flew over a car?
Yeah, John flew over the car and then 12 feet into the bushes. Questions?
Allegedly for entertainment
purposes. God,
purposes.
allegedly. I need a sound thing. So see, they're asking for all. No, that's such an invasion of privacy.
But it's also, there was a body on his property. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was on his property.
So if I want to dox you and get all your shit, I can just throw a body on your property.
Well, yes.
Well, they don't know how the body got there. They
do.
allege. They don't, though. They don't
allege
have
shit. They don't
have
shit,
proof that she did
they
it.
indicted her.
I get what you're saying, but she hasn't been convicted. They don't have proof. They don't have a video.
Yeah, but sweetie, you can't just pile
But
up
if
stuff,
there's possible evidence that could get her off, it should be allowed,
Right.
especially because she was
should.
on, or he
But
was
they
on
don't
his
have
property.
it absolutely should be allowed. Just because the body's on your property, believe it or not, doesn't mean you had something to do, unless there's, stabbed to death or shot.
Well, I mean, Jeff makes a good point. Why don't we ask for the neighbor's stuff too? You're close to.
Well, we have evidence that he was headed to Brian Albert's house for a party, not the neighbor's house.
Right.
That's why. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
we know he was being invited to go into Brian Albert's house. So we have enough to say, okay, this man was going to this house. He was supposed to go inside to go to a party, and now his body's on the lawn.
And again, I'm going to go back to my prior point and say, I would dare to say somebody else's cell phone indicates that they've gotten that there was some sort of a connection.
Nicole, God, it took me 5 hours to catch on? There you go. She keeps saying something about links, and I was very confused what she was talking about. There you go. Make me rich. No, you said you love this. I do love this hanging out. And named your panel guest, but forget to say is in chat. Woodstock. I love this, but the reason I'm not talking to chat, because I don't see chat. When I'm over here at these different pages on my phone, I couldn't find my video. Usually I'm looking at my live on my phone. I mean, if you're like a creator and do StreamYard, you probably know what I mean. Still not on my phone. Still don't see
You're
my
doing
phone.
a great job, Heels.
I don't understand. But I'm looking at chat and I love chat. But I have all these tabs open, and when I go to the tab, I don't see chat. I don't know why it's not showing up on my phone. Because I can look at it on my phone.
I don't know, but I think we're going to have to plan a once a week meeting because I might need a recovery group after this, because this is pretty intense and it kind of demonstrates a whole bunch of crazy aspects to the court process.
It does. But what I like about it is, see, Cait's bringing this and we're asking questions like why you can't get their I would love to have all their cell phone data. But we live in a country where, as of yet, a car hitting someone, I mean, that's what happened. That's what they're saying happened. That's what a grand jury said happened. They're trying to find exculpatory evidence without evidence to find the exculpatory evidence. You see what I'm saying? Like, they have no evidence he ever went in that house. The defense is saying like it's filled with blood and rabid dogs. Maybe she drugged him.
There's no way.
Yeah,
She's
I don't
really small.
He wasn't drugged.
That would be like, I would never be able to drag my hubby dead weight. Even
you're
3 feet.
saying she may have drugged. Well, I don't know.
Dead weight is like, like weight like that is much different than like somebody being able to help you. And she's a small
I think
woman.
that they meant drug, like put something, like slipped him a Mickey.
Maybe.
Yeah, I thought she meant drugged by the car.
There would be tire impressions on the lawn, though.
If there were not footprints anywhere. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have nothing but conjecture to get those cell phones. Like they're trying to get hers. Why don't they give the prosecution Karen's cell phone data? I don't know if they've done that yet, but the last, I think, motion I read, they were still asking for it. So they would know if calls went to Brian or calls came from Brian. But just like on Jennifer, she wasn't, only person she was trying to get a hold of was John.
Yeah.
I don't see any conspiracy there. And then Higgins turned his over, which that's weird because his phone is the one I heard had messages from Karen, like sexy messages.
Higgins had sexy messages from
That's
Karen?
what I've heard through the grapevine.
Oh.
And I didn't, until you said he turned his phone in. I didn't know he turned his phone in. He may have crawled that far. Yeah, no telling. They said the blunt force trauma on his head would have incapacitated him pretty quickly. Whoever does their asphalt crack repair should have resurfaced. That's like a bad impressionist sketch. Yeah, I know the areas that are snowy because we used to have properties in some of those areas, and you can just give up having any kind of foundation that.
Swindig, that's what I said. Swingers, upside down pineapple.
Yeah, that's what Asshat said too. Not you. What's his name? Glare. And Turtle Boy just kind of rolls his eyes like, well, yeah. But it could sound like that. And Glare said he knows those kind of people. I think Jenn.
Yeah, I do too. And?
Knows. I'm just saying. Do your kink. I don't care. But yeah, that kind of sound, I don't know. To me, somebody's got cocaine. Let's go over to the house and do some and, night's over or whatever. It just didn't seem like a big drug.
Well, maybe that's what he was planning on, but he sure as hell didn't get that outcome.
Mm-mm. Hey,
Yeah, I
Keister.
wondered that too, Keister Bunny, because I thought it was weird. He just decided to go in and work at what 1
Yeah, but
o'clock
what
in
do
the
you think
morning.
about Karen seeing something? Not Karen, Jennifer, and maybe she's blackmailing, or I don't know. Maybe she went outside and got in a fight with
John.
Not John, with Karen. Come out
Oh.
here, I'm gonna kick your ass. I don't know. There's nothing like that on her phone. I'm just saying.
Maybe John and Jennifer's husband got into it.
Jennifer. Well, and see, Turtle Boy
On the street, maybe.
Yeah, but Turtle Boy said he's a little wimp.
Okay.
Because that was brought up too.
What
Yeah, but
happened
real
in the
wimps act a lot different after they drink a lot, you know.
And what happens
yeah.
if he decided to be a wimp, but he was behind a 2-ton pickup truck that can be a weapon if need be?
Yeah. Kathy, where did you go? Okay, that's an excuse.
She had to go to bed.
She said good night while ago.
Who? What?
She went to bed a little bit ago.
She's right there. Was that? Oh, see how
You're
far
behind.
This is farther up.
Wow.
You're way behind in chat heels.
Wow. Way behind. I don't like this chat on. Hello, Sean Hawkins, Patricia Burns. You get a, you know, they're idiots or whatever you said before. They have two videos of.
So they also claim. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just reading. Body cam. Yeah, spontaneously confessing. So I'm glad they got that on body cam because it's in the reports. Yeah. Do you know where I can find those, Patricia? Beer muscles. I mean, we know cops can all be shady. And here, so can defense attorneys, so can prosecutors. I mean, power is addictive. I don't see a bunch of, yeah, I don't see that. No, I don't see that at all. Like I said, the one in Baltimore City, the gun task force, it took, for one, it took a long time to bring them down. And one of the biggest thieves in the ring was the most popular. Like all these awards and medals. Let's see. If y'all haven't watched that, it's on BBC. I forget the name of it, but anyway, it's about those cops in Baltimore City, and it's insane. Like they would stop people, take the drugs from them, take their money, and go, "Have a nice day."
Did you ever see the 7-5, the documentary about
Yeah.
the cops in New York? That was wild too.
Yeah.
Like they were all in on it, like a whole group of them, and they'd go
Yeah.
take drugs from like raids and sell them. And they had
Yeah, that's what that guy was doing. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Maybe Baltimore City is another. No, I think it was Baltimore City.
Listen, that kind of
like in the late 70s, early 80s. I think.
Oh,
and
okay.
It was all those.
No, this was
it was
during
all those,
Freddie Gray. Yeah, that's
it was
different.
all those cops in the 75th district. Just they were raiding houses and keeping like trash bags of marijuana, and they were selling it to criminals and making tons of money. And there was like a good probably 7 or 8 of them that were all in it together.
Yeah, that's how this one was in Baltimore City. And they get like the dealers to store their shit because they could put it in the evidence lockers or whatever. And one guy said he had so much, it was like filling up a storage room, like, and it was everything: heroin, coke,
Wow.
pot, everything. Yeah, they'd make a bus, take some for themselves, and you know. And the money, oh my God. One guy had $200,000 in a safe. They took 100, called it a day.
damn.
I think there were 4 or 5 cops that were in on it. And they got a lot of guns off the street. And you know what the guy said that was interesting but still wrong? he said if we did everything the way that we're supposed to, like, you know, what the law allows for us to do, they would never get any guns off the street. I think you're supposed to say, may I have your gun? No? Okay. That's cool. They have 2 videos. Okay, I got that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen the body cam ones, but
I haven't
I'd
either,
like
but I'd
to see
love
them.
to.
I've read an article that the prosecution was requesting body cam videos, but I've never seen. They said the prosecution was requesting unaired videos, but I haven't seen them.
We probably won't get to see that till it hits court.
Why can't I find everything I found? Okay, that's hers. There's the Apple Health data. I think that's it. So we have the communication log with Jennifer. Okay, so these are important points. What time did Brian and Nicole arrive home? Yeah, I can't do all scrolling back and forth. It's too much.
Okay, Heels, I think
down. Yeah, I still
you
have
gotta
mine
take
up.
Cait's off the screen first.
I took mine off.
Oh no, I was looking while y'all were.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that was the defense. I thought we said that. That was the defense trying to get their own theory going, you know? Like,
So they
would
also
get all
said
their-
this trooper Gariano, the guy who did the full file extraction to Jennifer McCabe's phone, he just happened. Notably, Trooper Gariano's full file system celebrate extraction report of Jenn McCabe's iPhone 11 failed to show any search history information entered by Miss McCabe on January 29th, including her 2:27 a.m. search for how long to die in the cold. And then after numerous discovery requests.
Wait, are you still reading the motion from the defense? Because I thought you were just saying that.
Yeah.
You're reading?
No,
Okay.
I'm reading it. After numerous discovery requests and the filing of a motion to compel, which the court ultimately denied, Deputy District Attorney Adam Lally finally agreed to produce the full forensic image of her phone on February 8th, 2023, a full year after O'Keefe's death. Information obtained from the deleted cache of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone begins to unravel what occurred after Miss Reed left O'Keefe at the Albert residence on January 29th. And then,
so we can see her phone data, and she was busy nonstop texting or calling. I don't know what else she could have been doing. But I do think she's very suspicious. So now the defense is saying they have
that the prosecution
bombshell.
left out the how long to die in the cold and then finally gave it up after a year. Like when they first handed over her celebrate extraction, they left out the search and then later gave it to him a year later after they were pushing for it.
I don't know what that was dated. So they left out that search. How did they know about it? I mean, if they were trying to.
They had their own. Well, no. So they requested the information and they gave the information, but they didn't put any of her search history out. So then they requested that they give the search history, and they didn't give it to him till a year later.
Okay. Oops. It's me opening a little baggie. Nothing in it. Good. Okay.
Darn.
You know. Okay, so remember, God, Sleuthie does a lot of work. Who's who? A dog license is issued in 2019 for the dog. Okay, all this is the same thing, pretty much. Maybe it's over here. They did interview Brian.
Oh yeah, they interviewed them all at like 11 o'clock that day. But like the cop interviewed them, like on scene. Well, not on scene, like a couple hours later. Like
I thought they
Proctor
went to McCabe's house.
They went to somebody's house and interviewed them there at 11 o'clock.
Hold on, I'm getting. Here we go. There, going. Okay, let me come back over here. Here we go. Y'all are writing a lot of stuff. I just noticed in chat.
Yeah, I'm following chat. I'm like,
well, just read it. I mean, well, I can't say if it's important. Everybody's important. What you got in that baggie? Woodstock? None of your business. It's a migraine pill, actually. My point is, dude was buddy with our sheriff at the time. What dude? Okay, so this is Michael Proctor, April 7th. Okay, so I think this, what is this? Interview with Ryan Albert. So why are they turning, so this was April 7th? I don't know why he's turning this in. Anyway, let's see what he says. Ryan and his wife, Nicole, arrived at the Waterfall Bar. Good God, I can't go over that again. So they all went to the bar, okay? Jennifer, Karen.
Yep.
Okay, so that's all he said. I went to the bar, came home. That's it.
Well, he's a cop. He knows not to say anything more than what he's asked.
Brian stated he did not know John and Karen were coming to his house and were invited by Jennifer McCabe. Brian stated he would have welcomed them inside if they arrived, but did not know they were coming. Brian stated he did not see a vehicle out front of his house. You know, Jenn just keeps getting more and more suspicious to me. Like she's invited. Kinda. I mean, let me see if I can. Okay, so here's memorandum of decision. What was that? I've read so many of these. Commonwealth versus memorandum decision order on defendant's motion for an order pursuant to Mass R. Crume P. directed to the animal thing. So not interested. The charges arrive. What? Oh, that's her charges. The defendant, Karen Reed, is charged with murder in the second degree in violation of blah, 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 manslaughter. What's the date on it? Okay, so those were the first charges. I want to find Jen's again. I'm sure Nicole said the same damn thing. Is she repeating these? Yeah, see, a lot of this is, I don't know why, but it's repeated. So here's how Sleuthie does it. And I was a little confused at first, but a lot of all this is all the same document. So it looks like there's way more documents in there. Okay. So that's it for me. I mean, I don't know. I just think Jennifer is a psycho. Look at it. Jennifer. Fuck. She calls Carrie Roberts.
I think something is up with Jennifer. I'm not really sure what, but I just think it's so strange that she's deleting calls, taking screenshots of contact information.
Yeah.
You know, like she's like getting involved in all the things. And then when they pull up and they see John outside, she waits in the car. Like,
who waited in the car?
Jenn.
She said she looked out the front door.
No, when in the morning when she went searching with Karen got out of the car to go help John, and she stayed back in the car.
So I didn't know that. Jennifer stayed in the car and Carrie got out with her?
I guess, yeah. I know Jennifer held back and stayed in the car. That's what it says in the defense motion.
I bet she was on her damn phone texting somebody.
Yeah. Jennifer McCabe calls Carrie Roberts. Why would she be calling her at 2:00 or 2:20?
At 2:20? I have no idea. It's weird.
Call, text, search log. Jennifer McCabe This must be a combination of everybody's phones that they got. She called Trooper Michael. What? Oh, that's PM. That would have been weird.
It says when she got home, she Googled how. Oh, hold on, where was it?
How long for a body to?
It said after passing the deceased home on One Meadows Ave when they dropped people off, she arrived back at her home at 12 Country Lane at 2:12 a.m. Approximately 10 minutes later, at 2:23 a.m., Apple recorded Miss McCabe climb one flight of stairs, presumably to go upstairs to her bedroom. When questioned by law enforcement as to why O'Keefe never made it into the party, she told law enforcement she did not think anything of it and thought that Miss Reed and O'Keefe just decided not to come in. However, at 2:27 a.m. that morning, after making it safely home and climbing the stairs to the privacy of her bedroom, the first and only information Miss McCabe desperately needed to Google was how long to die in the cold. She didn't sleep that night, contrary to her assertions to law enforcement. She obviously had a lot on her mind. Data from her Apple Watch establishes that she was up much of the night pacing. At 12:32 a.m., Jennifer took 22 steps. At 3:50, she took 24 steps. At 3:51, she took 6 steps. At 4:55, she took 24 steps. Indeed, Apple Health data obtained. She could have been slept for like a half hour, maybe.
Listen, that could have been her walking downstairs to get water. That could have been
her,
checking on a kid. I mean,
rocking in a tweaking.
So they said her heart rate was at an 11-hour low at 12:49 a.m. and a high at 6, and it like increased to get higher throughout the night at 6:42 a.m.
Yes, that was.
Meanwhile,
this is all from her Apple Watch, right? Even her blood pressure. Oh my God.
Well, maybe she was getting laid.
After picking up at 4:50, after picking up at 4:53 a.m. phone call from Miss Reed, an acquaintance, and O'Keefe's daughter, Kaylee, the overly helpful Miss McCabe jumped out of bed and inserted herself into the search.
Who's writing this? This is more
the defense.
Oh my God.
For O'Keefe, making every effort to delay Miss Reed in returning to the Albert residence to look for him and ensuring that she was in control of the narrative provided to police when O'Keefe's body was discovered. During that call, Miss McCabe suggested that a hysterical Miss Reed drove all the way across town at 5 a.m. to her residence located at 20 Country Lane so they could go look for O'Keefe together. Once Miss Reed arrived at the McCabe residence, Miss McCabe insisted they drive Miss Reed's car back to the O'Keefe residence, where Miss Reed had just come from, so that they could meet O'Keefe's friend, Carrie Roberts, and research O'Keefe's apartment to make sure he was not home.
Is
in their
Carrie
opinion, I don't know. Good question. I'm not sure.
All women
buying time to make sure. They claim she was buying time to make sure John wouldn't live to tell the court what happened to him. After confirming, unsurprisingly, that O'Keefe was not at home and allowing her family members sufficient time to situate O'Keefe's body, the three women drove together in Miss Roberts' car back to the Albert residence to look for O'Keefe. As the women pulled up to Brian Albert's house shortly after 6 a.m., Miss Reed spotted an unconscious Keefe lying face up on his back in the front yard of the Albert residence. While Miss Reed and Miss Roberts raced to him. Okay, so Carrie got out of the car and attempted to render aid. Miss McCabe curiously remained in the vehicle, dialed 911, and began controlling the narrative. In her initial statement to Trooper Michael Proctor, lead investigator and close family friend of the Alberts and McCabes, Jennifer McCabe attributes a number of statements to Miss Reed that quickly make her the prime suspect.
Okay, wait, hold on. The way that reads, someone that doesn't know a lot about the case, the way you just read that, or the way they worded it, is she called Proctor when they were finding the body.
No, she called 911, and then
Right.
it says in her initial statement to Michael Proctor. So this is later when she gets interviewed by him.
Right.
She attributes a number of statements. Oh yeah, well it says she began controlling the narrative, but I guess they're saying the 911 call was her controlling the narrative. So, Jennifer attributes a number of statements to Miss Reed that quickly make her the prime suspect. When asked to describe John and Karen's appearance at the waterfall, she describes John as wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers, but describes Karen as walking into the bar holding a drinking glass. Miss McCabe, it almost kind of sounds like she doesn't like Karen, though. Like how she explains it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Miss
like
McCabe,
he noticed him. but
Yeah.
Let's
Very
talk about
great.
the text messages and all the phone calls that went on between
Sharon or Jenn to John.
Jennifer to John. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah. Then she says, Miss McCabe falsely tells Trooper Proctor that Miss Reed claimed she went home alone that night and last saw John at the waterfall bar, and that she had to correct Karen and tell her they all went to the Albert residence. And 3, Miss McCabe tells Trooper Proctor that while they were searching for O'Keefe, Karen repeatedly asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
So, hold on. Now I'm doubting Jennifer.
Yeah.
I'm really doubting Jennifer because she's calling Karen a liar when she doesn't know, right? She said that John was with her.
Or does she know, and that's why she's
think she
calling
knows.
Karen a liar?
Well,
she knows
she's
something.
saying that Karen told her that she last saw John at the waterfall bar and went home, but Karen didn't tell her that. Karen told her. Karen, like, she lied and said that's what Karen told her, but apparently that's not what Karen told her.
Because Karen said she didn't tell her that? I mean,
I
it's just
get. Well, that's
you're-
what they're claiming. That
Right.
Karen didn't say that.
the defense.
And she knew they were following behind her, it seemed, because she said park behind me, so why would...
Right.
Well, I don't know. Miss McCabe falsely tells Trooper Proctor that Karen began screaming to pull over because she saw O'Keefe's body before he was actually visible from the roadway, and that she and Miss Roberts didn't know what she was talking about because there was heavy snow. According to Nicole Albert's statement to Trooper Proctor, she and her husband were still in bed when her sister Jenn came into the room. So she came in their house and shared with her what had transpired outside and that John was found deceased on the edge of the property by the street in the snow. Nicole Albert reported to police.
Albert would have just jumped out of the bed, put his underwear on, and his slide shoes or whatever. There's a cop dead in your front yard.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
crazy
this
to
is
me.
also a cop. Who the fuck is just gonna walk into a cop's house?
Well, she's
No, this is in the next morning after they found
Right.
his body. Jen went in their bedroom and said, hey, John O'Keefe's dead in your front lawn. And they went back to bed.
Yeah, but she was asking why would Jennifer is related in some way to Nicole.
Jen and Nicole are sisters.
Listen,
my
business partner, who I have a key to his home, he has a key to my home. He is a retired law enforcement official. You don't just walk in. You make sure that you call. Good way to know.
She did call. She
did call.
Yeah, she called a couple of
But
times.
but Nicole's
Okay,
her
okay,
sister.
okay,
But they're saying the
okay.
weird thing is that after finding out somebody was dead on their lawn, they decided to go back to bed.
Yeah.
Like
Well-
normally cops, if there's another cop that's dead, like a cop is going to be like, let me get outside. There's a fellow cop dead on my lawn. Let me get out there and help or whatever, you know?
And 15
Like-
minutes later, every light, every cop with, the lights are going down the street, down the backyard, everywhere.
Why would you not go outside? That never sat right with me. It
Well,
almost
why
felt
weren't
like
there
to
more
me,
cops?
it almost felt like to me that it was like, this is on you, you deal with it type deal. You know what
Well,
I mean?
it's also
Like,
a sign of like the ultimate disrespect. Fuck him. I'm not going out there for this shit.
yeah.
It's a cop. Like, when does a cop just die on the side of the road and that shit's not tied up for days?
Apparently, in this case.
That bothers me so much that
Yeah, see, that until I'm looking right at the timeline, like her phone calls, which I started on, I think this morning. But the thing with Brian Albert is it's too weird. It's science fiction. Weird. Because if I called 911 and said there's a dead cop on my patio, every cop in this town, once the one verified it, they'd all be here.
Yeah.
I mean, their
But
funerals.
it's like it's like an unwritten law that if like a brother in blue dies, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
right.
you're out there helping, or you're
And
like,
you're gonna find out who the fuck did it.
yeah.
Like,
So it's weird to me that they never went outside. That never sat right with me. I don't know why, but like I don't know why they didn't go outside, is what I'm saying.
yeah. Well, okay, I have a question. At
Yeah.
1:34:58, Jennifer McCabe calls Peggy. What the hell is Peggy doing? I'm just kidding. I hate that name, Peggy. Okay, go ahead. Peggy comes and yells at me everywhere I go. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. At 6:23, Jennifer McCabe makes an outgoing call to her brother-in-law, Brian Albert, which he doesn't answer, and then subsequently deletes the record of that call. Less than a minute after failing to reach Brian Albert, she begins panicking and opens an article in her Safari application by Healthline entitled, "How Long Does It Take to Digest Food?" What an unbelievably odd and incriminating thing to search immediately upon finding a dead body. Now, mind you, this is the defense. So the way it's written is very, like, significantly the presence of food particles in a descendant's stomach and upper small intestine serve as a source of information for pathologists in calculating time of death. Almost immediately thereafter, she tried to overwrite her incriminating search from earlier that morning regarding how long it takes to die in the cold by re-entering it at a more appropriate time after she supposedly finds O'Keefe's body in the cold. However,
Yeah, I don't think, I don't know. It's weird, but I don't think that's why she typed it. I think she spelled it wrong the first time and then went back over it.
well, she spelled it. Well, she searched it at 227, and
Yeah,
she
but that wouldn't
searches
have
it again,
presented the
and she
220.
spells it completely different the next
Right.
time.
But what I'm saying, the first time she wrote it, the way it was written, wouldn't have produced anything that made sense. You know what I
Well,
mean?
mine automatically will search what they think it is. Like,
Yeah.
hold on, I'll Google it right now. The way she
Right.
did.
It'll
How
say,
long
did you
is-
mean to, did you
Yeah,
mean, are
and
you
then-
meaning to search for this?
Yeah, hold on. I'll type exactly how she did it. Give me a second. How
Jennifer,
HOS
oh my God.
has long to die in cold. Yeah, when I search it, how she spelled it, it says showing results for how long to die in cold.
Oh, okay.
And then the first thing says, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? So the first time, if she spelled it like that, it would have.
She still would have gotten the results.
Yeah, yeah.
That
So it says
very weird.
Yeah. And then it says, in all the commotion in her haste to cover up her incriminating 227 search about how long it would take O'Keefe to die in the cold, she accidentally searches how long T.I. die in CIKD at 6:23 a.m. Then again at 6:24, she enters a second search, this time repeating her search for how long to die in the cold, but does it like the first time.
Well, Cait, I'm sorry to tell you, you better hope that there's not a dead body that shows up in your lawn this winter now that you've Googled that.
Right?
I know.
And if a body shows up on my lawn, all my Google searches will be incriminating because the stuff I search for research
Oh, I
for
know.
my
I know.
it's terrible. And then it says, in case her sloppy attempt to cover up her incriminating Google search wasn't enough, on February 1st, in a transparent and unsuccessful effort to conceal her own criminality and blame it on Miss Reed, she inexplicably tells police for the first time that while she was seated alone with Miss Reed together in the car after law enforcement arrived on scene, we prayed the Our Father together, and then Karen immediately yelled at me 2 times to Google, how long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? She knew how devastating it would be if the wrong person in law enforcement discovered
Is
that
she
she
just
Googled.
lying about all this?
Well, she's claiming that's why she Googled it, but then why did it show up at 2:27 a.m.? And they're claiming that she had that she had a previous tab open and used that tab, so it read as something she searched it. But wouldn't it show her search something else at 2:27 in the morning then if it read at 2:27 a.m.?
No, if you like right now, I have all these tabs open. So if I go in, and I don't know because I'm not an expert, but if I go and type something else in one of those tabs, they're saying that when I open that tab and search, that would be the time, no matter what I searched over.
That's ridiculous. That's like me saying I opened an old text and write a new text, and now that timestamp for the new text is from earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
it's
if you write an email, okay, and like I've done before because I'm being lazy, so I erase everything just because that email is handy, and I put in something else. Well, the email is going to show the first time. That doesn't make sense either. And normally,
It's
if I
not
do,
it's
because
gonna read the
every
new
so
time that
often-
you search.
I know I stopped
Yep.
myself before I got too far in.
I like where you were going with that, but
Yeah, I almost had
that's
it.
not going to work.
Yeah. So, and usually when I do a Google search, it gives me a new tab.
And for it to read as 2:27 a.m., she would have had to Google something else at 2:27 a.m. and then went back and opened that tab. So what did
And
she
did,
actually
remember,
Google?
She did earlier because one of the things
Yeah,
she had
she
asked,
Googled how long to die in the cold.
No. How long does it take food to digest?
Yeah, and see, that would be, what does she do for a living?
Well, no, she said she opened a tab. See, it says at 6:23 she panicked and opens an article in her Safari by how long to take to digest food. So it even captured the time she opened that tab.
Right.
So there's no way that it got mixed up because it even knew what time she reopened that tab. You get what I'm saying?
Girl.
Okay, so if you take that and add it to all of the phone activity that we witnessed in the night, that tells me that maybe Jennifer's got it out for Karen.
Yeah.
Or maybe Jennifer and her husband hit Ryan or hit John.
That's what I've been
And
saying this whole time. Well,
maybe they were giving people
Yeah.
a ride. Maybe they were getting ready to give people a ride home, and John came out and they hit him. And then she panicked and put how long to die in the cold
Yeah, but
because
you don't
she
just
was.
hit somebody and drive off. You call 911.
I mean, one would think,
Well,
but
I don't. But
what if
why Google how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. then?
Because I think Miss Jennifer has got psychological problems. What does she do for a living?
Oh God!
How would she just happen to know to search of what that guy's dying from at 2:27 a.m.?
Well, I mean, okay, so my point is because how they determine the time of death sometimes is what's in your stomach. Like that's how long it takes to digest. Like I know when John Benet Ramsey.
Yeah, but she
had
Googled how long
kinda-
to die in the cold, not
I know,
digest.
I know. I'm with you. I'm saying when she Googled that about how long to digest, what time was that?
That was 6:23 a.m.
So now she's worried about the autopsy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would she be
Jesus
Googling all
Christ.
this stuff if she didn't know something?
Can y'all see the screen right now?
It's the calls heels on the screen.
Look
It's
at
the
it.
large black SUV travels.
All of it. 508. Jennifer McCabe calls. Jennifer McCabe. 509. Did she ever put her phone down? Jennifer McCabe calling somebody. Calling.
Well, like I said, it looks a little suspicious. Like she's really active over her
Because-
friend's husband or
right.
boyfriend that never came home.
That's what I think. I inviting them over to this house where the owner didn't even know they were invited. She's just trying to get time with John. You know what I mean? Like she's just trying to get FaceTime with him. I'd love to see the videos at the bar. I would love to see the videos.
Maybe John goes out in the yard, right? And she's like, "Where are you? Where are you?"
In the bushes
And then
when I was here.
you know, she meets him outside or something,
the
and
bush.
then you know that's where he is the whole time, and that's why he doesn't answer Karen. And you know what I mean? Like
No, because I'm going to add to your story. So he goes in the bushes Karen drives off, right? And then she comes back and sees them in the bushes.
Oh no.
And gets out and whacks. Well, yep.
Yeah, but why would Jennifer be
Because
trying? But
she looks
Jennifer's
like
framing her. You
she's
know what I
married.
mean?
I mean, Jennifer's married. I'm not saying this is in stone or anything. I'm just saying those bushes look like a good place to say, hey, come out here. Let's smoke a cigarette or a joint or whatever y'all call it now. Come over here. And so they're out there like making out or something. I don't know. I just know Jennifer has got something to do with this.
Yeah.
Oh, just wait
I
until
agree.
court happens. Jennifer will be waddling through the door at 8.5 months pregnant. In our
Like-
story, anyway.
Okay.
I just think if it can tell she opened a tab at 6:23 a.m., it ain't gonna be wrong about her Googling that at 2:27. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
there's no way.
I went right back and jumped on that page with you.
Mhm.
This morning, I was so far away from that, thinking, yeah, there's a reasonable explanation. But when you put all this together, this woman is psycho. Like she hops long to die in cold. Well, she only misspelled how. That's it. I thought it was more messed up than that. Deletes 2 screenshots. We've been over this, but and what is she trying to do, Karen, with her niece here, where she had to wake her up at 4:30 to dial Jennifer's phone? You know, Karen had to have Jennifer's number. Didn't they like hang out with the kids or whatever? Maybe not.
Well, Karen might not have had her number, but her niece may have.
Yeah, for
Or-
sure, because that's her
yeah.
friend, her
Yeah,
daughter.
or like called it. Yeah.
But I thought they were friends, but John had her number. How did they? I don't know. I think Karen, what do y'all think? You think Karen could have caught him? Like she had an idea, maybe there was something going on. Why not?
We like think about it. We would have seen activity about the car moving and stuff like that.
Do they, besides Jennifer? Oh no,
I think
they
if
have-
Jennifer saw Karen and him, saw Karen kill him, she would have called 911. You know what I mean? Like,
Fish would have sang like a canary by now.
yeah.
All right, throw that one away. How's Jennifer involved? I don't
the only
think the
thing
whole house-
I think maybe not the whole house is involved, but maybe they were all getting ready to get in their cars to give people rides. And then John came out all drunk, like expecting to get a ride from somebody, maybe like, really drunk, and bends over and they hit him with their car. And then
What's he doing
panic,
in the street bending over?
throwing up, maybe.
Could be.
Maybe he stumbled outside, throws up, they hit him, and then they're like, oh shit, throw
there's
him in
no
the
evidence.
bushes right there.
Yeah,
And
that's the
then
problem.
give those kids, okay, oh, hey, we'll give you a ride home. So they have a reason to drive by John's house and see if Karen's there or not. And then
Okay.
she starts panicking. And,
Can you do me a favor real quick? Because it's like only, I don't know what time it is. Can you do the Google Maps to how they, or we can maybe do it tomorrow. I just want to go like over, I can't, that's what's good about Betty and JLR. We need to get them to go out there and
right.
show us the route,
Checked some of Chasing stuff. She may have driven it.
She went there?
She went back to
Oh,
Massachusetts.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. She went to the,
Yeah. I don't know for sure though, but I know I did ride along with her down the road in Massachusetts.
see,
The defense motion claims that dropping those kids off gave them a reason to drive by John's house. So the defense is saying that.
I know.
And that's why I believe.
Defense motions are always crazy.
Well, that's
why
why
people get most of their news.
They could have hit him when they were taking the girls home.
I think she hit him. I mean, I think she hit him, but I think Jennifer is somehow.
Hold up. Which she do you think hit which he?
Sorry. I think Karen hit John. And somehow Jennifer saw something. I think that's why she kept calling. Like she might have thought maybe she saw something, but she could have walked outside and, you know.
If that were the case, why was she deleting shit left, right, and center?
I don't know. To me, it looked like she deleted all her calls. I mean, sometimes people do that if they, you know. I don't delete
She
shit.
also deleted her Google searches.
Yeah. I mean, if I have a memory problem on my phone, not me personally, I'll get rid of a bunch of shit. But I don't ever.
I don't think she didn't delete all her Google searches. She just deleted the 2 searches
That's it?
She deleted the first how long to die in the cold at 2:27 and then her mess up, but she didn't delete the other one.
That's like Patsy Ramsey getting rid of the practice sheets. Okay, old reference. She is so involved somehow.
Yeah, she only deleted those 2 searches, but not the most recent.
Okay, what does the prosecutor say to that particular issue? He just says that something about when you go in a tab and blah blah blah.
Yeah. That she opened a previous tab that from a Google search that at 2:27 in the morning, and that's why it read at that time. Like she previously searched something at 2:27 in the morning, and that morning when she actually went to go type it, that she opened that tab and it read at that time. But as we can also see, it knew when she opened the tab about the digesting at 6:23, so there's no way it wouldn't have known that she opened that tab to search how long to die in a cold.
What the fuck was the 6:23 digestion question?
Well, that's because that's when Karen screamed at her, find out how long it takes for somebody to die in the cold.
Yeah, then see how long it takes for you to digest pineapple. I mean, it's insane. How is she not under investigation?
Was it seriously pineapple?
Yeah, that's a John Bonet reference. Remember, she had pineapple in her system.
Okay, that's why I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
This guy had pineapple too.
Yeah, no, I don't know what I assume they ate maybe at the bar. So she's trying, because that can serve as time of death. They can get kind of close. And they're worried about that while he's still on the ground.
Yeah. Before his body's found.
That was before his body was found?
Well, the how to die in the cold search was, and then I guess she opened a tab about to digest. Let me see. She begins panicking and opens an article in her Safari application by Healthline entitled "How long does it take to digest food at 6:23 a.m.?" So that was after they found his body.
Yeah, 6:23. Call, text, search log. Jennifer McCabe.
One of our locals, Jeff Loves Pigs, says, I mean, they know that a girl picked Colin up before John O'Keefe was there. Can we have some sort of a source for that information?
Yeah,
Jeff?
that's what that's all everybody there said. Colin was already gone by the time they're saying John got there. But I don't know how many people actually saw when John got there, except for Jennifer. And then what is his name? Nagel?
Ryan Nagel.
Yeah. But he was there earlier, but he had already left. That's according to the people at his house. I don't think Colin has shit to do with this. I really don't. I think that's stupid to think they had an argument. He's arguing with a kid. You know how many arguments a cop gets into a day with kids?
Yeah.
You know, I just don't buy that. How long tie-dye in Cait? Okay.
Well, maybe he did go in the party and he ate some food there,
Yeah.
and that they were afraid that that would show up. So maybe he did go in the party and then he came out, and maybe Jenn and her husband hit him, and maybe Brian and his wife were like, "Hell no, we ain't going outside. This is on you. You know, like you guys figure this shit out." You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so look, so did they get her Facebook data or any of that, like her private messages? Because
I
somebody's
don't know.
asking her.
That's
for
a good
this.
question. Like the
Yeah.
messenger, maybe she sent it to somebody on Messenger or something.
Because look, all of this, she's searching, and you said she took the screenshot of.
She took a screen. It's right.
Right.
It actually says it. Hold on. I
Right,
just
right,
had
right.
it.
I didn't mean to say you said, but that's where I learned it. But why? Where did somebody ask her for that? Was it Officer Saraf?
As explained in the attached affidavit of Richard Green, the Celebrate analysis of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone recovers various contacts and communications which were deleted by McCabe on January 29th. For example, on January 29th at 12:53 p.m., so this is later in the day, after they
Got it.
find John's body and after they get interviewed, just hours after O'Keefe was found dead in Brian Albert's front lawn, Jenn McCabe deletes a screenshot of Brian Albert's contact information, which was saved in her phone as Uncle Brian A. Jennifer also deleted the phone call she made to Brian Albert at that same number at 6:23 a.m. So maybe later in the day, she sent Brian Albert's contact information to somebody and then deleted the screenshot.
Maybe that was asked for by a cop or something. I don't know. So this is what you were just talking about. Affidavit of Richard Green.
Yes, this is the one I'm reading. That's the one I'm reading from.
And who is he again?
Richard Green is
a data forensics expert. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Computer examiner, blah, blah, blah. I'm wonderful. The following facts and information are based on personal knowledge.
Wait, that might not be the same one. Hold on,
The USF has received cell phone data images.
That's not the same one I'm looking at, but it's about the same stuff. But it's not the same
okay.
one. The one I'm looking at, it says to, and then like they're sending mail to Brian Albert, and then the paragraphs are like smaller in the middle. So this is about the same stuff, but it's different.
Okay.
But anyway, guys, I gotta jump down, but I'll be in chat. I'll talk in chat.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Bye, guys. Thank you for
Bye,
having me.
Cait. Thank you so much.
Bye.
It was fun.
Well, and this feels a great place to put a pin in it and then pick back up tomorrow.
Yeah, and there is so much like Deets and chasing somebody else too. Oh, Gavel Geeks. Except Gavel Geeks came in yesterday and acted like it might kind of be a new case. She was in, I say yesterday, day before. So they're probably, there's so much of it. I mean, this is one of those cases, unless you were in on it from the beginning, it's super hard to, it's not impossible, but it takes a while to catch up. Like these calls just floor me, really. I'm telling you. That is amazing to me. I just don't know why they would charge her with second-degree murder.
Hey, Heels, what is your email? It's 2, the number 2, heels in the air at gmail.com. That's what it is, Jeff Loves Pigs. So apparently Jeff Loves Pigs is going to send you some stuff that'll help.
Oh, God, I've got so much. It's just a matter of, there's so much. But yes, thank you. There's so much. Like what I was just showing you, she's got all, just, I'll send you, I don't know if you have it, but if it's everywhere, her spreadsheets. It has 5 or 6 tabs on it. It's really good.
Okay, it's at Gmail.
Oh, yeah. Do you have any links to share?
Me?
No, they're asking me. Sleuthie
Goosie.
Goosie. I don't even know where I got it. Links. Does she have a YouTube? I just see her on Twitter. Hey, Cait, please, do you mind putting in Sleuthie Goosie's? I guess we would put her Twitter, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is. Am I still sharing a tab?
No, it's just you and I.
It says stop sharing. Okay, I already did. Oh
You
my
already
God.
did.
Why can't I just get on for like 2 hours and get off?
I don't know. You want to see what I made while we talked?
Sure. Jeff loves pigs. I used to be. Oh my God, that's cute. What is it? Is it a mask? Oh
It's a
no.
sugar.
It's
just a sugar. It's just a paper sugar skull.
Oh, what do you do with those?
I don't know.
I mean, do you put them on the
You
wall? What do people do?
Yeah,
with them?
I don't know. I make them and somebody buys them.
That's
I don't know.
cute. It'd be a
I
cute.
made 2 of these trucks.
Oh, that's for little boys. I'm
For
girls, so
boys.
whoever. I'm not trying
Halloween.
I'm not trying to do
And
this. Nothing.
I made a witch.
Oh, that's cute. And so, where do you sell them?
Right here.
Oh, everybody buys some.
Yeah,
Halloween.
I mean, like,
you need to tell them what your contact is.
oh, yeah, they can, yeah, just hop over to my channel. And then I did voodoo dolls the other day.
Oh my God, why aren't you selling these somewhere?
I
These are
am.
button eyes. That reminds me of my Raggedy Ann right there.
Kind of.
Aw,
It's all paper heels.
but it's cute. See, that's good therapy to do that kind of stuff. And I get addicted to something, and you'll never see me again. I get addicted.
What I've sat here and done while we've
We're
talked
talking.
about. Yeah.
Wow. And so you cut them out, or that's
I have a cricket, and then
Oh.
it cuts them, and I sit here and assemble them. It's just multiple layers of paper glued together, and
Oh, that's cute. Well, you need to put your contact stuff in there.
So
I need to do Sleuthie Goosie since I've been like doing her shit all night. So let me see.
make sure that you
She has a
put it in the
YouTube?
description.
Yeah, I always do that, but I don't know what her YouTube. I've been looking at my screen for so I know. I get to get my
Audacity
glasses
just
on.
dropped it for you.
You did what?
Audacity just dropped it for you.
Oh, thank you, Audacity.
Nicole just dropped mine. Thank you so much, Nicole.
Okay, I'm gonna have to find. Hey, Audacity, if you have my email, can you send me that? I guess I can. I'm gonna be so tired when I get off of here. I'm just gonna fall dead into my bed.
That's what I was just thinking. Heels, thank you so much. This was a great conversation.
I love it.
Oh my gosh, 6.5 hours.
6.5 hours?
Yeah.
Do you know how fast that went by?
Extremely fast. That was really cool.
I wish I could edit in this, but I can't.
You can. It's really super easy.
On StreamYard?
Well, it's also going to be in your YouTube studio, honey. So what you'll do is you'll go over to. I know, but listen, it's super easy. I had somebody teach me how to do it. So all you'll do is go over into open YouTube Studio, and then you'll go into live, and then you'll go into edit, and it takes you to a place where you can go in and trim out whatever segments you want. It's actually way easy, Heels.
But
Super
don't you lose your chat?
Yeah, but you can always you've always got a copy of it on StreamYard.
I know. Don't you think people like reading the chat?
I know. I personally have mine turned off because I'm not going to perpetrate more bullshit. My comments are all held for review. Yep, all my comments are held for review. And if you didn't see my chat when it happened live, you won't get to see it ever again.
And you know what? When I think about it, most of the time when people are starting shit, it's from reading a chat.
Yep, and that's why I took that option away. If you don't see it live, you will not see it happen afterwards.
Ha ha ha! Gosh, it was just midnight. I know Woodstock. It was so much fun. We have 135 people.
That's pretty good, Heels.
Oh, before what was it? Raceageddon or Almageddon? What is it called? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. Thank you so much. You're welcome. And I like it small. You know what? Because I'm not making money.
Said no woman ever.
What did I say? Tell me again. I like, oh,
I like it. I like it small. Said no woman ever.
That was quick. I did a video on Sandra Birchmore. Like, I love true crime, but God, it gets to you sometimes. I took a huge break. Because I really do. But see, then I get like anal. I don't say a word. Keep your mouth shut. Okay.
Well, Hills, I can't say anything different because I will rabbit hole anytime that there's anything new that even rumor mill pops up for like Danielle, Devontae, or Kyle's cases, the ones that are right here locally. And then with Brianna that went missing this summer, I also, as soon as I hear, I lurk in grocery store aisles just to see if you hear that name, just because you never know what somebody's going to bring out in a small town.
I lived in a small town and people would actually ask me, hey, what was that, whatever car, they'll name the color of it and the year at your house this weekend. Yep.
Right.
They know your business.
What was that 87 gold Toyota Corolla doing at your house this weekend, Hills?
Yeah. Left it Sunday. Well, who was it?
Who was that in town? I didn't recognize those Massachusetts license plates.
Yeah. And they would talk about other people, like give me because I had a little shop, like on a storefront that was just like a part-time thing. And they would say, what was I saying?
Gossip in town.
Oh, they'll tell you everything about everybody. So they're telling everybody all your shit too.
Well, yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Like, you want to know something? Go uptown and listen to the people that are having coffee. Guaranteed you're going to hear a story about yourself. And if you want to confirm the story, go get your hair did.
Yeah.
Because the hairdresser is the next worst.
Yeah. I just went there on weekends and that was like, they still had, what was the name of that? Post, Texas. They have a lot of little antique stuff that opens up on the weekends and people come and sell. I had hat boxes and just stuff. And I lost what I was going to say again. Anyway.
Audacity.
It's a cute little town, but good God.
Small town and my dad's extracurricular activities that led to his prison stint is why I don't live in a small town anymore.
Yeah, I could see that because that's when we were talking about Jenn and Karen.
Yep.
That goes on all the time. Like the neighbor down here is screwing this neighbor's wife, and at night when he goes on his nighttime, just broke my nail. When they go on the nighttime thing, then everybody's screwing everybody. That's a small town.
Okay, so in our area,
I remember what I was going to say.
It's like the town bike. You don't lose. You just lose your turn. You don't lose your spouse. You just lose your turn.
Yeah. Yeah. And so what I was going to say, because this was a long time ago, but not that long ago that this should have been going on. You go to the grocery store, like I couldn't sell shit in my shop. Then I had to sell because I was like, give it the fuck up. Well, then I find out the farmers in this small town, they're on credit in every single store. Gives them credit because they only get paid once a year, right? They get this big check once a year.
Yep.
And that's when they go pay the grocery store, all the stores. And because I didn't give them that kind of credit, didn't know about it, I couldn't sell shit. And then when I had
you couldn't figure out why you're starving.
I had no idea. I thought, look it up, Post, Texas. I don't know if they still do it, but they had like antique days and people would do crafts. Cute little town.
Nice.
I love it. Yep.
Yeah, we have that. We have that out here because where I'm at, we've got a lot of the farmers that make the barley for the beer, the sugar beets for the soda. We have Pepsi made locally here. So yeah, it's bottled right in Warland, 35 miles north of me. So yeah, it's a big, and like the Pepsi plant, all of our trucks say proudly made in Wyoming. Like it's a pretty cool little thing that you see around here. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like they get their once a year crop checks, and that's when they pay and square everything up. And other than that, yeah, if you don't figure out a way to deal with them, you're not going to make any business.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have read the room, but I didn't. He went in for drugs. Audacity. Are you telling a story? I missed the first part.
The father in the prison stint, and that's why the Audacity doesn't live in a small town.
Right now in my chat, these are all the people I really, really like. All these people. I do love them.
It's been great.
Yeah,
Look,
these are all the people that stuck with me.
It was half of a day of zero drama.
Today,
Right. This 6 hours that we were together. That's half of 6 is half of 12, right? So for almost 6, now we're coming closer to 7 hours. For 7 hours, we sat here and provided a couple hundred people a place to have nothing but crime conversation.
Yeah. That's how I'd like
Nobody
it.
fought, nobody spilled, nobody, there were no issues. There were 4 women from opposite parts of YouTube on a panel, and we didn't pull each other's hair or get in the mud or anything.
Well, I'm not going to, if I'm going to get in the mud, I'll be by myself, and I don't like doing that though. I don't like fighting at all. Life's too short. We love you. Yeah. So that was fun though. I think that was great.
Well, I want to know when you want to pick up again, because I'm game to come in for another one.
Okay. What is tomorrow? Saturday. Is tomorrow Saturday?
Yeah. Tomorrow's Saturday.
See, I'll be recovering tomorrow.
Okay.
The last time I had a 7 hour was like 2 days later. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh,
I
that's
think,
good.
What is it? I'm 3 point. Yeah. First I have to find out why I can't find it on my phone. Like it should be under my lives. It's still not there.
What?
Like usually when I go live, it'll come up on my phone, and then I just watch.
Just close YouTube out on your phone and reopen it. I bet it just probably glitched.
I think
YouTube's been really glitchy lately.
I'm pretty sure it was you that told me before the same thing. Let me try. Okay. Yeah, I need to figure. I'm going to try the YouTube Studios. YouTube. No, you're not looking for your phone, dumbass.
All right.
We're
going to wrap this one up, lady.
Okay, there we go. I'm just going to see real quick if it shows up. Yep, there it is. Okay.
Yep, that was all it was. You just needed to close it out and open it again. I've been struggling with YouTube even on my phone. Like sometimes I will hit if I get the notification and I hit it, I'll go in and you can see the bubble moving, but there's no sound whatsoever. And the chat acts like it's going to load, and it won't ever load. So you have to I have to completely close all the way out of YouTube and then bring it back up. Yeah.
And 3.5 hours behind everyone. And can someone check Heels isn't getting Kirk? I am fine. I'm fine. I am just fine. But thank you for always asking. I'm fine. When I'm not, I won't be on here. This is good. I'm just sitting here with my laptop. But voice, thank you. Can I call you something besides voice?
Honey, you can call me Angela. That's my name.
Okay, I know, but I didn't
You
know
can
whether.
call me, like, honey, I told you the other day, you can call me whatever you want to call me, but late for supper because I get
Late
really
for
pissy. Yep. Do not call me late for supper because I'm going to get pissy that I missed a meal. So, you call me whatever. You can call me Ange. You can call me
I
Angela.
always stop at your name going, what? Because, you know, I don't ever want to get it mixed up with
Right.
voices.
And that's,
Not
no,
to do
that's,
anything
I'm
wrong.
not sure. I'm not sure. I can't turn back time. It's all good.
If I could turn back time.
Right. Yep.
Okay,
And that's
sweetheart.
fine. Like I said, you call me whatever you want, but girl, thank you so much. This has been a great time. And thank you guys for being here. See you guys soon. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. And can we real quick, should I want to edit this. Should I do that? Because it's going to get rid of the chat. Is that good or bad? I'll get votes. One for edit, and it gets rid of it. I'm not trying to get rid of the chats. I'm just trying to get rid of some. I want to make it more compact. Thank you, Nicole. So, yes, no? Is it? Oh, God, can't believe it's so late. Okay. One, please don't edit. Okay. One is don't edit. I don't remember. Good to know we both have her back. I know, y'all are so sweet. I'm really okay. I mean, you'll know when I'm not okay. Oh my God, Patricia Byrne. Oh, I would tell y'all something funny, but then it would seem like I'm sharing too much. Chupacabra. Does that mean something dirty? Okay. Well, that sucks because. Okay. I don't know. What I was going to edit is just make it not 6 hours. Maybe, you know, even if I could put it into 2. Oh, like this, like some of the just chatty stuff. Or you know what? I can do a clip. That's what I'll do. Never mind. What I'll do is just take segments of it and do a clip, a clippy thing. Chupacabra is a mythical. I've heard of it. Okay, you guys, I love y'all. I'm going to leave. I'm clicking off. Goodbye. Love you. Bye-bye.